Chapter 1145. In the East Spirit Fire Sea. Divine General Minghua was chained up by his own chains and led by the unborn man Gu Hai rode on the flaming warhorse, and the three of them traversed the East Spirit Fire Sea. After traveling for a day and a night, they arrived at the mouth of a huge sea. Of course, the sea was full of lava and flames. "What is this place?" the unborn man asked in a low voice. "This is called the Eight Directions Sea. My lord is on an island in the middle of the sea," Divine General Minghua explained. "On an island?" Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Hai felt that everything was going too smoothly and that Divine General Minghua was not leading the way seriously. However, he had no evidence and could only follow him. The sky eye was in between the eyebrows of the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul was suppressed and could not be opened. The unborn man took out a large ship made of fire-based materials. Everyone stepped on the ship and the ship sped toward the center of the sea. In the center of the sea, flames were everywhere. It was blurry and they could not see what was in the depths. They could only see some flaming monsters on the surface of the sea. They attacked again and again but were all destroyed by the unborn man and Gu Hai with a flick of their fingers. The large ship broke through the waves at an extremely fast speed. It did not travel in a straight line. Instead, it circled around one island after another and headed toward the center. These islands are arranged in a strange way," the unborn man said in a low voice. "Strange?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "Yes, they seem to be arranged in an 8 diagrams formation. However, this is only a small part of the 8 diagrams formation. Could it be that the maze in the East Spirit Fire Sea is an 8 diagrams formation?" The unborn man looked at Divine General Minghua in surprise. I don't know. I don't understand." Divine General Minghua immediately shook his head. Gu Hai was slightly solemn. 8 diagrams formation? Logically speaking, it was created by Fuxi. How could the 8 diagrams formation that appeared in 800,000 years have anything to do with Fuxi? A huge 8 diagrams formation with countless small 8 diagrams formations inside? The unborn man analyzed the terrain along the way. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, at the entrance of an extremely quiet valley. At this moment, a black-robed figure was quietly looking at a projection-like image in front of him. In the image, it was none other than Gu Hai and the unborn man. Of course, it's an 8 trigrams array. "Unborn man? Do you think you can find me by capturing one of my servants?" "Ah." The black-robed man sneered. "I, Xiahou Shou, have the nature of fire. Master Shou, Li, fire is not something you can understand. Since I have refined Divine General Nether Flame, his words and actions are under my control. I know everything he sees. He will do whatever I want him to do." What a coincidence. You found my servant the moment you arrived? Looking for me? You don't have to think about it. You can help me find out who that person is. He can actually set up such an 8 trigrams array? Xiahou Shou said coldly as he looked at the screen. Gu Hai's intuition was right. Divine General Nether Flame was not trying to lead the way for the two of them. Instead, he was leading them to an extremely dangerous place. The big boat braved the wind and waves in the Sea of Flames and did not encounter Divine General Nether Flame again. The unborn man could even handle some small monsters. 2 days later, the ship stopped in front of a huge wall of light. "Is this a wizardry barrier?" Gu Hai asked with a frown. "Yes, my lord is inside," Divine General Nether Flame said immediately. "How do we get in?" The unborn man did not touch the wizardry barrier. "We can't get in. My lord has to open it himself every time before we can get in." Divine General Nether Flame shook his head. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and said, "His Holiness, I have recorded along the way that there are countless islands in the sea that form a giant 8 trigrams array. If not for Divine General Nether Flame leading the way, we might have gotten lost." Divine General Nether Flame is right. This is one of the nodes of the 8 trigrams array. There should be an island inside the wizardry barrier. That's right. Divine General Nether Flame said immediately. Gu Hai looked at the wizardry barrier in front of them and turned to look at Divine General Nether Flame. "All right, you can go now," Gu Hai said solemnly. Go." Divine General Nether Flame was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that Xiahou Shou will find trouble with you? You can go now. He won't know that you are the one leading the way." Gu Hai nodded. "Yes, thank you, Senior." Divine General Nether Flame shouted on his warhorse. Gu Hai gave the unborn man a look and the unborn man immediately understood. He patted the horses and invited it out of the big boat. Jia. Divine General Nether Flame rode into the Sea of Flames and disappeared into the depths of the Sea of Flames. "His Holiness, is there something wrong with Divine General Nether Flame?" The unborn man asked curiously. I don't know. However, I feel that something is wrong. Go and see where he went. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What about the wizardry barrier? The unborn man asked in confusion. The wizardry barrier can't run away. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. The unborn man nodded. Then he took out a strange magic treasure. The magic treasure looked like a bowl made of dried wood. There was a red dot in the bowl that was slowly moving inside. Your Majesty, there is indeed a problem. Earlier, under your orders, I placed a small longevity technique on Divine Commander Underworld Flame's body so that I can find out where he went for a short period of time. However, this Divine Commander Underworld Flame did not go far. Instead, he is hiding on an island not far away. He should be able to see our location, the unborn man said. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and said, there is indeed something wrong. Let's go and capture Divine General Nether Flame. Yes. The unborn man immediately steered the ship toward the island not far away. Divine General Nether Flame was indeed hiding on an island not far away. He was watching carefully. However, after a while, Gu Hai and the unborn man disappeared. Where did they go? Divine General Nether Flame was surprised. He turned his head and saw that Gu Hai and the unborn man had gone around the island and were chasing after him. What? Divine General Nether Flame was surprised. In a quiet valley, Xiahou Shou was also surprised and said, Unborn man? Master Shou is very alert. How did he find out? Oh no, it is the longevity worm tracking skill. You are such a troublemaker. Xiahou Shou snorted. Divine General Nether Flame was horrified and said, No, my lord, please spare me. I did not do it on purpose. Please spare me. Boom. Divine General Nether Flame and his warhorse exploded. In the distance, Gu Hai and the unborn man deliberately went around to the back. Finally, when Divine General Nether Flame was not paying attention, they approached and were about to capture him. However, they saw Divine General Nether Flame explode. The explosion shattered a large piece of rock. What? He exploded? Destroyed the corpse? The unborn man said in surprise. However, Gu Hai instantly leaped over and looked at the debris on the ground with a sullen expression. I understand now. The Longevity Dao's spiritual communication skill. Xiahou Shou was controlling Divine General Nether Flame earlier. We almost fell for his trick. The unborn man said in surprise. Xiahou Shou was controlling Divine General Nether Flame? Gu Hai asked. Yes, this Xiahou Shou's strength is beyond my expectations. His Holiness, Xiahou Shou brought us here, so he must be up to no good. The unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai was silent for a while and said, Let's go back to the boundary. But Xiahou Shou deliberately tricked us here. There must be a trap in the boundary. The unborn man said worriedly. Even if it is a trap in Xiahou Shou's eyes, it might not be a real trap. It might be something that he fears. If we find something that Xiahou Shou cares about, we won't have to look for him. He can find us himself, Gu Hai said. Yes, the unborn man nodded. Of course, Gu Hai was confident in his strength to probe the boundary. Otherwise, no one would dare to barge in recklessly. The two of them quickly retraced their steps and returned to the barrier. Gu Hai touched the boundary gently. Pust 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 pust. The temperature of the boundary was more than 100 times higher than the surrounding temperature. It kept irritating Gu Hai's skin. Boom. The unborn man extended his hand and punched. The unborn man's fist was slightly burnt, but the boundary was not damaged at all. His Holiness, this boundary seems to be the solidification of the true Samadhi fire? The unborn man said in surprise. Yes, it is the true Samadhi fire. Then it will be easy. Gu Hai said with a smile. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red gourd appeared in his hand. It was the true fire gourd that the fire god had been carrying. True fire gourd, absorb the true Samadhi fire. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The true fire gourd immediately produced a huge suction force. The true Samadhi fire above the boundary was immediately sucked into the true fire gourd. Today, Gu Hai had completely refined the true fire gourd and no longer needed to chant the incantation. Like a whale sucking in water, it kept swallowing the boundary's flames. It was visible to the naked eye that the boundary was quickly becoming thin. Rumble. As the true fire boundary was quickly becoming thin, the entire sea suddenly surged with monstrous waves of fire, and countless islands shook. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my great formation? A cold voice suddenly came from inside the boundary. This voice? Why does it sound so familiar? The unborn man said in surprise. Gu Hai's expression changed. Jiang Lianshan? Yes, this voice was Jiang Lianshan's voice? Rumble. The sea of fire quickly boiled and there were huge waves of magma everywhere. The island kept moving as if a huge formation was operating quickly. Bow. The boundary suddenly broke. It was not because the true fire gourd absorbed the true samadhi fire, but because the person inside the boundary suddenly removed it. Gu Hai grabbed the true fire gourd and stepped on the big ship, looking at the island inside the boundary with the unborn man. On the island there was a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a man in a red dragon robe stood at the front, looking coldly at Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan? This is impossible. The unborn man exclaimed. Gu Hai's eyes also widened. The person in front of him looked like Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan stood on both sides, Jingwei and Ingo. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Ah, so it's you, Gu Hai. Jingwei suddenly laughed. Gu Hai, however, stared at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan? Didn't he die 800,000 years ago? Rokudo Shinkoin should have killed him, right? Who is he? Chapter 1146. The Eight Seas. Flames soared into the sky and the magma in the sea created huge tsunamis. In 8 directions there was the sound of wind and thunder. A huge 8 trigrams formation was activated. In the middle of the 8 trigrams formation there was a mountain peak. There were 3 people standing there. Jiang Lianshan, Jingwei and Ingo. Below the mountain peak, on a big ship, stood Gu Hai and the unborn man. The 2 sides stared at each other coldly. Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan as if he was trying to figure out the truth from his body. Jiang Lianshan stood with his hands behind his back and sneered, Gu Hai? Back in Shenong City, I knew you were extraordinary. But I didn't expect you to establish the Dahan Heavenly Empire in such a short time. He even borrowed their strength to destroy the spiritual mountain Holy Ground and the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty? Are you really Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai didn't believe him. 800,000 years ago, the samsara was muddle-headed and fought with me. He thought he had killed me, but that might not be the case. Do you expect someone with a brain problem to kill me? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai, he is my father. What are you doing here? You want to take my body? Jingwei stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan for a while. He didn't admit or deny it because there were too many doubts about Jiang Lianshan's appearance. Gu Hai couldn't tell if it was real or not. Gu Hai looked at Jingwei. Princess Jingwei, you left too early. I've asked you to tell you that you want the vermilion bird god. I've promised to give it to you on behalf of one. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Jingwei was startled and revealed a trace of surprise. I want Lin Wan. To you, you need a fire cauldron body and you also need the vermilion bird. Ho has already found a fire cauldron body for you, and I've already agreed to give you the vermilion bird god. Why are you running away? You didn't lose anything and I saved my woman. It's so simple, there's no need to go tit for tat. Besides, I'm not deliberately forcing you to repay me, but you can't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. After Gu Hai finished, the elite guard was at a loss. Gu Hai was willing to give the vermilion bird deity to him? If that was really the case, then there was indeed no need for him to go tit for tat. Why should I believe you? Jingwei bit his lips and seemed to have loosened up a little. Am I someone who goes back on my word? You can ask Zhua about this matter. Everything will be clear. What do you think? Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Jingwei lowered his head and pondered. Since Gu Hai had said so, Jingwei really didn't have anything to insist on. He raised his head and was about to reply to Gu Hai, but Jiang Lianshan laughed coldly. Gu Hai, you don't have to think anymore. Jingwei won't come out of Lin Wanner's body in a short period of time. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Jingwei also looked at Jiang Lianshan blankly. If I say no, it means no. Jingwei, will you listen to me? Jiang Lianshan looked at Jingwei. Jingwei was stunned, but after all, he was the closest person to him. Jingwei immediately nodded. Father, I'll listen to you. Jingwei. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Jingwei turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, don't say any more. Unless my father agrees, I won't listen to you. But, Jingwei, are you sure that he is your father? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh. Jingwei's face darkened. Ah, if he is your father, why didn't he appear when you almost killed yourself in front of the Flame Divine Hall? Isn't he your biological father? Why did he watch as you were humiliated by Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai shouted. Jingwei's face froze, then he shook his head. My father's schemes are unparalleled. He had already predicted everything about me. He knew that I would be fine, so he didn't appear. What about Chiyu? Chiyu is his son. Did he just watch as Chiyu was tortured to death? Gu Hai shouted again. Jing Wei's face changed. No matter what, Jing Wei knew Qi Yu's identity. Qi Yu was his elder brother. Although he wasn't close to him, he was still his elder brother. Jing Wei looked at Jiang Lianshan suspiciously. What a glib tongue. You don't have to judge whether I, Jiang Lianshan, am real or not. Jiang Lianshan said plainly. But you are stopping me from reuniting with Lin Wan. Gu Hai said coldly. We haven't seen each other for 800,000 years. You are still the same as before, trying to revive the dead? Let me tell you. The vermilion bird deity wasn't born by coincidence. It wasn't born just because of the Fire Emperor Jing Wei and Lin Wan. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Jiang Lianshan. The birth of the vermilion bird deity requires the Nanmingli fire. The Nanming primordial fire can only be found in the East Spirit Fire Sea. I collected it for countless years and only managed to collect a little bit. I even found a strand of the vermilion bird's feathers. That was why I wanted to let the vermilion bird deity be reborn. The Fire Emperor's spirit was modified by me here. So was Jing Wei's spirit. That year she was still an infant and was sent here to be modified. She still lacked a fire cauldron body. Lin Wan was indeed a coincidence. But you must know that this coincidence was indispensable. Once Jing Wei leaves Lin Wan's body, the vermilion bird deity will disappear. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Disappear? You think too simply. Help Jing Wei change his body? But after that, the vermilion bird deity will be gone. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. I didn't save Qi Yu because I couldn't leave the East Spirit Fire Sea. I have all the memories of you, but I didn't tell the me who didn't go 800,000 years ago. Because I didn't want history to change. I passed on everything according to what I encountered back then. It's like a circle. I passed on countless secret flame techniques to that me, and that me passed on to the next me. It's a cycle. Until now, I've jumped out of the circle. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. You can't leave the East Spirit Fire Sea? What? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. There's no why. I'm just telling Jing Wei that your glib tongue can't stop us from reuniting as father and daughter. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. That's right. Gu Hai, you'd better leave. If you anger my father, you won't have a good ending. Jing Wei shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. Leave? No, I haven't brought Lin Wan back. How can I leave just like that? If you don't want to leave, that's fine too. Don't leave. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. He waved his hand. Boom. Endless flames and magma rushed towards Gu Hai from all directions. True fire gourd absorb. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom. The true fire gourd suddenly formed a terrifying suction force and absorbed the surrounding flames. However, there were too many flames and it seemed like there wasn't enough time. Grab the true fire gourd and protect yourself. Gu Hai passed the true fire gourd to the unborn man. Thank his holiness. The unborn man immediately grabbed the true fire gourd and protected himself. However, Gu Hai was instantly submerged in the boiling liquid flames. However, these flames were not enough for Gu Hai's physical body. Boom. With a stomp, Gu Hai suddenly jumped and pounced towards the elite guard at the peak of the mountain. This Jiang Lianshan was extremely strange. Gu Hai somewhat believed that this was the real Jiang Lianshan. However, he had to take the elite guard away today. Breaking through the large amount of liquid flames, Gu Hai instantly arrived at the peak of the mountain. Jiang Lianshan's gaze was cold. He did not move. Ingo, on the other hand, immediately stepped forward. Gu Hai, I heard that you obtained Qi Yu swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Let me see how strong your physical body is. Ingo shouted coldly. As he shouted, he greeted with a punch. Hong. Gu Hai's and Ingo's fists collided head-on, causing the void to tremble. There seemed to be a power imprint of 30 here. Gu Hai's and Ingo's fists actually failed to tear the void apart. Water zombie progenitor vs swallow the heavens and devour the earth. The intense collision caused the surrounding flames to explode. Gu Hai paused and stopped. However, Ingo unconsciously took a step back. What? This is impossible. You are so strong? Ingo revealed a trace of disbelief and pounced again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 punches in a row. With each punch, Gu Hai took a step forward. However, with each punch, Ingo took a step back. In terms of physical strength, Gu Hai was superior. This is the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. You are the water zombie progenitor. Here you are restricted. It is fine if you are not as strong as him. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. But I am not convinced. Ingo's face was gloomy. Gu Hai did not pay any attention to Ingo. Instead, he walked straight towards the elite guards. The elite guard hid behind Jiang Lianshan and shouted, "Don't come over. Jiang Lianshan, I don't care what you are planning or what you are planning. However, I feel that you have been planning for a long time. You definitely want to harm Lin Wanner. Sorry for offending you. I will take Lin Wanner away," Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai, you are so arrogant after defeating Empress Ji? Qi Yu's swallow the heavens and devour the earth was taught by me. I know better than you how strong it is. You want to take my daughter away in front of me? You are really overestimating yourself. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Jiang Lianshan said coldly and sent a palm strike towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt that this palm strike was much stronger than Ingo's. His face immediately sank and he sent a punch over. Boom. Palm and fist collided, and the void shook violently. The fist and palm were in a deadlock as if no one wanted to give way to the other. Jiang Lianshan, you are only so. Gu Hai sneered. Did you forget that I have been here for 800,000 years? This 8-direction sea was carefully arranged by me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. At this moment, the 8-direction sea, which was surging with tsunamis, instantly formed 8 trigrams in 8 directions. Each 8 trigrams controlled an area of the sea. Suddenly, the 8 trigrams seemed to control the power of one sea and rushed towards Jiang Lianshan in the center. Boom. The first trigram rushed into Jiang Lianshan's body, and Jiang Lianshan's strength instantly doubled. Boom. 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 The second trigram, the third trigram, and all the way until the 8th trigram rushed into Jiang Lianshan's body. Jiang Lianshan's back seemed to be connected to the 8-direction sea, and the power of the 4 seas was his strength. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lianshan's strength rose to the peak. What about now? Jiang Lianshan sneered. Jiang Lianshan suddenly exerted his strength. You think this is all I have? Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Roar. The roar of a black dragon seemed to come from Gu Hai's body, and a terrifying power rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. Golden red light and pitch black light burst out as the two experts' fists collided. Chapter 1147. Jiang Lianshan gathered the power of the 8 seas. In Gu Hai's body, the spiritual mother deity king was suppressed. However, the nourishment of the body was not part of the suppression. When the two's fist and palm collided, the terrifying power shook the entire eastern sea of flames. In the aftermath of the explosion, the mountain peak beneath their feet was instantly torn apart. Then countless flames filled the air. Ingo immediately retreated with his elite guards. The unborn man grabbed the true fire gourd and protected his body as he retreated quickly. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan both looked ferocious. Their fists and palms kept bursting with monstrous power. Boom, boom, boom. Although the two's fists and palms collided, there was still a series of loud explosions. Good. Gu Hai, you didn't have this ability 800,000 years ago. Now you are even stronger than Gu Hai? Jiang Lianshan stared at Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan, you are not the real Jiang Lianshan, right? Gu Hai said coldly. Not the real one? How is it not the real one? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. I don't know what relationship you have with Jiang Lianshan, but you should not be Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai said seriously. Why? For Murong Yen, Jiang Lianshan could die together with the immortal of the 6 paths, regardless of everything. But what about you? Since you have been here for 800,000 years and have not seen yourself from 800,000 years ago, it should not be difficult to save Murong Yen. Everything should be within this period of time, but you did not. Gu Hai said seriously. Jiang Lianshan's eyes narrowed. Unless you have been waiting for this moment from the beginning, and your feelings for Murong Yen are fake? However, I feel that Jiang Lianshan really loved Murong Yen back then. You are different from the one from 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai said coldly. Some things are in the past. You are not qualified to test me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. A fiery silhouette suddenly appeared on the surface of Jiang Lianshan's body. The silhouette looked exactly like himself. It was 10,000 feet tall. As it stepped out, it instantly absorbed endless firepower from the entire eastern spirit sea of flames. Jiang Lianshan's strength skyrocketed once again. In the distance, the unborn man looked at that 3-kilometer-long light figure in shock. Jiang Lianshan's fire god? How can it be so huge? 10,000 feet tall? From afar, the Jingwei looked at the fire god in astonishment. Is this father's fire spirit? How is it fire is fire? Was it accumulated here for 800,000 years? The moment Jiang Lianshan's fire god appeared, it mobilized endless fire energy from the void and attacked Gu Hai continuously. Gu Hai's eyes widened in shock. Behind Gu Hai, another shadow also appeared. Gu Hai's fire god also stepped out. Learning from Jiang Lianshan, the fire god mobilized the power of the Eastern Sea of Flames. In an instant, rolling fire energy rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. The moment Gu Hai's fire god appeared, everyone's eyes widened. This was because Gu Hai's fire god was slightly bigger than Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It was 11,000 feet tall. In an instant, the firepower from all directions increased. Boom boom boom. Under the loud noise, it seemed like Gu Hai was slowly gaining the upper hand. Impossible, I've been here for 800,000 years, and only then did my fire god reach 10,000 feet. How can your fire god be bigger? Jiang Lianshan exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai cultivated the devouring heaven and earth divine king. The divine king spirit mother was powerful. Other than nourishing the body, it also nourished the other gods. Under the nourishment of the divine king spirit mother, the fire god naturally reached the peak. Everything here was decided by the strength of the fire god. This was also the reason why Gu Hai dared to come here alone. It was also because Gu Hai's fire god was also a peak existence in this world. Little by little, Gu Hai seemed to be suppressing Jiang Lianshan. Even if you're Jiang Lianshan, I defeated you once 800,000 years ago. Now I can do the same to you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Ingo's face sank. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to help. However, Jiang Lianshan's other hand flipped and took out a treasure. It was a yellow gourd. As soon as the gourd appeared, it seemed to absorb the power of countless flames in the surroundings. Soul-dispersing gourd. Your Majesty, be careful. That is the 99 soul-dispersing gourd. It is an earth-type treasure that contains divine sand. It can harm soul physiques. It is a soul-dispersing gourd that specializes in breaking soul physiques. Soul-dispersing gourd? Destroy souls? Hee as expected of Master Show. You know a lot. You even know about my soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan sneered. Although he couldn't defeat Gu Hai in a battle of strength, Jiang Lianshan still had a treasure. The soul-dispersing gourd could destroy the soul physique. This was going to destroy Gu Hai's fire god physique. Once Gu Hai's fire god physique was dispersing, the scales of victory and defeat would instantly reverse. His Holiness, the soul-dispersing gourd is an earth-type treasure. Fire breeds earth. It absorbs endless flames and produces divine sand in the gourd. Once the divine sand is formed, the world will be turned upside down. The unborn man shouted. Gu Hai's face turned cold, but he couldn't withdraw his fist at this moment. As soon as Jiang Lianshan took out his treasure, Gu Hai knew that he was in trouble. Soul-dispersing gourd? This was one of the few gourds that was as famous as the true fire gourd and immortal slaying gourd. Was it in Jiang Lianshan's hands? Buzz. After absorbing endless flames, the soul-dispersing gourd suddenly expanded. Jiang Lianshan immediately aimed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Hai's fire god. 99 divine sand, soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. Red divine sand rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. As soon as the divine sand came out, it absorbed the flames of the void and rushed toward Gu Hai like a meteor shower. Gu Hai instinctively felt threatened. He didn't have time to think and immediately activated the treasure in his body. Rising soil of breath. Gu Hai activated the earth god's treasure and a mountain-sized chunk of rising soil of breath rushed out. Rumble. The divine sand collided with the rising soil of breath. In an instant, both sides cancelled each other out. However, the rising soil of breath was weaker than the divine sand. The divine sand quickly absorbed the flames of the rising soil of breath and made countless holes in it. It continued to shoot toward Gu Hai. Vine World Gourd would restrains earth. Gu Hai waved his hand again. Rumble. In an instant, countless vines rushed out from the Vine World Gourd and rushed toward the divine sand. Sure enough, wood restrains earth, creating a miraculous effect. The vines rushed into the divine sand as if they wanted to take root in the divine sand and shatter it. The Vine World Gourd is indeed able to restrain the soul-dispersing gourd. Unfortunately, this is the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. Rise. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. The endless flames of the 8-direction sea swarmed toward the Vine World Gourd. In an instant, the vines were burned to ashes. It was also in the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames that the Vine World Gourd was restrained in every aspect. The power of the magic treasure could not be displayed at all. The vines burned rapidly. The divine sand was powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Gu Hai's fire god. Gu Hai's expression changed. He no longer held back and immediately took out the Arctic Gourd. The Arctic Gourd was the result of Gu Hai's battle with Rokudo Shinkuan's water god physique 800,000 years ago. It was powerful and extremely cold. Extreme Frost Gourd. Use water to counter fire. Go. Gu Hai shouted. The gourd's mouth opened. Terrifying blue frigid chi rushed out of the gourd and rushed toward Jiang Lianshan. Swoosh. The frigid chi rushed out and the surrounding flames dispersed. The terrifying frigid chi rushed toward Jiang Lianshan's fire god. In an instant, Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. The fire god was of the fire element. Water restrains fire. The Arctic Gourd specialized in countering the fire god. Not good. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. Gu Hai's expression also changed because the frigid chi and the divine sand passed through each other without affecting the other. They passed through each other and reached each other's fire god. Boom 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 boom. A series of divine sand penetrated Gu Hai's fire god. In an instant, Gu Hai's fire god was filled with holes. In just an instant, Gu Hai's fire god was riddled with holes. Puff. Gu Hai spurted out a mouthful of blood. The fire god that was riddled with holes was severely injured and could no longer be used. He immediately retracted it back into his body and could only use his physical body to block the countless divine sand. Jiang Lianshan was not much better off. The blue frigid chi was especially effective against the fire god. When it rushed past Jiang Lianshan's fire god, the latter curled up as if it was frozen and lost contact with the surrounding flames. Ka 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 ka. A large number of cracks appeared on Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It was severely injured. Puff. Jiang Lianshan also spurted out a mouthful of blood and retracted his fire god. Boom. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan's palms were forcefully retracted. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan retreated several hundred feet before they could stop. Arctic Gourd? Aha, so the Arctic Gourd is in your hands? Jiang Lianshan glared at Ying Qingcang. The appearance of the Arctic Gourd had a miraculous effect. Jiang Lianshan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Gu Hai was also depressed at this moment. Under the soul-dispersing gourd, the fire god was riddled with holes and was heavily injured. Arctic Gourd? That should be mine. Ingo's eyes lit up as if he wanted to snatch it away by force. At this moment, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan were both severely injured. The two looked at each other coldly, seemingly unwilling to accept the result. But at this moment, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from outside the 8-direction C array. It was as if someone was forcefully destroying the array. Who? Jiang Lianshan's face sank as he looked in the direction of the loud sound. The attack just now was too powerful. Ingo? I know you are inside. Give me back my Jingwei. An angry roar came from outside. Sister, it's my sister. The Jingwei was pleasantly surprised. Huh. This is troublesome. It must be because the battle just now was too loud and attracted her. Ingo's face sank. That wicked girl? Jiang Lianshan's face was pale as he said gloomily. Boom. Another loud sound. The entire 8-direction C array shook as if it was about to break open. Father, sister is here. Open the array and let sister in. The Jingwei shouted. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai weakly and said, Gu Hai, you are really lucky. We will meet again. Stop right there. Gu Hai's face changed. He was about to pounce forward weakly. Whoosh. Jiang Lianshan swung his sleeve. Suddenly the array was engulfed in flames. In an instant Jiang Lianshan, Ingo and the Jingwei were engulfed in flames. In a flash the three of them disappeared in the flames. Jiang Lianshan, come out. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. In the outside world there was a loud sound. All the flames in the 8-direction C exploded. The array was instantly destroyed by the Ho's fist. The raging inferno that stretched for thousands of miles quickly died down. Gu Hai quickly lifted the surrounding flames. However, Jiang Lianshan and the other two were gone. Jiang Lianshan, come out. Gu Hai shouted furiously. However, Jiang Lianshan was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh. The Ho brought Ho-E and arrived in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai's fire god was severely injured. Except for his physical strength, all his fire god power was gone. His face was pale. He had used up a lot of energy. Gu Hai, unborn man? Why are you here? Ho-E said in surprise. You saw Jiang Lianshan just now? The Ho said with a gloomy face. Chapter 1148. The 8-direction C. Did you see Jiang Lianshan just now? You asked with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai nodded. Seeing Gu Hai nod, Yu's pupils shrank and he waved his hand. Boom. All of the flames in the 8 directions sea immediately sank into the sea, and there was no end to it. It's useless. If he really is Jiang Lianshan and stayed here for 800,000 years, you won't be able to find him if he wants to hide from you. Gu Hai shook his head. Was what you saw the real Jiang Lianshan? Seeing that he couldn't find Jiang Lianshan, you looked at Gu Hai. I'm not sure. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. He has the shadow of Jiang Lianshan in him, but there's something about him that Jiang Lianshan shouldn't have. Gu Hai said with a frown. Humanity? You looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Although I didn't talk to him much, his tone was full of coldness. It was like Yuanshi Qianzuan's cold-blooded and heartless. No, it should be more thorough than Yuanshi Qianzuan. Yuanshi Qianzuan still cared about the Tongtian sect master, but Jiang Lianshan didn't. Oh. I mentioned Murong Yen to him, but his expression was very calm as a passerby. He watched Murong Yen die, but he didn't feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Gu Hai said with a frown. Then it's fake. You said in a low voice. No, as I said just now, there are traces of Jiang Lianshan. Other than being cold-blooded and heartless, his way of thinking is still Jiang Lianshan. He also has all of Jiang Lianshan's memories, so I find it very strange. Gu Hai shook his head. Way of thinking? You frowned slightly. Yes, even his attitude towards Qiyu was the same, but he didn't care at all. Oh, right, he said that he had been staying in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea for the past 800,000 years. Did he pass on some things to Jiang Lianshan from 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai asked curiously. That's true. Jiang Lianshan obtained many of his secrets from the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Of course, very few people know about this. It seems like he obtained them from somewhere else. Bai said in a low voice. I have a feeling that he wants to use the vermilion bird deity to do something. The elite guards might be in danger, so... Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yu's face darkened. There are many formations in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Most of them should have been arranged by him. As for how to break them and how to enter, I don't know. His fire deity was severely injured by me, and it won't be able to recover in a short time. However, he has Ingo by his side. That Ingo looked very gloomy, so I'm sure that she didn't use her full strength. She and Jiang Lianshan might be using each other. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Old thing, you can't rest in peace even after death. Yu's face darkened. His Holiness, Gu Hai seems to be heavily injured now? Hou-Yi whispered to Yu. An injured Gu Hai, should he kill him? The cold light in Hou-Yi's eyes made Gu Hai's face turn cold, and he became extra cautious. Yu looked at Hou-Yi and said, You want to kill Gu Hai? You won't be able to. We should go. Yes. Hou-Yi nodded with a blank look on his face. Gu Hai's pale face showed that he was severely injured and weak. Why can't I kill him? You didn't explain, and Hou-Yi didn't dare to ask. No matter how many formations there are, as long as that old thing doesn't die, he'll be a disaster. I'm going to find him. You said to Gu Hai and prepared to leave. Be careful and protect the elite guards. I need to recuperate and catch up with you as soon as possible. Gu Hai said. Yu flicked his sleeves and disappeared with Hou-Yi in the 8-directions sea. His Holiness, are you okay? The unborn man rushed up. Gu Hai put away the bottle gourds and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Blood spurted out of Gu Hai's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. His Holiness. The unborn man exclaimed. Leave this place first. Gu Hai said weakly. Yes. The unborn man was extremely anxious. Gu Hai and the unborn man steered the ship and quickly left the 8-directions sea. Gu Hai leaned against the railing and seemed to be on the verge of death. Not long after Gu Hai and the rest left, a divine general nether flame slowly crawled out from the bottom of the 8-directions sea. God Marshal Minghua had seen everything that had happened. At the same time, in a quiet valley in the East Spirit Fire Sea, Xiahou Shou saw everything clearly through this divine general nether flame. Jiang Lianshan? His Holiness in the Dian dynasty? What 800,000 years ago? I've been in the East Spirit Fire Sea for 30 years. Did something drastic happen in the outside world? Xiahou Shou was slightly stunned. 30 years. Too many things had happened in the past 30 years. Xiahou Shou had been in the East Spirit Fire Sea for the past 30 years. At most, he would go out and capture a large number of ghost citizens. How would he know that the world of the living had been turned upside down? Humph, no matter what happens in the outside world, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I get the treasure here, I can reach the peak. Even Fushi might not be able to do that. That's the treasure of the vermilion bird, the power of the vermilion bird supreme. Xiahou Shou clenched his withered fists. Unborn man? I can see your attitude. Are you looking for me? We 8 branches longevity cultivators have our own strengths. We don't interfere with each other's business. Why are you looking for me? Seems like you're greedy and want my longevity soul? Hey, you're really courting death. Xiahou Shou looked at the image in front of him. Since I know that Jiang Lianshan has been in the East Spirit Fire Sea all this time, I'm relieved. Dongfang Shou, that idiot, doesn't know as much about gossip as Jiang Lianshan? Take it slow, there's no hurry. I'll deal with the unborn man first. In this place your strength is only at the level of the Yuanying state. How dare you enter the East Spirit Fire Sea? You must be tired of living. If you want to deal with me, I'll eat you first, ha ha ha. That Guhai is the helper you found, right? If it was before, I would have to be careful of him. It's a pity that the spirit-dispersing gourd has been riddled with holes by the divine sand. It's useless now. Since that's the case, I don't have to worry. Since he delivered himself to me, it's not bad to refine him into a puppet. And the Arctic gourd, the True Fire gourd, and the Vine Realm gourd? They're all good treasures and they're all mine. Alright, there's the soil of breath. Although it's a little weak, it's not bad, ha 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 ha. Xiahou Shou laughed sinisterly. The unborn man steered the large ship and quickly traversed the 8 seas. Guhai leaned against the railing. His face was pale and he looked extremely weak. He seemed to be trying to regulate his breathing and recuperate. However, this was the East Spirit Fire Sea. It would not be easy for the fire god to recover from his injuries. His Holiness, let's get out of the East Spirit Fire Sea first. We'll come back later. The unborn man said anxiously. Guhai looked pale and did not speak. But at this moment, roar. Suddenly there was a loud roar. It was a divine martial Minghua riding a warhorse and charging over on the sea. Divine martial Minghua? The unborn man's expression changed. Use the Arctic gourd. Guhai took out the Arctic gourd. The unborn man did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the Arctic gourd and charged toward the divine martial Minghua. The divine martial Minghua's chain smashed toward the large ship. The cold air of the Arctic gourd also exploded. Boom. Crack. Crack. Under the strong cold air, the chain was frozen and shattered. The cold air rushed toward the divine martial Minghua, who immediately retreated. Swoosh. A large amount of cold air rushed over. The divine martial Minghua was severely injured and retreated far away. His Holiness, I can only activate 1% of your Arctic gourd's power. It is much weaker than yours. The unborn man said with a bitter smile. It's okay. Be careful. Guhai shook his head. In the distance, the divine martial Minghua absorbed some flames from the sea of fire to warm his body. Then he charged over again. However, the unborn man had the Arctic gourd. He did not dare to get close. The divine martial Minghua could only charge into the sea of fire and create huge waves. Guhai took out the true fire gourd for the unborn man to use so that the unborn man could protect the small ship. Luckily, this is only the divine martial Minghua of the middle celestial palace level. The unborn man said after taking a deep breath. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from afar. Another 3 divine martial Minghua were galloping over. Another 3? That's good. The divine martial Minghua is violent and often kills each other. He will steal the other party's lifespan. Maybe we can take advantage of the chaos and leave. The unborn man said with anticipation. However, the reality was not what the unborn man thought. The 3 new divine martial Minghua suddenly attacked the large ship at the same time. Even though the unborn man used the 2 gourds to protect himself, they still blasted a huge hole in the ship with a loud boom. Oh no, they are together, the unborn man shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 divine martial Minghua kept attacking the large ship. The unborn man used the true fire gourd and the Arctic gourd to block the attacks time and time again. After a while, he finally managed to reach the shore. The unborn man coincidentally used the Arctic gourd to freeze one of the divine martial Minghua and snatched his flaming warhorse. Guhai rode on his warhorse with a weak body. The unborn man used the 2 gourds to block the attacks of the 4 divine martial Minghua. Along the way, the unborn man had a close shave with death. Soon, the 4 divine martial Minghua turned into 6. 6 divine martial Minghua with the strength of a middle celestial palace? The unborn man swallowed his saliva. He was in a terrible mood. He was in a sorry state as he tried to block the attacks. Your Majesty, they are actually together. This is bad. Moreover, I feel that they are not in a hurry to attack us. Instead, they seem to want to drive us somewhere. The unborn man said anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. Guhai coughed for a while. He looked at the 6th divine martial Minghua and nodded with a terrible expression. Are they together with the self-destructing divine martial Minghua? Wouldn't that mean that they are all divine martial Minghua under Xiahou Shou's control? If they are under his control, Xiahou Shou would know where we are, the unborn man said anxiously. We'll take it one step at a time. Block them first, then find a way out. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the unborn man said anxiously. The unborn man continued to block the 6th divine martial Minghua. They protected the weakened Gu Hai and drove him somewhere. At the same time they searched for a way out. It was a quiet valley. Xiahou Shou looked at the scene before him and revealed a cold smile. This Gu Hai is indeed a cripple. The true fire gourd? The Arctic gourd? What a waste in the hands of the unborn man. Come to me. Ah. Xiahou Shou laughed as he looked at the scene. Most of his attention was on the unborn man. As for that sickly Gu Hai, he no longer paid any attention to him. Because Xiao Chen was not paying attention, he did not notice the cold look in Gu Hai's eyes. He also did not notice the mocking smile that Gu Hai hid behind his hand when he coughed. Chapter 1149. Gu Hai had indeed been severely injured by the soul-scattering gourd's divine sand, but he was not so weak that he could not fight back. Otherwise Ming would not have said that Hou Yi could not kill Gu Hai at all. More and more divine commanders of Underworld Flame were chasing the unborn man away. After 2 days and 2 nights of resisting, 10 divine commanders of Underworld Flame were dispatched by Xiahou Shou from all over the place. In these 2 days the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire was filled with loud bangs. Under the loud bangs the earth shook and the mountains shook. One could even hear Ming's cry for help. Gu Hai sat weakly on the flaming warhorse, quietly listening to the loud bangs. He knew that Ming was destroying the formations left by Jiang Lianshan one after another. Jiang Lianshan, is this really you? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. His Holiness, we are in trouble this time. The unborn man suddenly said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai turned his head. At this moment, the 10 divine commanders of Underworld Flame had stopped attacking. Gu Hai and the unborn man had been chased out of a huge blue boundary. The blue boundary was extremely gloomy because it was densely covered with human heads. No, it should be called blue ghost heads. However, only the heads of the ghosts were left. These heads still had spirituality, and their faces were twisted to the extreme, revealing expressions of extreme fear. This was a massive barrier that was filled with countless ghostly heads. All around it, all of the flames were being forced to part ways. Looking at it from afar, it was exceptionally frightening. Ghost heads. This is an extremely evil longevity formation. Is Xiahou Shou inside? The unborn man said anxiously. Ghost heads. Cut off ghost heads to set up the formation? What's the use of this longevity formation? Gu Hai asked. To collect the chi of fear from these ghost heads. The unborn man said. Aura of fear? Gu Hai was puzzled. I don't know what it's doing, but the aura of fear is usually used to prolong one's life. It's just that it's too vicious and evil. Using thousands of lives to prolong one's life, the sin is too great, and all the sin will fall on the person who prolonged the life. Normally, no longevity master would use it. Moreover, there are hundreds of millions of ghost heads. What kind of life is this? Why is it so big? The unborn man asked worriedly. Unborn man, I bet you didn't expect that we would meet again here, did you? A cold voice came from the ghost head longevity array. Xiahou Shou? What are you doing here? The unborn man suddenly shouted. Now, I should be the one asking you, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to catch up with me? Xiahou Shou's voice rang out from the array. The unborn man's aura was gloomy. Don't pretend to be so confident. This is the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea and everyone is suppressed. We are 8 lineages longevity masters. Except for me, who is from the Li Trigram lineage, the 7 of you together are no match for me here. Oh, by the way, you alone are 2 people? Shimen Shou and Qiufeng Shou? Xiahou Shou sneered. 7 people together? Ha, you haven't been out for a long time, right? The unborn man sneered. A long time? It's only been 30 years. What changes can there be in 30 years? So what if there are changes? We 8 lineages longevity masters don't care about 30 years. You mean this Gu Hai next to you, right? Yes, he is powerful. 2 days ago when he fought with Jiang Lianshan, I saw it clearly. If he was at his peak, I wouldn't have banished you all here. But now his fire god has been crippled. With his fire god crippled, he's basically crippled. Don't tell me you're still counting on him? Xiahou Shou sneered. Pa. At this moment, Gu Hai jumped down from the flaming warhorse. His Holiness. The unborn man walked over worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head and waved his hand, putting away the Arctic gourd and true fire gourd. You still want to resist? If I didn't ask Divine Martial Nether Flame to restrain himself, you would have been a pile of bones by now. The Ghost Head Longevity Array sneered again. Gu Hai looked at the Ghost Head Longevity Array and sneered, what changes can there be in 30 years? 30 years ago I was still immortal. Do you think 30 years has changed a lot? 30 years and your cultivation is only at this level? Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. 30 years, Gu Hai said coldly. Every year you go out and capture a large number of ghostly citizens for the sake of this Ghost Head Longevity Array, right? What, you want to do justice for the heavens? Xiahou Shou sneered disdainfully. I'm not doing justice for the heavens. I just feel that the undead are also spirits. You deserve to die for blaspheming the undead. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Deserve to die? You still want to deal with me? Your fire god is already full of holes. You are already a cripple. Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. Is that so? Gu Hai sneered. Aren't you sympathizing with this group of undead? Very well, I will turn you into an undead and then let you accompany them. Xiahou Shou said coldly. Just because of these Divine Martial Nether Flame? Gu Hai said with disdain. You are already seriously injured and you still want to use the True Fire Gourd and Arctic Gourd to be invincible? If you could use them, why did you let the unborn man use them for 2 days? If I hadn't held them back, you would have been dead. Xiahou Shou said coldly. The 5 of you, go and twist this Gu Hai's head off. Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. Yes. The 5 Divine Martial Nether Flame answered. His Holiness. The unborn man said anxiously. It's fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Whoosh. Suddenly, one of the Divine Martial Nether Flames stepped forward and threw a chain at Gu Hai. It looked like it was going to pierce Gu Hai's chest. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed the chain. Bang. Flames flared, and Gu Hai actually managed to grab the end of the chain with great might. What? The Divine Martial Nether Flame was stunned. Gu Hai grabbed the end of the chain and swung it violently. The Divine Martial Nether Flame was dragged up and thrown to the other Divine Martial Nether Flames. How dare you? The Divine Martial Nether Flame shouted angrily. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Hai seemed to have divine strength. The Divine Martial Nether Flame was like a meteor hammer. He smashed the 9 Divine Martial Nether Flame into pieces and they screamed in agony. Boom. In the end, Gu Hai threw the Divine Martial Nether Flame into the Ghost Head Longevity Array. He defeated 10 Divine Martial Nether Flames with a single swing of his hand? The unborn man was stunned and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. However, he immediately understood what was going on. His Holiness was pretending to be sick so that he could find Xiahou Shou. That was right. It was impossible to find a needle in a haystack. Xiahou Shou was the local tyrant. Why not pretend to be weak and let him find him? The Divine Martial Nether Flame, who had been smashed into pieces, were enraged and charged. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Hai slapped 3 times in a row. 3 huge palm lights formed in the air and slammed the Divine Martial Nether Flame into the Ghost Head Longevity Array. The sudden change did indeed surprise Xiahou Shou. So you were lying to me? Xiahou Shou's cold voice came from the Ghost Head Longevity Array. The fire god was riddled with holes and was severely injured. However, it had been 2 days. Much of the heaven-replenishing energy had entered the fire god to heal it. With the nourishment of the spiritual Mother Divine King, Gu Hai's injuries were healed. Even if his injuries were healed, his strong physical body was not something the Divine Martial Nether Flame of the Middle Sky Palace could compare to. Gu Hai stepped forward and looked coldly at the Ghost Head Longevity Array. Xiahou Shou? Do you want to come out yourself or do you want me to catch you? Gu Hai said coldly. In the Ghost Head Longevity Array, Xiahou Shou's expression changed. Gu Hai? You spent so much effort pretending to be sick just to find me? What? Xiahou Shou said coldly. Because I promised the unborn man that I would help him find all 8 longevity masters. Gu Hai said in a low voice. All 8 longevity masters? Xiahou Shou exclaimed. Apart from you there's still Dong Zongshou. If you don't want to suffer, come out yourself. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Unborn man you've already caught 4? Unborn man haha, I knew you were a wolf. I didn't expect you to do this after finding a backer. Xiahou Shou sneered. Is there any use in saying so much? Xiahou Shou, I'm now a subject of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. This is His Holiness of the Dahan. You've been inhumane all these years to cultivate longevity. You're destined to die. Today is the day you'll be executed. The unborn man sneered. I'm inhumane? You're no better. You followed Old Man Guanxi in the hope that he would help you catch us. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi ignored you. So you found this backer? Guhai. Humph, I'd like to see if you've recovered from your injury. Xiahou Shou sneered. Guhai looked at the unborn man and asked, do you know how to break this ghost head longevity array? I don't know what he's doing inside, so. The unborn man shook his head. Since you don't know, then forget it. Just smash it open. Guhai stepped forward. Just as Guhai stepped forward. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard from all directions. Guhai looked back and saw groups of war horses trampling over mountains in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame. Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame came one after another. In a short time, there were already 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame. All of them were full of fighting spirit and fury. Are these all of Xiahou Shou's subordinates in East Spirit Fire Sea? 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame? The unborn man's face changed. The Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame had strong auras. 10 of them were as strong as those from Heavenly Palace. They led the other Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame and quickly surrounded Guhai and the unborn man. Take these two down. Xiahou Shou's voice came from the Ghost Head Longevity Array. Yes. 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame shouted. Rumble. Instantly, 1,000 chains rushed toward Guhai and the unborn man. When the 1,000 chains attacked, it was like 10,000 horses galloping. This was especially so for the 10 Underworld Flame Divine Marshals from Heavenly Palace. The 10 chains looked like 10 flaming dragons opening their bloody mouths and tearing at Guhai. Guhai smiled coldly and the Arctic gourd appeared in his hand. As soon as the gourd opened, overwhelming blue cold air rushed out in all directions. Boom! With a loud sound, all the surrounding flames were forced away. The scene of 1,000 chains galloping stopped. No, it was frozen. The 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame, including the 10 Divine Marshals of Heavenly Palace, were all frozen into ice sculptures. The 1,000 chains stopped in midair, facing Guhai. They were stiff and could not move. Chapter 1150. Divine Marshal Underworld Flame was a dead spirit, and the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea suppressed the power of 3 souls. Divine Marshal Underworld Flame's power was mostly the power of the Fire God, which the Arctic Gourd specifically countered. Even the Arctic Gourd severely injured Jiang Lianshan, let alone the Divine Marshal Underworld Flame. The unborn man's earlier attack was too weak, so he could not cause much damage. However, Guhai was different. The 1,000 Divine Marshal Underworld Flame instantly lost their ability to fight. Guhai smiled coldly as he turned his head to look at the Ghost Head Lifespan Array again. Within the Ghost Head Lifespan Array, the previously arrogant Xiahou Shou was instantly silenced. There was no helping it. The scene before him was too strange. Normally, Divine Marshal Underworld Flame would handle the trivial matters properly. This was 1,000 Divine Marshal Underworld Flame. Even outside the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, they were a force to be reckoned with. However, that Arctic Gourd actually froze them instantly. Guhai walked to the Ghost Head Lifespan Array again and punched. Hong! The entire Ghost Head Lifespan Array shook violently. The countless ghost heads suddenly quivered as if they were startled awake. They all looked at Guhai. Kill me. Destroy me. I beg you, let me be destroyed. I don't want to be like this anymore. Save me. Save me. Countless ghost heads screamed miserably. Guhai's face sank. The punch earlier had opened a crack in the Ghost Head Lifespan Array. Through this crack, Guhai saw the scene inside. There were some flames inside as well, but they were much fewer than outside. It was a canyon. Countless trapped ghost citizens could not escape around the canyon. They all screamed miserably. At this moment, a strange Divine Marshal Underworld Flame sat cross-legged at the peak of the canyon. That Divine Marshal Underworld Flame gave off a scarlet fiery light, as if it was all blood. Sin turned into blood? Xiahou Shou is extending his life? The unborn man asked in surprise. The deity general of the infernal flames continued to reach out and grab the ghostly citizens before tearing them apart and devouring them one after another. However, it only devoured the bodies of the ghostly citizens and not the heads. It tossed the heads into the sky, and the heads were sucked into the Ghost Head Longevity Array as they screamed in terror. The Ghost Head Lifespan Array nourished waves of strange energy, ensuring that the ghost heads did not lose their consciousness. They only revealed boundless fear. One ghost head was nothing, but what about 100 million? What about 1 billion? The surging aura of fear once again surged towards the divine general of the underworld flame, as though it was giving the divine general of the underworld flame the power to repeat this action. The blood divine marshal created fear, and fear provided strength. Xiahou Shou's goal was to maintain the stability of the longevity array. The eyes of the blood divine commander were completely red, as if it had no consciousness of its own. However, Gu Hai could sense a threatening aura from it. What is Xiahou Shou doing? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. This subject does not know. The unborn man also looked into the distance in shock. The blood divine commander was at the top of the valley. Below, in the valley at the end of the valley, was the black-robed Xiahou Shou. The Arctic gourd is indeed a good treasure. However, it is too unfair for it to be in your hands. Xiahou Shou stood at the entrance of the valley and sneered. It is not unfair for it to be in your hands? This ghost head lifespan formation of yours does not look very impressive. If I throw another punch it will break, right? Gu Hai said coldly through the gap. The might of Gu Hai's fist was incomparably horrifying. Although he did not use his full power since Gu Hai said so, he naturally could do it. With one more punch, the ghost head lifespan formation would definitely break. It is indeed troublesome to deal with you a few days ago. However, even if you are strong now, what can you do? Xiahou Shou said coldly. Oh, besides Divine Commander Underworld Flame, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Gu Hai said coldly. Xiahou Shou's hand seemed to be stroking something. Gu Hai took a closer look and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Mao Tianyun? The unborn man shouted in surprise. Xiahou Shou's skinny hand was stroking a black cat. The black cat was very docile. There was a blood spot between its eyebrows and its eyes shone with a cold light. Mao Tianyun? So he is here? Gu Hai's face darkened. So, you know each other? That's great. This is a pet that I caught a few days ago. Alright, his name is Mao Tianyun. He is unparalleled in controlling fire and is invincible in dry spring. I spent a lot of effort to catch him. Xiahou Shou sneered. Meow. Mao Tianyun looked at Gu Hai and the unborn man who were outside the gap with red light in his eyes. At that moment, Mao Tianyun did not recognize the two of them. He only listened to Xiahou Shou's orders. Mao Tianyun is at the great completion stage of Heavenly Palace. How can you control him? Gu Hai's face darkened. His Holiness, look at the blood spot between Mao Tianyun's eyebrows. He must have fallen into Xiahou Shou's trap. He must have been blinded by resentment. That's why Xiahou Shou succeeded. The unborn man said. Resentment. Yes. The 1 billion ghost heads not only produce fear, but also resentment. Who wouldn't be resentful when their heads are taken away? Moreover, they have to look at their enemies every day but they can't fight back. The resentment must be very strong. However, there is no resentment in the surroundings. This means that Xiahou Shou has collected it. It is similar to Da Hong's control. He must have blinded Mao Tianyun with resentment. Then he took advantage of the situation. The unborn man said worriedly. How do we save Mao Tianyun? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Restrain Mao Tianyun and Xiahou Shou. I can undo the control. The unborn man said. Restrain? You should worry about yourselves. That Mao Tianyun is at the great circle of the heavenly palace. Although his 3 spiritual souls are suppressed here, he is still at the great circle of the heavenly palace. Who do you think you are? Sneered Xiahou Shou. However, Gu Hai did not pay any attention to him. He once again struck the ghost head longevity array with his fist. Go ahead and tear that Gu Hai to shreds. Xiahou Shou said coldly. Meow. Mao Tianyun roared and pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Gu Hai and clawed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. He deflected his fist and struck out. Hong. Both Mao Tianyun and Gu Hai paused. Meow. With a single meow, the surrounding sea of flames seemed to have been summoned. Surging flames surged towards Mao Tianyun, forming a fire force field around him. A terrifying aura rushed towards Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun of the fire element? Gu Hai's face darkened. He could see how powerful Mao Tianyun was. However, no matter how powerful he was still slightly weaker than Jiang Lianshan. However, Gu Hai did not want to hurt him. He did not use the Arctic gourd immediately. Gu Hai could only strike with his fist. Hong 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 hong. Gu Hai's fist and Mao Tianyun's claw collided again and again. The huge impact was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. The surrounding sea of flames shook violently. The unborn man was hiding in the distance. Xiahou Shou, who was inside, was shocked. Guhai. How is this possible? His injuries are all healed? How can he block a great circle of the heavenly palace? Xiahou Shou could not believe it. Previously, he thought that Guhai's abilities were all because of his Dharma treasures. Unborn man, who is this Guhai? Why have I never heard of him before? Xiahou Shou shouted again. Of course you haven't heard of him. Didn't His Holiness just say that he was just a mortal 30 years ago? The unborn man sneered. Mortal? 30 years? Whose reincarnation is he? Xiahou Shou asked again. No, His Holiness is not the reincarnation of anyone. His Holiness relied on himself. He walked step by step to where he is today. He killed people in the world of the living and established the Dahan Celestial Empire. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you understand his life? The unborn man sneered. Impossible. Establishing the Dahan Celestial Empire in the world of the living? Where is the world of the living? How can he establish the 3 holy lands and 3 celestial empires in the world of the living? Xiahou Shou said in disbelief. That's why I said that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. The 3 great celestial empires and 3 holy lands in the world of the living? How long ago was that? The unborn man sneered. How long ago? Wasn't everything fine 30 years ago? Alright, there's also that sky chest pavilion. Old man Guanxi must have faked his death. How can they tolerate a Dahan Celestial Empire? Xiahou Shou showed a trace of disbelief. It's not about whether they tolerate it or not. They can't stop it at all. Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Jianghu, and Matriarch Ji were all killed by His Holiness. The whole world knows about it, but you don't? The unborn man sneered. Xiahou Shou. After a long silence, Xiahou Shou sneered. Are you lying to me? That Guhai was still immortal 30 years ago. How can he kill them 30 years ago? Do you think I'm stupid? Xiahou Shou couldn't accept it. Those top-notch existences actually died in the hands of Guhai? What's in it for me to lie to you? Of the 3 holy lands and 3 great celestial empires, only the Wansho Taoism still exists. The rest are like dust. The unborn man sneered. Xiahou Shou still couldn't believe it. However, in just a moment of disbelief, boom! With a loud sound, Mao Tianyun was instantly smashed into the ground by Guhai. True Fire Gourd, absorb fire. Extreme Cold Gourd, cool down. Vine World Gourd, bind. Guhai shouted. Meow. Mao Tianyun let out an angry roar. The sounds of the battle in the distance had all stopped. The battle was over. The True Fire Gourd absorbed all the flames that Mao Tianyun controlled, including the pink aura formed by the dry spring. The Extreme Cold Gourd kept freezing Mao Tianyun, causing his body to stiffen. The Vine World Gourd tied him up. Mao Tianyun was restrained by Guhai in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so quickly that Xiahou Shou couldn't accept it. Could it be that what the unborn man said was true? Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Matriarch Ji, and Jiang Rulai were all killed by Guhai? If so, what kind of ferocious person did he offend? This is impossible. Mao Tianyun is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Xiahou Shou exclaimed. Outside the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, he was at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Here he isn't. Guhai said coldly. Guhai walked to the gap of the Ghost Head Longevity Array again. Unborn man, you said that as long as we capture Xiahou Shou, we can release Mao Tianyun's control? Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, His Holiness. The unborn man confirmed. That's good. I'll capture him. You save Mao Tianyun. Guhai turned and looked coldly at Xiahou Shou again. Chapter 1151. After restraining Mao Tianyun, Guhai looked at the Ghost Head Longevity Array again and punched it. The loud sound of the punch breaking through the air showed how powerful it was. Once it landed, the Ghost Head Longevity Array would definitely explode. Xiahou Shou was furious. How dare you? Array change. Xiahou Shou waved his hand, and the Ghost Head Longevity Array in front of Guhai shrunk and retreated. Boom! Guhai's punch missed. Even so, it still created a huge shockwave. Countless ghost heads suddenly surged toward the Crimson Divine General at the peak of the canyon. Whoosh! Under Xiahou Shou's control, the Crimson Divine General stood up, opened its mouth and inhaled. Roar! He watched as the 1 billion ghost heads were devoured by the Divine Commander. No! Save me! Save me! Countless ghost heads screamed in agony. However, it was useless. The aura of the Crimson Divine General seemed to be able to tear the entire void apart. Swallowing 1 billion ghost heads was not enough. As it opened its mouth, The hundreds of millions of ghostly citizens around the canyon were sucked into the Crimson Divine General's mouth. The red light around the Crimson Divine General increased, and its sins increased. Save me. Save me. Senior, save me. Don't eat me. The hundreds of millions of ghostly citizens screamed non-stop, and the Crimson Divine General's body grew bigger and bigger. Xiahou Shou, who was not far away, wanted to control it, but he was knocked away by a force on the Crimson Divine General's body. Xiahou Shou, what is this? You can't even control it yourself? The unborn man exclaimed. Gu Hai took a step forward and appeared in front of the Crimson Divine General in an instant. He punched at the Crimson Divine General, hoping to save the ghostly citizens. Roar! The Crimson Divine General felt threatened by Gu Hai, and its eyes glowed red. Its fist collided with Gu Hai's fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the canyon beneath the Crimson Divine General exploded. Gu Hai paused, but the Blood Divine General didn't retreat half a step. All of the netherworldly citizens were swallowed by his mouth in an instant. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. His punch was actually unable to force the Crimson Divine Marshal back. What kind of monster was this? How could its strength be on par with Jiang Lianshan? Kill him, kill him. Xiahou Shou pointed at Gu Hai and roared. Although Xiahou Shou could not get close to the Divine Commander, the Divine Commander was still unconscious and could listen to Xiahou Shou's orders, especially the orders to kill. Kill? The Crimson Divine General roared and immediately pounced towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face sank, but he saw the Sanguine Divine General suddenly extend its right hand and cleave down from above. Shing! A beam of golden light suddenly appeared and shot straight at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed and he met the attack with a punch. Boom! A loud boom rang out as Gu Hai was sent flying back 300 meters. There was a huge trench in the ground that was at least 50 miles long. It was a trench that had been left behind by Sword Chi. Divine Sword? Is this the move of the Divine Sword? Gu Hai's expression changed. Kill? The Crimson Divine General charged towards Gu Hai again. It raised its hand and cleaved down at Gu Hai again and again. On the ground, sword scars were left one after another. The terrifying sword scars traversed 1,000 miles and headed straight for Gu Hai. Fortunately, Gu Hai's body was impenetrable, so he wasn't injured. Only a few white marks were left on his skin. The life-extinguishing saber clashed with the Divine Sword again and again. The Crimson Divine General's strength was actually on par with his. Gu Hai's heart was already in turmoil. Divine Sword? What is the Divine Sword? Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body was the Divine Sword. It was the Divine Sword. It couldn't be wrong. This Crimson Divine General was related to Rokudo Shinkuan? So terrifying? The might of the Divine Sword displayed the terrifying power of the Crimson Divine General. How is this possible? Even with such ferocious power it couldn't hurt Gu Hai? Xiahou Shou was also shocked. Xiahou Shou naturally knew how powerful the Crimson Divine General was. If it weren't for Supreme Vermilion Bird's treasure, Xiahou Shou could have dominated the world with the Crimson Divine General. However, the Crimson Divine General in front of him was blocked by Gu Hai. Although there was no clear victor, the battle at this moment made Xiahou Shou's heart skip a beat. Xiahou Shou was anxious. However, the Crimson Divine General didn't need to be controlled by Xiahou Shou anymore. It was now angry and charged towards Gu Hai again and again. Xiahou Shou suddenly turned his head and looked at the unborn man not far away. The unborn man had the strength of the Yuanying state. Humph, I can't do anything to Gu Hai for now. I'll catch you first. Xiahou Shou stared and instantly charged towards the unborn man. The unborn man was shocked when he saw Xiahou Shou charging towards him. He only had the strength of the Yuanying state in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. How could he be a match for Xiahou Shou? However, the unborn man also had a magic treasure. Buzz. However, a golden alms bowl flew out and suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. Then, it descended from the sky and enveloped the unborn man and Mao Tianyun. Boom. It was like a huge iron box that covered the unborn man and Mao Tianyun. Humph, you think you can stop me with a big pot? Power of fire break. Xiahou Shou slammed his palm down. Clang. The golden alms bowl suddenly released a golden light wheel that instantly dissipated the power of Xiahou Shou's palm. This is not a big pot, but the Vairocana golden alms bowl that the Vairocana Buddha lent us before we left. It's powerful and boundless. In the sea of fire, it's like an indestructible enchantment. No matter how you attack, you won't be able to break it. The unborn man shouted from within the golden alms bowl. There's no such thing as an indestructible enchantment. Earthline Golden Dragon, heed my call. Li Fire Essence, break this golden alms bowl. Xiahou Shou roared again. Arg! 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 Suddenly, dragon roars came from underground as if fire dragons were rushing towards the golden alms bowl. Boom! 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 It was as if mountains were crashing into the golden alms bowl. The golden alms bowl only shook but didn't break. How can the Vairocana Buddhist treasure be so easy to break? Unless you have the power of His Holiness, you, Xiahou Shou, are still far from it. The unborn man sneered from within the golden alms bowl. Humph, unborn man, come out. Xiahou Shou shouted coldly. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, the battle between Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine Commander was getting fiercer and fiercer. Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he blocked the divine sword again and again. Just as Gu Hai was familiarizing himself with the divine sword, the Crimson Divine Commander suddenly changed its move. It straightened its arms and bent its wrists like a hoe, chopping towards Gu Hai's shoulder. Boom. This slash was even more powerful than the holy sword from before. It caught Gu Hai off guard, and with one strike, Gu Hai's arm caved in. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain as he dodged another heavy blow. Ka, ka. After twisting his shoulder, the collapsed shoulder was restored. However, Gu Hai was even more surprised by the Crimson Divine Commander's identity. This is Jiang Lianshan's Shenong Ho, Jiang Lianshan's move, Jiang Lianshan's move? Gu Hai was shocked. Brr. The Crimson Divine Commander pounced towards Gu Hai again. With one hand holding Rokudo Shinkuin's divine sword and the other hand holding Jiang Lianshan's divine sword, Gu Hai found it extremely difficult to deal with. It was hard to determine the victor. In the midst of the battle, Gu Hai turned his head to look at Xiahou Shou and his eyes lit up. Boom. This time, when he clashed with the Crimson Divine Commander, Gu Hai showed weakness and allowed a heavy blow to his back. Gu Hai borrowed the force and rushed towards Xiahou Shou. Xiahou Shou was attacking the Vairocana Golden Alms Bowl and did not expect Gu Hai to target him. Xiahou Shou! Gu Hai shouted. Xiahou Shou quivered and turned his head. However, it was too late. Gu Hai was already in front of him. What? Save me! Xiahou Shou exclaimed. The Crimson Divine Commander pounced forward with all his might. However, Gu Hai's palm had already landed on Xiahou Shou's body. Boom. Xiahou Shou was heavily injured and fell to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai's strength was so great that Xiahou Shou could not resist at all. Quick, save me, save me! Xiahou Shou shouted at the Crimson Divine Commander. However, the Crimson Divine Commander was not thinking clearly and did not save Xiahou Shou. Instead, it started fighting with Gu Hai again. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, the Crimson Divine Commander was so enraged that it lost its mind. It attacked Gu Hai again and again. At this moment, the unborn man put away the Mahavarakana Golden Alms Bowl and walked over to Xiahou Shou with a cold smile. Ah! It turns out that even you cannot control this Crimson Divine Commander. As he spoke, the unborn man reached out and restrained the heavily injured Xiahou Shou. Unborn man, you will die a horrible death. What are you trying to do? Xiahou Shou shouted angrily. The unborn man immediately placed some restrictions on Xiahou Shou's body. Then he tapped Xiahou Shou's glabella. Bam! The unborn man tapped Xiahou Shou's glabella. He took out a drop of blood from his glabella and tapped it on Mao Tianyun's glabella. Mao Tianyun's glabella trembled and a gust of red qi rushed from his glabella to Xiahou Shou's head. No, no. Resentment transfer? Unborn man, you dare to harm me? Xiahou Shou shouted in shock. This is the resentment that you sent to Mao Tianyun's head. Enjoy this resentment yourself. Ah! The unborn man laughed. The resentment rushed into Xiahou Shou's head. Xiahou Shou immediately cried out in pain, ah! After a series of cries, Xiahou Shou was no longer in the mood to talk. Mao Tianyun, on the other hand, woke up weakly. What happened? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. His Holiness Mao Tianyun is awake. The unborn man shouted. In the sky, Gu Hai, who was fighting, waved his hand. Whoosh! The three gourds instantly left Mao Tianyun and arrived at Gu Hai. Meow, what happened? My head hurts. Unborn man? Why are you here? Mao Tianyun twisted his body and asked in shock. Even without Xiahou Shou's control, the Crimson Divine General is not affected? Mao Tianyun, help His Holiness to subdue the Crimson Divine General. The unborn man said. Mao Tianyun raised his head and saw the battle between Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General. What is this? Rokudo Shinkuin's move? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. Not only that, he also knows Jiang Lianshan's move. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Chapter 1152. Without much hesitation, Mao Tianyun rushed into the sky. The Crimson Divine General was in a rage. He received Xiahou Shou's last order and kept attacking Gu Hai. His moves were terrifying and powerful. His body was as tough as Gu Hai's, as though he was invulnerable. Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General were unable to hurt each other. Meow. Mao Tianyun rushed into the sky and attacked the Crimson Divine General from the back. Dang. The Crimson Divine General slashed Mao Tianyun with his divine sword and sent him flying. Meow. I don't believe it. Mao Tianyun was at a disadvantage and rushed forward again. Boom. While the Crimson Divine General was unprepared, Mao Tianyun attacked its back. However, the effect was not obvious. The Crimson Divine General was invulnerable. Mao Tianyun's claws were bent, but he could not hurt it. Meow. How can this be? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. You don't have to attack anymore. Although you are better than the others in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, your strength is still suppressed, Gu Hai shouted. Then what should we do? Lure him out. You take the unborn man and lead the way, Gu Hai shouted. All right. Mao Tianyun nodded gloomily. The Arctic Gourd, True Fire Gourd, and Vine World Gourd had all been used on the Crimson Divine General. However, the Crimson Divine General was immune to all of them. This made Gu Hai feel very surprised. Gu Hai's body was invulnerable. He was on par with the Crimson Divine General. Mao Tianyun and the unborn man led the way in front. Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General retreated as they fought and moved out of the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Gu Hai knew that once they were out of the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, the Crimson Divine General would not be his match. He did not even have to do it himself. A group of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Realm officials would be able to subdue the Crimson Divine General. Now, while the Crimson Divine General was still confused, he had to lure it out. Following the path that they had come from, the group moved quickly. In just 4 hours, they had arrived at the border of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Quick, lure him out and let me teach him a lesson. Mao Tianyun immediately shouted and rushed out. When he reached the border, the Crimson Divine Commander suddenly stopped. He turned around and headed towards the depths of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. What? He doesn't want to come out? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Gu Hai was flabbergasted. Wasn't the Blood Divine Marshal unconscious? How did he know that it was dangerous outside? Gu Hai immediately pounced forward. The Crimson Divine Marshal continued to battle with Gu Hai, but he was lured to the edge of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames several times, unwilling to leave. What should we do now? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. You guys go back first. Unborn man, immediately interrogate Xiahou Shou. What is this Blood Divine Commander? Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The unborn man replied. However, Gu Hai was unwilling to leave the Crimson Divine Commander behind. Mao Tianyun quickly brought the unborn man back to the Eternal capital. In the Eternal capital, Skeleton Gu Hai had been waiting for a long time. How long will it take for this Xiahou Shou to wake up? Gu Hai asked. I will do my best. I want to go to the Longevity Temple. The unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man brought Xiahou Shou to his residence. After entering the Longevity Temple, he placed Xiahou Shou on an 8 trigrams platform. He reached out and tapped Xiahou Shou's forehead. The resentment between Xiahou Shou's eyebrows instantly emerged. The unborn man used a small bottle to collect it. Xiahou Shou's hood had already been removed. A thin and shriveled old man with disheveled hair looked at the unborn man miserably. Unborn man, you captured me? You captured me? No. Xiahou Shou roared in shock and anger. If you don't want to die so early, then tell me immediately. What is that Crimson Divine Commander? Ghost Head Longevity Array hee. Normal people can't withstand that intense chi of fear. Even a perfect Heavenly Palace expert would be crippled. However, the Crimson Divine Commander withstood it. Who is he? The unborn man asked. Ha ha ha, you want to know? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. Xiahou Shou said coldly. This is not the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. I am not your opponent in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. But here you are under my control. I have 10,000 ways to deal with you. The unborn man said coldly. Xiahou Shou snorted. You asked for it. The unborn man reached out and activated the 8 trigrams platform. Wong. The chain that pierced through Xiahou Shou's shoulder blade immediately triggered waves of electricity, causing Xiahou Shou to tremble. The unborn man took out a black worm and slowly stuffed it into Xiahou Shou's glabella. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiahou Shou exclaimed. If you don't want to tell me, then I will do it myself, the unborn man said coldly. Corpse worm? No, I will tell you. Don't do it. Xiahou Shou exclaimed. The unborn man ignored him and let the corpse worm drill into Xiahou Shou's head. Xiahou Shou trembled violently. The unborn man then drew a series of runes on Xiahou Shou's head. After a while, Xiahou Shou stopped struggling. However, at this moment, Xiahou Shou's eyes had become hollow. What is the origin of that crimson divine commander? The unborn man asked. I don't know. Xiahou Shou said blankly. You don't know? Then how did you get it? The unborn man asked coldly. 30 years ago, I saw it in a secluded valley in the eastern spirit fire sea. At that time it was already riddled with holes and looked like a broken piece of wood. However, this broken piece of wood emitted a terrifying aura. I felt that it was extraordinary and wanted to refine it. Unexpectedly, it still had spirituality, so I wanted to refine it into the Netherworld Flame Divine Commander. Xiahou Shou explained blankly. Broken piece of wood riddled with holes? The unborn man said in surprise. After he was refined into the Netherworld Flame Divine Commander, I couldn't fully control it. His consciousness was also very blurry. He kept mentioning the words Vermilion Bird's Treasure, Immortal of 6 Paths, and His Holiness was unwilling. Xiahou Shou explained. Vermilion Bird's Treasure? Immortal of 6 Paths? His Holiness was unwilling? The unborn man said in shock. His strength made me realize that I might have come into contact with some kind of great treasure, especially the Vermilion Bird's Treasure. His consciousness was blurred, but he was still brooding about it. I guessed that the Vermilion Bird's treasure must be something extraordinary. Perhaps it was the Vermilion Bird Supreme's treasure. I had to get the secret he was talking about. Therefore, while searching for the Vermilion Bird's treasure, I captured countless ghostly citizens to prolong his life, hoping that he could wake up. Unfortunately, his thoughts became more and more chaotic and blurred. Xiahou Shou said blankly. Ghost head longevity array? Such an evil method would of course make him more confused. However, did you find anything in the past 30 years? The unborn man asked. No, I searched the entire eastern spirit fire sea. Other than some places with countless arrays, I found nothing. There were other people in the eastern spirit fire sea. I sent other Netherworld Flame Divine Commanders to investigate those arrays, but they were always gone. I didn't dare to go personally. Coincidentally, Gu Hai and the unborn man captured one of my Netherworld Flame Divine Commanders and wanted to find me. I used them to find out who was in the array. In the end I found Jiang Lianshan. Xiahou Shou explained blankly. What about Mao Tianyun? The unborn man asked. On the day Mao Tianyun entered, I found out that he had entered one of the 8 diagrams arrays set up by Jiang Lianshan. That array was very dangerous. When he came out, he was already in a daze. I captured him with the Crimson Divine Commander and poured resentment into him, making him work for me. Xiahou Shou said blankly. Mao Tianyun, did you get a bargain? The unborn man asked strangely. Yes. The Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Since you have already walked through it and know the locations of all the formations, draw them out. The unborn man instructed. Yes. Xiahou Shou answered. Before long, the unborn man brought a map to where Skeleton Gu Hai was. His Holiness, this is the array map of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, and... The unborn man described his question to Gu Hai. A piece of broken wood? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. How could a piece of broken wood be so powerful? Is there a way to wake this piece of broken wood up? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That Crimson Divine Commander has devoured more than 1 billion ghostly citizens. He is filled with fear, endless sin, and resentment. He needs to release those ghostly citizens and send them into the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps. The unborn man explained. Release. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes. Although they were devoured by the Crimson Divine Commander, this is a type of longevity array. Logically speaking, they have not been completely destroyed. They are just struggling in the Crimson Divine Commander's stomach. They cannot be released. The unborn man explained. Let's do it then. Gu Hai nodded. But releasing souls is not my strength, the unborn man said worriedly. It's fine. Mahavairakana should be familiar with this. The Eastern Spirit Fire Sea is too dangerous. You don't have to go in anymore. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the unborn man nodded. There is still Dong Zhongsho. I will find him as soon as possible. Gu Hai said. Thank His Holiness. the unborn man said gratefully. After sending off the unborn man, Gu Hai immediately invited Mahavairakana over. Mahavairakana readily agreed. He gave Mahavairakana a map and pointed out his location. 2 days later, Mahavairakana arrived at the depths of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Gu Hai's main body was in a stalemate with the Crimson Divine Commander. He pinned it to the ground and both of them were unable to move. Amit Ba. Mr. Good, I'm coming. Mahavairakana suddenly appeared in front of them. Start releasing souls. Gu Hai shouted as he suppressed the Crimson Divine Commander. Releasing souls is not difficult. However, I just sensed that the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea seems to be suppressed by a force. The reincarnation passage is blocked. Mahavairakana frowned. Release souls into my celestial dome of the ancients. Wake this Crimson Divine Commander up first. Gu Hai instructed. All right. Mahavairakana nodded. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and recited lines of Buddhist scriptures. They turned into golden swastikas. In an instant, countless swastikas entered the Crimson Divine Commander's body. Ah! The Crimson Divine Commander cried out in pain. Black gas suddenly emerged from its body. After the black gas passed, blue ghosts were released from its body. They bowed to Gu Hai and Mahavairakana gratefully. Gu Hai immediately sent the ghosts into the celestial dome of the ancients to be reincarnated. Buddhist chants sounded as Mahavairakana released souls. The Crimson Divine Commander struggled frantically. However, the Gu Hai before him was not weaker than him at all. Again and again, Gu Hai pushed him to the ground and continued to purify his soul. Chapter 1153. No matter how hard the Crimson Divine General struggled, the surface of its body continued to spurt out billowing black gas. The boundless sinful red light was also rapidly dissipating. Every word of Mahavairakana's transcendence was heavenly music. The ghostly citizens within the Crimson Divine General's body were transcended one after another and reincarnated into the immortal vault of antiquity. Just like that, Gu Hai fought and transcended at the same time. After a day, the Crimson Divine General finally calmed down and stopped attacking Gu Hai. Moreover, its body shape was slowly changing. Gradually, the armor disappeared and it turned back into the shape of a withered tree root. However, the withered tree root seemed to be alive. Its head was extremely old. Moreover, it had the shape of a human like a skinny old man. Cough, 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 cough. A series of coughs sounded like an old man with one foot in the grave. After transcending, the aura of fear that extended its life has also dissipated. Its life. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. At that moment, although the Crimson Divine General still exuded a dangerous aura, it was already extremely old and had difficulty moving. Gu Hai? Cough, cough, we meet again. I didn't expect you to become so powerful now. The withered tree old man that the Crimson Divine General had transformed into suddenly spoke. You know me? Gu Hai was surprised. I have offended you previously. My life force was already exhausted and I had reached the end of my life. However, a trace of stubbornness was still lingering in my heart. When I was in a deep sleep, Master Sho took the opportunity to refine me into the Divine General of Netherworld Flame for him to use. Unfortunately, the more he extended my life, the more my consciousness became blurrier. Now, I can barely wake up because of your transcendence. The withered tree old man sighed. You know me? Who are you? At the same time, you know the moves of Rokudo Shinkuin and Jiang Lianshan. I don't remember you. Gu Hai was surprised. Gu Hai didn't remember the withered tree old man's ability. You have seen me before. However, I wasn't like this back then and I didn't speak to you. The withered tree old man said bitterly. You are? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I'm His Holiness's Ho. The old man sighed. Ho. Shenong Ho? The fourth of the 16 great magic weapons of ancient times, Jiang Lianshan's Shenong Ho? Gu Hai asked in surprise. That's right. You're suppressed here but I'm not. That's why I was able to fight evenly with you earlier. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't be a match for you. Kumu said with a bitter smile. You actually have intelligence? Wait a minute. You followed us to 800,000 years ago and stayed there with Jiang Lianshan until 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai asked with a frown. To be precise, I slept in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea for 800,000 years. This is the place where His Holiness died. His Holiness died peacefully. At that moment, His Holiness seemed to have seen Murong Yen. Although he was crushed by Rokudo Shinkuin, His Holiness wanted to die. At the moment of his death, His Holiness left with a smile on his face. Shinong Ho said with a bitter smile. You're saying that Jiang Lianshan is dead? Gu Hai frowned in surprise. Jiang Lianshan is dead? Then who is the Jiang Lianshan I saw earlier? Shinong Ho didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Gu Hai's words. He nodded and said, His Holiness fought with Rokudo Shinkuin for a long time. Rokudo Shinkuin used the sacred sword many times against me. During the battle I also learned the sacred sword. Unfortunately, in the end I was also riddled with holes. My hoe was destroyed in the battle, leaving me with only the hoe handle. You learned the sacred sword from Rokudo Shinkuin? But you just said that Jiang Lianshan is dead? Then who was the person I saw a few days ago? Wasn't he Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai frowned. This is also the reason why I can't let go of my obsession. He is His Holiness but he isn't. His Holiness wanted to die. When he died his wish was fulfilled. But... Shinong Ho said bitterly. Wait, tell me first. Who is the Jiang Lianshan I saw a few days ago? What do you mean by, but he isn't? Gu Hai frowned. Shinong Ho looked at Gu Hai and sighed. He is His Holiness's soul, the fire deity. Fire deity? Gu Hai was stunned. Yes, His Holiness's 3 souls and 6 spirits were destroyed in that battle. However, the fire spirit, which is the fire deity, survived because of the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. Although he has His Holiness's memories, a spirit body can't have His Holiness's emotions. He is the fire deity. Because of the power of the Eastern spiritual sea of flames, he didn't dissipate. Therefore he can't leave the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. He is Jiang Lianshan's fire deity? No wonder, from his conversation I felt that he had lost his humanity. But he still had Jiang Lianshan's shadow. Gu Hai frowned. A person's body has 3 souls. The 7 spirits are derived from the 3 souls. Without the 3 souls, the 7 spirits should dissipate. But it didn't. This fire deity has always been pretending to be His Holiness. He is only a part of His Holiness. How can he be qualified to pretend to be His Holiness? I once went to find him, but was severely injured by his scheme. Ah. Shinong Ho said bitterly. The spirit body is also a part of a person. How can you? Gu Hai frowned. He is only a part of His Holiness. He can't pretend to be the whole thing. It's like if you lose your hair, can he pretend to be you? Shinong Ho said unwillingly. Ah. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Gu Hai, how are His Holiness's family now? Shinong Ho looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a moment, then told him what had happened in the past few years. See, if he is His Holiness, how can he watch Chiyu Crown Prince die? If he is His Holiness, how can he watch Murong Yen die? Shinong Ho said angrily. What is he planning in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? When the unborn man interrogated Xiahou Shou, you mentioned something about the Vermilion Bird's treasure? Gu Hai asked curiously. Shinong Ho was silent for a moment, then nodded. His Holiness is a fire deity. He wants to obtain the Vermilion Bird's power and use the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to be reborn. All these years, he has been searching for the Vermilion Bird's treasure. Reborn? Jiang Lianshan is resurrected? Gu Hai's eyes widened. Don't even think about it. The so-called reborn does not mean that His Holiness can be resurrected, but that his fire deity physique is transformed into a soul body. With his fire deity as the main body, he will form 3 new souls. It will not be the original His Holiness. At most, he will have a part of His Holiness's memory. Shinong Ho explained. The Vermilion Bird's treasure? We can't find it after 800,000 years? That doesn't exist, right? Gu Hai frowned. No, it exists. 800,000 years ago, when His Holiness fought Rokudo Shinkuin, we saw the Supreme Vermilion Bird. Shinong Ho said. You saw the Supreme Vermilion Bird? He didn't die? Gu Hai was shocked. It's true. In this Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, His Holiness Fire Deity physique escaped Rokudo Shinkuin's destruction. It was the Supreme Vermilion Bird who helped him in the end. Shinong Ho recalled. What's going on? Gu Hai asked in shock. That year, His Holiness fought against Rokudo Shinkuin. With the help of the Sinyuan, Rokudo Shinkuin grew stronger and stronger. In the end, His Holiness was no match for His Holiness. In this battle, His Holiness vented the last bit of regret in his heart. In the end, he prepared to draw the power of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames into his body to self-detonate. He was prepared to die together with Rokudo Shinkuin. Shinong Ho recalled. Draw the power of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to self-detonate? Yes, but it didn't succeed. Rokudo Shinkuin used the Sinyuan to draw the power of the 3,000 great Daos to seal His Holiness, preventing him from self-detonating. Just as Rokudo Shinkuin was about to destroy His Holiness's body finally exploded with a burst of flames. Even I was blown away. The burst of flames avoided Rokudo Shinkuin's attention, and His Holiness's body was blown to pieces. Shinong-ho recalled. That burst of flames? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, it was that burst of flames. That burst of flames brought His Holiness's fire god and me into the sea of flames. After Rokudo Shinkuin left, it condensed into a huge flaming vermilion bird. The flaming vermilion bird sealed a wisp of Nanming primordial fire into His Holiness's fire god, preserving the fire god's body. It told him that as long as he didn't leave the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, the fire god's body could continue to survive in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The vermilion bird also said that it was only a wisp of his energy body. The rest of his energy was sealed somewhere in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, and it told His Holiness's fire god to find the vermilion bird's treasure. Then he could use the vermilion bird's treasure to be reborn. Shinong-ho recalled. A wisp of the vermilion bird's energy body? Yes, it seems that the vermilion bird was sealed somewhere. Even he himself couldn't say where it was. He only knew that in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, the vermilion bird finally managed to release a wisp of energy. However, this wisp of energy couldn't last for long. It disappeared after mentioning the vermilion bird's treasure. Shinong-ho recalled. And then? His Holiness's fire god wanted to refine me and asked me to listen to his orders. I only listened to His Holiness. How could I agree to him? After all, I was a part of His Holiness. However, I was framed by him and managed to escape. Later I went to seek revenge but failed. I couldn't accept it. I wanted to destroy him who was pretending to be His Holiness. This is the only thing that kept me alive until now. Shinong-ho said hatefully. You want to destroy him? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's right. His Holiness's 3 souls are the foundation. If the 7 spirits are scattered, as long as the 3 souls are there, a new body can be formed. In other words, the spirit body is just a spirit body. His Holiness's fire god is the same as my spirit body. How could it be qualified to refine me? Shinong-ho said in a low voice. It's been 800,000 years. He still hasn't found the place where the vermilion bird was sealed? Gu Hai frowned. 800,000 years. It's enough time for him to dig 3 feet into the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Unfortunately, if he hadn't met the vermilion bird at that time, no one would have believed it. Shinong-ho sighed. I understand now. Why does Jiang Lianshan need Jingwei? He needs the vermilion bird god in Jingwei's body to help him find the vermilion bird, open the seal, and borrow its treasure to be reborn? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Vermilion bird god? Shinong-ho was startled. Gu Hai told him about Jingwei and Lin Wan. So that's how it is. Ah, he really is unscrupulous. He tricked His Holiness and turned the little princess into something neither human nor ghost. So it was just to satisfy his own selfish desires. He found a node in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. He wants to use the vermilion bird god to use that forbidden technique. He wants to sacrifice the princess's life to the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to open the vermilion bird seal? Shinong-ho said with an ugly expression. Sacrifice Wan'er's life? He wants to kill Wan'er and kill Jingwei? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Chapter 1154. East Spirit Sea of Flames. In a huge 8 trigrams array, Yu and Jiang Lianshan met again. The father and daughter did not get along well when they met, they even started fighting. Jiang Lianshan's palm and Yu's palm collided in the air, flames shot everywhere and hostility filled the air. Both of them were fire elemental experts, they could control the flames in all directions, they were wearing dragon robes, neither of them was willing to back down, their faces ferocious. Behind Jiang Lianshan stood Ingo and an anxious Jingwei. Behind Yu stood Hou-yi who was anxious. No one interfered, they could not. Only Ingo's expression changed occasionally, he was hesitating. Sister, father, stop fighting, sister, father. The Jingwei shouted anxiously. However, Yu and Jiang Lianshan did not stop. Bastard, what are you doing? Jiang Lianshan stared at Yu. You looked at Jiang Lianshan coldly. You are not dead. You can't wait for me to die? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. I don't care if you are dead or not, you should not find trouble with Jingwei. Yu said coldly. Sister, no, father did not find trouble with me. The Jingwei said anxiously. Yu looked at the Jingwei and frowned. Jingwei, come behind me, I have already discussed with Gu Hai, the vermilion bird god will be given to you. No, father said that once the vermilion bird god leaves Lin Wan'er's body, it will disappear, it will not work. The Jingwei said anxiously. How can you believe his words? Ho said coldly. The Jingwei looked at Jiang Lianshan. He was in a dilemma. On one side was his father. On the other side was his sister. He did not know what to do. Why can't you believe my words? I made the vermilion bird god. What do you know? I was the one who helped you complete your fire elemental zombie ancestor. Now you are questioning me? Bastard, I should have burned you to death in that seal, so you don't have to anger me now. Jiang Lianshan glared. At the mention of the seal, Huey's eyes immediately turned red, and a murderous aura erupted once again. Seal? Aha, you still have the face dimension seals? Guhai was right. You have Jiang Lianshan's shadow, but you don't have Jiang Lianshan's humanity. If it weren't for my strong desire to live, I would have turned into ashes by now. You still want me to thank you? Yu's face was ferocious. In the end, didn't you obtain a cultivation base? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. You really want me to thank you? I can't wait to break open your chest and peel off your flesh to see what color your heart is. Ho said coldly. Evil creature, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan glared at you. Elite guard, what are you waiting for? Come over here. You shouted again. The elite guards were anxious and did not know what to do. Jingwei, don't listen to her. She's crazy. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Jingwei, what else do you believe in him? How did you die that year? Look at Ingo beside you. This is your body. Who drowned you in the East Sea? Do you still think about him? Chiyu, we have all been tricked by him. Do you believe in him? Or do you believe in me? We shouted. However, the elite guards did not understand. Sister, I believe in both. Believe my ass. Today it's either him or me. If you still recognize me as your sister, come behind me immediately. Otherwise, you don't have to come back ever again. Hui said with a ferocious expression. I will come over, sister. The elite guard said anxiously. Jingwei. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Father? The elite guards paused. Do you still want to recognize me as your father? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The elite guards showed a painful expression. What should he do? And you, Hui, do you still remember what I told you? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Not far away, Hui's expression changed. I sealed your cultivation and made you follow Jiangying. After Jiangying was sealed, I made you leave the Dian dynasty and establish a force in the underworld. You gathered a large number of drought demons and waited for Jiangying to be released. I let you follow her. I was helping her manage her forces. Now you dare to be so arrogant? Ha, evil creature, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Hui's expression changed. Everything that Jiang Lianshan said was not false. Jiang Lianshan, you're wrong. Hui and Xing Tian are in charge of a large number of forces in the underworld for me. Those forces were conquered by me before I was sealed. They are my subjects. They are only helping me protect my country. It's not because of you. Yin said coldly. Hui, evil creature, you are ignorant and disrespectful to your father. Today I take back my previous order. Hui, come back to me. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Hui's expression was gloomy. At this moment, Hui also had a complicated expression. Hui, you were a subject of the Dian dynasty back then. I gave you everything. Jiang Lianshan shouted again. Hui's expression changed, but he soon became determined. His Holiness, I respect you as my old master. If it was anything else, I would definitely do it for you. However, I am sorry about this. Hui shook his head. Jiang Lianshan glared. I am the great Yen Sky dynasty's divine archer Marquis Hui. You taught me to be loyal to my country. If I go to your side, I will be a traitor. Sorry, I am now only loyal to the great Yen Sky dynasty and His Holiness. Hui shook his head. Soon I will re-establish the Dian dynasty. What is mine will all be mine. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Sorry. Hui shook his head firmly. Jiang Lianshan snorted angrily. However, Hui was satisfied. She looked at Jingwei again and said, Jingwei, why are you still standing there? Come over. Jingwei was about to step forward. Jingwei, you don't recognize me? Jiang Lianshan shouted. Jingwei's expression froze. He lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then Jingwei showed a pained expression and said, Sister, he is father. He may have hurt you by sealing you, but he did it for your own good. Otherwise, the great Yen Sky dynasty would not exist. Also, although I drowned in the East Sea, I don't blame father. Really, I don't blame him. What did you say? Huey's expression darkened. She had a bad feeling. I'm sorry, sister. I miss Father. Father wants me to help him leave the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Fire. I must help Father. I must stay by Father's side and help him leave the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Fire. Jingwei shook his head. You are crazy. Hui stared at him. I'm sorry, sister. Jingwei shook his head. Oi. Hui said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. Hui replied. Bring Jingwei back. Hui said in a low voice. Yes. Hui stepped forward. Bring Jingwei back? Have you asked for my permission? Ingo sneered and stood in front of Jingwei. Jingwei frowned and looked at Ingo. He did not say anything. Kill whoever stands in your way. Ingo is no exception. Kill. Hui said coldly. Yes. Hui replied. Hui reached out and pulled out a divine arrow. It was a fire elemental divine arrow. Hui pulled the bowstring and his eyes turned cold. Ingo showed a look of disdain. Hui released the arrow and it turned into a fiery dragon. It bared its fangs and claws and arrived in front of Ingo. Ingo's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch. Be careful, this is not the shooting sun arrow. It is the nurturing sun arrow. Jiang Lianshan shouted. The shooting sun arrow was a water elemental divine arrow that countered fire. However, the nurturing sun arrow was different. It was a fire elemental divine arrow. When the arrow was shot, it gathered the fire energy of the world and flew toward Ingo. Ingo's face sank. He threw a punch. However, when the divine arrow reached his fist, it had already absorbed the fire energy of the endless Eastern Spirit Flame Sea and crashed into Ingo. Hong. A loud sound rang out. The power of this arrow was not much weaker than Huey's. The huge impact caused a boundless shockwave. Ingo was forced to take a step back. What? Your divine arrow is not affected here? Ingo said in surprise. In this place, his 3 spiritual souls were suppressed. Even Ingo could not bring out much of his strength. However, Ho Yi's divine arrow was not weaker than Gu Hai's. After Ho Yi forced Ingo back with his arrow, he immediately rushed forward to grab Jingwei. However, Ingo reacted faster. He immediately pulled Jingwei and retreated into the flames. Take Jingwei and leave. Go to Little Beast and wait for me. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Okay. Ingo pulled Jingwei and immediately rushed into the flames. Father, don't hurt sister. Before leaving, Jingwei shouted. Jingwei did not reject Ingo taking him away. He had already made the decision to stand on his father's side. Although the choice was difficult, he could only let down his sister for his father's sake. He would apologize to his sister in the future. Stop right there, Jingwei, you stupid girl. Zhao roared angrily. Boom. The strength of Huey's hand was greater. Jiang Lianshan's strength was greater as well. The father and daughter both charged ferociously. Where are you going? Ho-Yi quickly chased after them. However, Ho-Yi was not as familiar with the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea as Ingo. He could not fly here and could only run. After running a few times, he lost sight of Ingo and Jingwei. Come out. Ho-Yi roared gloomily. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan and Hui were unable to determine the victor. The father and daughter looked at each other coldly. After charging for a while, Jiang Lianshan revealed a cold expression. Evil creature, if there is anything, wait until I return to the Divine Farmer City. This is not a place for you to stay. Leave immediately. Hui looked at Jiang Lianshan coldly and did not say anything. Evil creature, humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted. Boom. Jiang Lianshan's palms slammed into the Hui, separating them in an instant. Jiang Lianshan took a step forward and rushed into the fire. This time Hui did not chase after him. She quietly and coldly watched Jiang Lianshan disappear into the flames. Looking at Jiang Lianshan's disappearing figure, Huey's eyes were bloodshot. There was even a trace of moisture in the bloodshot eyes. Evil creature? Evil creature. A trace of mist flashed through Huey's eyes and she revealed a trace of hatred. Because at this moment, she suddenly recalled his childhood. That year Hui was only 3 years old. She rode on Jiang Lianshan's neck. Jiang Lianshan happily played with Hui and carried her in circles. Ride a big horse, oh oh. Haha, little Jiang Yi, my little baby, you are the best gift given to me by the heavens. Ride, ha ha ha, is it fun? Fun, Dad, I want to go over there. Ha ha ha, wherever my baby wants to go, go. Dad, I peed in my pants. I hurt your neck. It's okay, my daughter's pee is more precious than the spiritual spring dew. Ha ha. The love of the past, the evil creature of today? What a good evil creature. Jiang Lianshan, you have changed so much. I really wish you had died back then. Hui gritted her teeth. A trace of mist flashed in her eyes. No, he is not Jiang Lianshan. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. Oh. Her face suddenly turned cold and she turned her head. She saw that Gu Hai Mahavarakana and a weak Shen Nongfu had unknowingly appeared behind her. Greetings, eldest princess, Shen Nongfu said weakly. Chapter 1155. Limitless Celestial Capital, 5 Elements Palace. Long Wanyu, Hutu, Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei stared at Mao Tianyun. Little cat, you are too frustrated this time. It was not easy to ask you to do something, but you were controlled? If not for my master's ability, you would have been more of a hindrance. Gaochen said curiously while munching on sunflower seeds. Meow, how would I know? I still don't know. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. What did you encounter? How did you get confused and end up being taken advantage of by Xiaohou? Instead you were controlled? Goddess Hudu asked curiously. I don't remember. When I went in I looked around. I went through 8 trigrams formations. When I reached the 9th one I couldn't remember. Mao Tianyun frowned. In other words, you had an accident in the 9th 8 trigrams formation. You escaped with great difficulty but were caught by Xiaohou? You should remember what was in the 9th 8 trigrams formation, right? Chang Xing asked while chewing on a drumstick. I don't remember. It was in there that made me confused. It was like a dream but I can't remember what it was. Mao Tianyun frowned. This is 30's Dream Force Field? Long Wanyu frowned. Dream Force Field? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. That's right. No matter what you encountered in the Dream Force Field when you came out, it was like a dream. It was fragmented. Long Wanyu frowned. It seems so. I only remember a little fragment. It was like a dream. I can't remember it. Mao Tianyun recalled. Fragment? What is a fragment? Long Wanyu asked. I'm not too sure. I saw a cat that looked exactly like me. Everything was the same. Then we fought. After that, I can't remember. Mao Tianyun recalled. A cat that looked exactly like you? Goddess Hudu asked curiously. Do you remember the location of the Dream Force Field? Long Wanyu asked. Yes, I remember. As long as there is a map. Mao Tianyun recalled. Let's go to brother-in-law's clone and tell brother-in-law as soon as possible. Long Wanyu said. All right. Mao Tianyun nodded. In an 8 trigrams formation in the 8 trigrams formation. While Ingo and Jingwei were waiting, Jiang Lianshan quickly arrived. Father, are you okay? Jingwei asked worriedly. I'm fine. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. What about sister? Is sister all right now? Jingwei was still worried. That evil's child's fine. If I hadn't given her everything, she wouldn't be where she is today. She actually dares to disobey me. Jiang Lianshan said angrily. It's good that sister is fine. Jingwei smiled. All right, Jingwei. This is the last 8 trigrams formation. You need to drip your blood and integrate it with the power of the vermilion bird god. Hurry. Jiang Lishan said. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The entire 8 trigrams formation suddenly moved. Then, in the center of the 8 trigrams formation, a flaming mountain rose from the ground. There was an altar at the top of the mountain. Do we need to drip blood again? Father, every time we drip blood, I have a feeling of fear. Jingwei said worriedly. Fear? Jiang Lishan frowned and looked at Jingwei. Yes. These days we have dripped a total of 63 drops. I told you before, as long as the essence blood dripped onto the altar, I would suddenly feel a sense of danger approaching me. With every drop, the sense of danger would become stronger. Although I am in a sea of fire, I still have a feeling of fear. I'm so scared. The Jingwei said worriedly. With me around, what are you afraid of? Jiang Lishan said gently. That's right. With father around, what am I afraid of? Jingwei nodded. Walking to the altar, Jingwei forced out a drop of blood. Before he could drip it on the altar, Jingwei suddenly trembled and revealed a look of fear. Jingwei cried out in fear. What's wrong? Jiang Lishan asked. I saw a bird. I think I saw a bird. It was so scary. Its red feathers were all standing up. It was fierce to me as if it was going to pounce on me and eat me. Jingwei said in fear. It's all an illusion. It's not like that. Ingo comforted. Jiang Lishan was excited. That's right. Seems like I was right. After 800,000 years of searching, I finally found it. Father, I am scared. Can you not drip blood? Jingwei's forehead was sweating. Don't you want me to go out with you? Jingwei, father needs you now. Only you can help me. Jiang Lishan comforted Jingwei. Jingwei's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After all, the illusion just now was too scary. A giant bird was going to tear him apart? That ferocious face was too scary. Hurry up. Jiang Lishan shouted impatiently. With a shout, Jingwei looked at his father in shock. Father is shouting at me? Jiang Lishan also realized that he had lost his composure. After losing his composure, he was not going to pretend to be a loving father anymore. Jingwei, hurry up and drip blood. Jiang Lishan said coldly. Father, you are not. You were not like that just now. Jingwei looked at his father in shock. Jiang Lishan grabbed Jingwei's right hand. The blood that was forced out of Jingwei's hand trembled and was immediately shaken by Jiang Lishan into the altar. The moment the blood dripped onto the altar, Jingwei saw the illusion again. No, it should be an illusion that he saw through the vermilion bird god. The giant red bird's sharp claws seemed like they were going to tear him apart as they slashed down. The elite guard screamed in fear. Rumble. After the altar received Jingwei's blood, it immediately sank into the ground. Is it done? Ingo asked expectantly. Yes, it's all right. Jingwei's vermilion bird god has sensed the supreme vermilion bird. There is only one step left. Only one step left. Jiang Lishan suddenly looked at Jingwei. His eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. At this moment, Jingwei was shocked by the illusion and broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly raised his head and saw Jiang Lishan's ferocious and terrifying eyes. Father, what happened to you? I am a little scared. Jingwei said in fear. Don't be scared. Everything will be fine soon. Let's go. I will bring you to the dream realm. Jiang Lishan said coldly. At this moment he no longer had the gentleness of a loving father. Instead, he looked at Jingwei coldly as if he was looking at a dead thing. Father, don't look at me like that. Father. Jingwei looked at Jiang Lishan in fear. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. Ingo reached out and grabbed Jingwei. Don't touch me. Jingwei wanted to push him away. However, Ingo's strength was much stronger than Jingwei's. Jingwei could not move at all. Father, save me. Jingwei said in fear. Jiang Lishan did not care. He stepped forward and shot forward. Ingo grabbed Jingwei and followed closely behind. Being held by Ingo, Jingwei suddenly felt his father's coldness towards him. In an instant, Jingwei thought of his sister. Previously, sister tried her best to save me, but I. Although he did not know what happened to his father, Jingwei already regretted. He regretted his previous decision and his willfulness. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Hui chased after Jingwei and Ingo for a while. However, because he was not familiar with the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, he lost them and could only retreat. However, when he returned to the previous battlefield, he found Gu Hai and the rest in front of Zhao. His Holiness, I am useless. I lost him. Hui came forward to apologize. Zhao did not care about Hui. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and the rest, especially Shin Nongchu. Greetings to the eldest princess. Shin Nongchu said weakly. Greetings to the eldest princess? Zhao and Hui raised their eyebrows. In their memories they did not know this old man. Eldest princess, have you forgotten? When the eldest princess first went incognito, it was this old man who helped the eldest princess hide from his holiness. Shin Nongchu said bitterly. Shin Nongchu? Zhao suddenly stared. Shin Nongchu nodded. This old man is now a piece of rotten wood. That is why you can't recognize my original appearance. Cough cough. Shin Nongchu? You are his holiness's Shin Nongchu? Hui also recognized him and was surprised. Zhao's eyes were uncertain. Suddenly, Zhao thought of Gu Hai's words and squinted his eyes at Gu Hai. You just said that the person just now was not Jiang Lianshan? We just found out. Previously we heard a huge commotion here, so we came over. Unfortunately, we were one step too late and he escaped. Gu Hai nodded. You said that he was not Jiang Lianshan? Are you sure? Zhao asked again. Let Shin Nongchu say it. Gu Hai nodded. This matter would be more convincing if Shin Nongchu said it. Zhao looked at Shin Nongchu. Shin Nongchu nodded and sighed slightly. His holiness died 800,000 years ago. That was not his holiness, that was... Shin Nongchu told them about Jiang Lianshan and the fire god. No wonder he even knows the old man's most secret. So he is just the fire god, pretending to be the old man. Zhao's face turned cold. Hui's eyes widened. So the Jiang Lianshan just now was a fake? Hui immediately felt a lingering fear. He was almost fooled by him. Yes, eldest princess, don't blame His Holiness. I have experienced an 800,000-year reincarnation cycle, so I know everything that happened back then. In addition, Guhai just said that you all resented His Holiness. In fact, it was all His Holiness' fault. It was all because of this His Holiness's fire god. He tricked His Holiness, and His Holiness benefited greatly from him back then. His Holiness could not forget you all and wanted you, Chiyu and Yuwa to benefit greatly as well. That was why he devised those methods. If you were not lucky, you would not be here now. His Holiness is innocent. He did not know that you would suffer that kind of torment, did not know that you were in danger of dying. His Holiness's fire god swore that everything would be safe, so His Holiness did what he did. His Holiness was also tricked. He was tricked by himself. He was His Holiness's fire god, so he knew His Holiness the best. That was why he was able to trick His Holiness. Eldest princess, don't blame His Holiness. Cough cough cough. Shenong Chu said bitterly. Qi's expression immediately changed. So the one he resented all these years was not Jiang Lianshan. His father was still the father who loved him, but he was tricked by this fire god. He was his father's fire god, and he had grasped his father's weakness to trick him. He had almost killed him. Was it all because of him? Qi's eyes flashed with towering rage. At the same time, he felt gratified. His father was still the same father, and all the bad things were done by this fire god. Suddenly, Qi's expression changed. You said the Vermilion Bird Supreme was sealed, and he prepared for 800,000 years for the Vermilion Bird God. Using the Vermilion Bird God to find the seal and open it? Is he going to use that sacrificial method? Qi's pupils constricted. I think so too. Shenong Chu said bitterly. Not good, we have to find Jingwei as soon as possible. Jingwei is in danger. Qi's expression darkened. But how are we going to find His Holiness in the vast eastern spiritual fire sea? Hoi said bitterly. Qi's and Shenong Chu's expressions also darkened. I might know where they are going. Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because Mao Tianyun had pointed out a location on the map where the skeleton doppelganger was. Although Mao Tianyun had suffered a great loss when he entered, he had helped Guhai find a very important place. It was the Dream Realm force field. Oh. Everyone looked at Guhai. Follow me. I know a place. Quick. Guhai immediately started walking in a direction. Everyone followed him with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 1156. With Guhai leading the way, Hoi Mahavarakana and Shenong Pai followed closely behind. They went straight to the place where Mao Tianyun was hit. Xiahou Shou had drawn a map of the eastern spiritual fire sea. Mao Tianyun found the place according to the map. Guhai was familiar with the map and naturally found the place in the shortest time possible. It was a forest surrounded by rolling flames. The fire here was soaring into the sky, forming a circling flow of fire. It was a super huge 8 trigrams formation which was no weaker than the 8 trigram sea. This is? Hoyi's face fell. This is a little south of the eastern spiritual fire sea. It should be the place where the supreme vermilion bird worshipped. There is a dream realm force field here which is relatively... Guhai explained. Just as Guhai was halfway through his sentence, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the huge 8 trigrams flame forest. Ah! A woman's hoarse voice penetrated the grand formation and rang out. Guhai exclaimed. Jingwei! Hoi suddenly exclaimed. Bastard, if you dare to hurt Jingwei, I'll kill you. Hoi glared and immediately rushed in. Wait! Guhai shouted. However, Hoi had already rushed in. Not only Ho, but Shenong Pai also followed closely behind and rushed in. Hoi also wanted to chase after them. However, he was not as worried as Hoi and stopped. How could Guhai not be anxious at this moment? However, Guhai knew the horror inside from Long Wanyu. Mahavarakana Hoi, let's go in too. Remember, this is the dream realm force field left behind by 30. It is extremely dangerous. Guhai instructed Mahavarakana. Dream realm force field? Hoi was puzzled. Wait, Mr. Good. Mahavarakana suddenly shouted. Guhai looked at Mahavarakana. 30's dream realm force field? Shakyamuni Buddha has tried it before. Mahavarakana suddenly said. Really? Guhai's eyes lit up. Even Long Wanyu did not know much about the dream realm force field. She only knew that it was dangerous, so Guhai had no choice but to go in and take a look. He did not expect to see Shakyamuni Buddha in the celestial dome. Hoi looked at it. Mahavarakana was. Hoi knew a lot about Mahavairakana, was a peerless expert in the perfection of heaven. However, what did the names that Guhai and Mahavairakana mention mean? Shakyamuni Buddha? Who is that? Why haven't I heard him? 2. Furthermore, judging from Mahavairakana's tone, he was extremely respectful towards Shakyamuni Buddha. And Buddha was Buddha Jiu Buddha was? Buddhawu also just mentioned. 30 was. E. Why did Guhai and Mahavairakana feel that he was very powerful when they talked about him? The dream realm force field. If you don't wake up, it will dig into the depths of your memory and make you imagine yourself. That self will attack you. Whatever the self in your memory has, he will have. He will be as strong as the self in your memory. Mahavairakana explained. So you will hallucinate and fight with yourself? Guhai frowned. Yes. Your opponent is yourself. Unless you are awake from the beginning and know that it is a dream, then your opponent will not be able to obtain the power in your memory. That way, if you defeat him, you can break the dream realm force field. Mahavairakana explained. Wake up from the dream realm? Guhai frowned. Don't worry, I have a way. Give me your hands. Mahavairakana said. Guhai and Hoi immediately extended their right hands. Mahavairakana quickly drew a swastika on their hands. This swastika was sensed by Shakyamuni. It can make you wake up earlier. Remember, wake up as soon as possible. The earlier you wake up, the less power it will obtain from you. Mahavairakana explained. Okay, thank you. Guhai nodded. Hoi nodded blankly. Remember, the dream realm force field can dig into the deepest parts of your memory, even some memories that you are not aware of. Wake up quickly. Otherwise, once you are immersed in the dream, it will be extremely dangerous. Mahavairakana shouted. I know the deepest parts of my memory. Guhai answered. Both Guhai and Hoi could not wait any longer. With Mahavairakana's help, they immediately jumped into the sea of fire. Hoi and Mahavairakana looked at each other and both of them also stepped in. Guhai stepped in. Boom. The dream realm force field immediately acted on Guhai. Even someone with a strong will like Guhai suddenly fell into a trance as if he had entered a dream. The swastika golden talisman could only speed up the process of waking up, but not immediately. There was no doubt about 30's strength. With Guhai's current strength, it was still extremely difficult for him to resist 30's power. Guhai seemed to have entered a dream instantly. In the dream it was pitch black. It was pitch black from top to bottom, left to right. Why am I here? Where is this? Why am I here? Guhai rubbed his head in a daze. Clearly, the dream realm force field was extremely powerful. It instantly sent Guhai into a dream and made him forget how he had arrived. The surroundings were pitch black. Guhai rubbed his head and tried to recall while looking around. However, there was nothing around, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if he had entered a void. Suddenly, he heard a furious roar from the depths of the darkness. When you came, you only had 3 souls and no body. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been buried in the void. I gave you life, gave you power, and gave you power. You stole everything from me, stole my powerful body, destroyed my gods, stole my world, and harmed my people. 30, hand over your life. A furious roar suddenly exploded. The owner of that furious roar seemed to have a monstrous might. An explosive aura rushed straight at Guhai, causing Guhai's heart to tremble. Guhai's eyes widened as he vaguely saw the roaring figure. It was a shirtless man. The man's muscles bulged, and just a glance at him gave off an explosive force. The shirtless man was tens of thousands of feet tall. Veins popped out all over his body, and his anger soared to the heavens. In his right hand he was holding a huge axe. The axe was not an ordinary object. Guhai recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this axe the heaven-splitting axe? The man holding the heaven-splitting axe. Could it be the Long Jianghu? Guhai followed the explosive body and looked at the man's face. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded from the darkness. That voice was extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. The winner is the king and the loser is the thief. The 3,000 great Daos are in my hands, and all your abilities have been taken by me. The power to split the heavens and earth? The indomitable body? It's all mine. Even your 3 souls and 7 spirits have been destroyed by me. Why did I come to this void? Because only here can you completely disintegrate into nothingness and be consigned to eternal damnation. No, from now on all traces of you will disappear. Your soul will scatter? Reincarnation? Rebirth? You don't have a chance. You will never have the power to rise again. You will never be able to rise again. As for the others, I will destroy them all. This world is mine. The cold voice sounded from the darkness. The veins on the naked man's body popped out. He seemed to be enraged again and was about to explode. Could it be that the Long Jianghu and 30 are fighting? Gu Hai pondered in his heart. As he pondered, his gaze finally shifted to the giant's head, and he saw the giant's face clearly. It's not the Long Jianghu? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, the swastika symbol on his right hand emitted a burning sensation, causing Gu Hai to shudder. So it was a dream. Dream force field? Gu Hai shivered and let out a long sigh. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai looked at the giant with the heaven-splitting axe in astonishment. This giant's appearance was not the Long Jianghu. His face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if they were filled with endless resentment. Not the Long Jianghu? Then who was this person in front of him? How could there be such a person in the depths of his memories? He didn't know this person at all. However, for some reason, looking at this giant, Gu Hai felt a sense of familiarity. Gu Hai could empathize with that anger and depression. In his memories there was no such person. Other than the Long Jianghu, there was no one else who could wield the heaven-splitting axe. No, there is another person who can wield the heaven-splitting axe. That is... Gu Hai looked at the giant in front of him in shock. Pangu? Gu Hai's eyes widened. The giant in front of him was Pangu? But why was it in his memories? In his memories there was no Pangu fighting 30 in the void. Could it be that it was just a figment of his imagination in the past? However, it was no longer important why there was Pangu in front of him. What was important was that as Gu Hai regained his consciousness, Pangu suddenly stared at Gu Hai. Winner takes all? Ah, 30, I don't believe in winner takes all, I am the king. You are just a dog in front of me wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Dogs will also bite their masters. Today I will kill you, you evil dog. Pangu roared. Pangu's hair was disheveled, his long hair fluttering in the wind, like an invincible demon god, holding the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, charging towards Gu Hai. Did Pangu think he was 30? Gu Hai's face changed, constantly pinching himself. Didn't I wake up? Why hasn't Pangu disappeared? Didn't I wake up? Pangu arrived with the might of heaven, and with the heaven-splitting axe, he seemed to want to split everything in the world, kill gods and Buddhas, and destroy everything. A huge murderous aura rushed straight towards Gu Hai, making Gu Hai's heart tremble. Wait, I am not 30, I am Gu Hai, you have the wrong person. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. However, at this moment, Pangu did not listen to Gu Hai at all, as if he was not willing to communicate with Gu Hai at all. As long as he killed Gu Hai in front of him. In the Dreamland Force Field. In front of Qi there was an Emperor Qi who looked exactly the same, and the two fiercely fought. In front of Shin Nong Pai there was an intact Shin Nong Pai, and the two began to fight. Vairocana fought against Vairocana. Hou-Yi fought against Hou-Yi. Only Gu Hai was fighting against Pangu at this moment. The heaven-splitting axe struck out, destroying heaven and earth, directly towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai had no choice but to take out the life-extinguishing saber and meet the attack head-on. Boom. A loud noise resounded throughout the sea of fire. Chapter 1157. Dream Realm Force Field. Pangu's sky-splitting axe was majestic and boundless. Gu Hai's expression changed as he struck out with the life-extinguishing saber. Hong. A deafening sound reverberated through the entire sea of fire. Gu Hai was shocked to find that the life-extinguishing saber had blocked the sky-splitting axe. He blocked it? One had to know that he could not withstand the power just now. Gu Hai was prepared to be severely injured by the power of the axe. However, when the mighty axe hit the life-extinguishing saber, its power suddenly weakened significantly. It was as if Pangu had stopped at that moment. As senior? You saw it? I'm not 30. Gu Hai looked at Pangu with some excitement. However, Pangu did not seem to hear Gu Hai's voice at all. His expression flickered intensely. There was anger, dejection, regret, and unwillingness. Finally, Pangu's ferocious expression slowly disappeared. Only bitterness was left on his face. 30. Pangu suddenly looked at Gu Hai seriously. Senior, you're mistaken. I'm not 30. Gu Hai shouted again. However, Pangu could not hear Gu Hai at all. He continued to speak. This world is yours. Are you worried that I'll start all over again and overturn everything you've won? I can choose not to start over. I can choose to be buried in this void and disintegrate into nothingness. I only ask one thing of you. The common people are innocent and all living beings are innocent. They will be your people, your children. Be tolerant and don't vent your anger on them because of me. Pangu suddenly spoke. Pangu's voice sounded like he was begging. Boom. Pangu suddenly climbed down. Although he could not see anyone else, Gu Hai felt a transparent foot stepping on Pangu's head. Is Pangu speaking from his memory? Could it be that Pangu finally apologized to 30 for the sake of the common people and had his head stepped on by 30 in humiliation? Gu Hai's expression changed. In front of him, Pangu seemed to have heard 30's words. His expression changed again. I gave up on fighting not because I was afraid of you, but because I suddenly realized that I was very stupid. If I fight with you again, I will only be venting my resentment before death. Although I can still injure you severely with your character, you will definitely return the injuries I inflicted on you 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Once I die, there will be no one in the world who can compare to you. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. Perhaps, there will be voices against you for a short time, but after 10,000 years, you will be the only one in the world. Pangu will no longer exist. All living beings will be your people. I hope you can treat them well," said Pangu in the end. Boom. Pangu seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Immediately it was torn apart. Gradually they dispersed in front of Gu Hai. Even when everything was gone, Gu Hai was still in deep shock. Is this Pangu from the depths of my memory? In the end, in order to not blame the common people, he actually held back his rage? He would rather be humiliated by the evil dog who used to wag its tail in front of him than hurt the common people because of his self-esteem? For some reason there seemed to be a kind of unseen feeling. Gu Hai felt inexplicably sad and 2 lines of tears fell from his face. Pangu, you are wrong. 30 did not let go of anyone who provoked it. The entire 30 Immortal Dome was destroyed by its anger. However, I still admire you. I can tell with a single glance that you have a strong temper. For you to be able to do this, those martyrs who fought against the 30s and sacrificed themselves will have no regrets. Gu Hai sighed in the end. This was also what Gu Hai heard from Laozi on Earth in the past. Laozi once said that in the past, the 30 Immortal Dome was boundlessly vast. When the Kuan Peng spread its wings, its size was larger than the Earth. Unfortunately, 30 was too harsh on the common people later. In order to not let the challengers be born, the Earth was shattered, resulting in what the scientists on Earth called the Big Bang. The common people could only live on the countless fragments of the Earth, which was the countless planets. Moreover, the application of the laws of heaven and earth was also taken away. All living beings were trapped on their own planets, as if imprisoned in a prison, and were not allowed to go out. The size of a planet was the size of a prison. It also sent countless dogs with flying saucers to constantly monitor the common people. Those who dared to provoke 30 were all destroyed. Cruel suppression making the common people enslaved. Gu Hai looked at his right hand, and the golden swastika symbol slowly disappeared. Fortunately, I have the golden swastika symbol. Otherwise, Pangu would not be like floating cotton, only sinking into his own memory. If he obtained my memory and fought with me, I don't know when he would be able to leave. Gu Hai took a deep breath. With a step, Gu Hai immediately stepped out of the dark illusion, broke through the interference of the dream force field, and stepped into the depths of the 8 trigrams formation. The 8 trigrams formation area covered by the dream force field. Jianghu and Ingo stood beside an altar. The elite guards were lying on the altar, their hands and feet were fixed, unable to move. On top of the altar, a layer of light blue flames floated out, as if burning the elite guards. "Father, save me, it hurts." The elite guards shouted in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Why did this happen? Why did Father become so cold and heartless? Didn't he dote on me the most in the past? Jingwei, haven't you noticed? The person in front of you is not your father. Ingo said indifferently. What? The elite guards quivered and looked at Jiang Lianshan in surprise. Jiang Lianshan coldly glanced at Ingo. Who asked you to speak? I just felt that there was no threat to us now, so I wanted to tease the elite guards. Ingo immediately smiled apologetically. Jiang Lianshan no longer blamed Ingo, but looked at the elite guards. You are not my father, who are you? The elite guards stared at Jiang Lianshan in horror. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've already helped me activate the various formations. Furthermore, you'll be able to help me find the vermilion bird supremacy soon. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. You are not my father? Not Father Sage? The Jingwei suddenly cried out with a sour nose. It turned out that everything was a lie. Previously, his sister tried her best to save him, but he said such hurtful words to his sister. How sad would his sister be? Serves him right? Begin, elite guards. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan gently activated the altar. On top of the altar, blue flames suddenly surged into the sky. The blue flames instantly enveloped the elite guards, and the flames rushed towards the elite guard's body. Even though the elite guards had a fire cauldron body under the blue flames, they still felt a burning pain. Ah! The elite guard screamed in pain. This shout echoed throughout the ritual array. Coincidentally, at this moment, Gu Hai Ho and the others arrived outside the ritual array. The people outside immediately rushed into the formation. However, with the Dream Realm force field suppressing them, they could not immediately find the place after entering. So painful, what kind of flame is this so painful? The elite guard screamed in pain. This is called the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. It is the flame produced when the vermilion bird is undergoing nirvana. Even a fire cauldron body will be burned into nothingness. However, don't worry, it will not burn you ugly. Under this flame you will only vaporize, evaporate in the flame. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. No, don't burn me. The elite guard screamed in horror. This was because the elite guard saw that his hair was evaporating like water vapor, disappearing in an instant. Not only his hair but his whole body was in pain. His whole body was evaporating. He was quickly being burned into nothingness by the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. Screech! The elite guard suddenly heard a bird cry. The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame suddenly appeared in between the elite guard's eyebrows, trembling crazily. If I don't burn you, how will the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame be stimulated? The energy from your body is actually flowing to the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. This is called sacrificing one's body to the Divine Flame. I remember telling you about this sacrifice method before. Jiang Lianshan smiled proudly. Sacrificing one's body to the Divine Flame? Sacrificing my 3 souls and 6 spirits together with my body? After the sacrifice, my soul will be destroyed and I will never be able to reincarnate? The elite guard screamed in horror. That's right. Otherwise, how can we stimulate the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame? Jiang Lianshan smiled. Stimulate the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame? The elite guards immediately showed a look of despair. So everything was to use me as a sacrifice to the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame? The greed he had for the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame in the past instantly turned into horror and despair. At this moment, the elite guards hated the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. If he was not so obsessed with the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame, how could his soul be destroyed today? I don't want the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame anymore, I don't want it anymore. The elite guards cried in fear. At this moment, the elite guards realized that his body was becoming more and more transparent under the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. His 3 souls and 6 spirits were all heavily injured, and his soul was about to be destroyed, never to rise again. Screech, screech, screech. Under the stimulation of the energy produced by burning the elite guards, the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame kept letting out sharp cries. At the same time, the sharp cries caused the flames in the entire East Spirit Flame Sea to boil. Rumble. Looking at the East Spirit Flame Sea from the outside, one could see that the East Spirit Flame Sea seemed to be enraged. It shook crazily, letting out thunderous sounds. Countless types of flames surged into the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame from all directions. The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame absorbed the sacrifice of the elite guards while flying into the sky. It was like a dazzling sun, releasing millions of rays of light. Screech. Suddenly, another cry of the Vermilion Bird was heard. This is not the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame's voice? Ingo's eyes lit up. Supreme Vermilion Bird. That's right. After 800,000 years, I heard it again. Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame suddenly grabbed at the void with its sharp claws. Rip. A crack appeared in the void and a black hole appeared in the crack. It suddenly sucked in all the flames surging from the East Spirit Flame Sea. Then the interior of the black hole became brighter. It was like a small space in the shape of a coffin. In the small space, a 5,000 zhang tall vermilion bird was lying down. It seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Its body was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the boundless flames. Supreme Vermilion Bird? It was really sealed here? Ingo's eyes widened. The sleeping Supreme Vermilion Bird suddenly opened its eyes. 2 rays of golden light shot out from its eyes. Supreme Vermilion Bird is resurrected? Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. Screech. After Supreme Vermilion Bird was resurrected, it stepped out of the small space in the shape of a coffin and swallowed the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. At this moment, the elite guards on the altar were completely transparent. Their 3 souls and 6 spirits were all burned away. Even their physical bodies were burned away. Only a trace of smoke was left, revealing a terrified and hopeless expression. At this moment, as long as a gust of wind blew, the smoke would disperse, and the elite guards would completely disappear from this world. Chapter 1158. On the altar, the elite guard was almost completely burned, leaving only a smoky outline. Or rather, it was the remains of the burnt corpse. Only a trace of remnant will lingered, maintaining the smoky outline without dissipating. Jiang Lianshan and Ingo did not even look at the death of the elite guard. At this moment, both of them were staring at the supreme vermilion bird who had swallowed the vermilion bird deity. It was 50,000 feet in size, filled with boundless ferocious might. With the supreme vermilion bird's awakening, all the flames in the eastern spirit fire sea suddenly calmed down. It was as if all flames could only submit in front of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings. Boom! Endless Nanmingli fire instantly erupted. Ha-I Zhu Qiqi am finally out again. Screech. Supreme vermilion bird suddenly let out a long cry towards the sky. The long cry reverberated throughout the world. In an instant, the entire eastern spirit fire sea, no, the entire netherworld, was filled with supreme vermilion bird's voice. That long cry was like the return of a king. The world was shocked when the vermilion bird's cry rang out. Countless bird-type demonic beasts trembled, as if they had heard the voice of a king. They could not help but feel a sense of worship. Dahan's celestial empire. Kang Xian was sitting in the commander's camp, listening to the report of a few ghost Dao old ancestors in front of him. Suddenly, a vermilion bird's cry rang out, causing Kang Xian, who was drinking tea, to crush the teacup in his hand. Grand Marshal, what happened? Old ancestor Mang Shan asked in surprise. Kang Xian stepped out of the hall and looked in the direction of the eastern spirit fire sea in surprise. His eyes flashed with uncertainty. Who was Kang Xian? In the current world, Kang Xian was almost at the top of the bird-type demonic beast. However, when he heard the vermilion bird's cry, his heart unconsciously trembled. Kang Xian's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Wait here. I'm going to meet His Holiness. Kang Xian said in a deep voice. Heart trembling? This was the result of a high-ranking bird suppressing a low-ranking bird. High-ranking bird? Oh, whose cry was that? Kang Xian went straight to the Eternaline capital. West of the Netherworld. Ancient Palace. Skyfiend Divine Scorpion and Skyfiend Wuxiang charged over. My lord, who was that voice just now? Was it Kang Xian? Scorpio asked in surprise. The Yama Divine Hall fell into a dead silence. Then a blurry figure walked out of the hall. Scorpio and Wuxiang Demon followed closely behind. They were extremely respectful. When Vast Freedom Demon heard this voice, he looked at Dongfang with a serious expression. Zhu Qiqi? You're not dead yet? Zhu Qiqi? Vermilion Bird Supreme? Wuxiang Demon exclaimed in shock. The Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon narrowed his eyes and stared at Dongfang. Master, should we go and take a look? Scorpio asked curiously. No need. Zhu Qiqi? She's famous for being petty. Back then, when her ritual failed, we thought that she had died in the ritual. Who would have thought? The Vast Freedom Sky Fiend said in a deep voice. Kang Xian headed straight for the Eternaline capital. Outside the Eternaline capital, Skeleton Gu Hai and Long Wanyu both looked at Dongfang. His Holiness, whose voice was that? I felt a suppression. Kang Xian exclaimed in shock. Zhu Qiqi. Long Wanyu frowned. Zhu Qiqi? Kang Xian exclaimed in shock. That's Vermilion Bird Supreme. She's revived. Gu Hai explained. Vermilion Bird Supreme? Kang Xian's expression changed. Brother-in-law, has your main body seen Zhu Qiqi? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. My main body was trapped in the Dreamland Force field. However, because of Mahavairakana's swastika symbol, my main body woke up. I should be able to break out of the Dreamland Force field and see Zhu Qiqi soon. Gu Hai shook his head. Brother-in-law, you have to be careful of Zhu Qiqi. She's petty and usually goes back on her words. She's sinister and cunning. Long Wanyu recalled. Goes back on her words? Doesn't keep her word? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes. Long Wanyu nodded. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Was Zhu Qiqi so tasteless? Vermilion Bird Supreme let out a long cry that reverberated through the heavens. Nanmingli fire fiercely revolved around her, and a monstrous aura erupted. Ingo and Jiang Lianshan were excited. After Vermilion Bird Supreme vented her anger, Jiang Lianshan immediately said, "Congratulations, Zhu Qiqi." Zhu Qiqi lowered her head and looked at the two people on the altar. "Jiang Lianshan, you did well. You didn't waste this venerable's remaining strength to protect the fire god for you," Zhu Qiqi said with satisfaction. "Although it took a long time, it was finally done. That little vermilion bird god, have you refined it?" Jiang Lianshan asked. "Yes, that little vermilion bird god has merged with my great vermilion bird god and helped me ignite the divine fire." Zhu Qiqi nodded satisfyingly. "My strength is back." Zhu Qiqi nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Jiang Lianshan's expression relaxed. "In that case, please fulfill your promise and help me rebirth, condensing my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls." Zhu Qiqi paused and suddenly narrowed her eyes at Jiang Lianshan. "You said that as long as I help you get out, you'll help me rebirth. I only have the fire god's body now, I can't leave the Eastern Spirit Sea, so I need your help." Jiang Lianshan repeated. "Isn't the fire god's body good? The Eastern Spirit Sea will be my headquarters in the future. You'll be the chief steward of my headquarters here." Zhu Qiqi said indifferently. "Chief steward? Hey, you must be joking. As long as I'm reborn, I'll help you be reborn. Now it's your turn to help me, right?" Jiang Lianshan said with a smile. "You're just the fire god. It's impossible for you to condense your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Don't think too much, you're fine now," Zhu Qiqi said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. Is Zhu Qiqi going back on her words? "You said you'd help me rebirth, but now you're making excuses?" "Nothing is impossible. Others can't do it, but you can. Because the vermilion bird has an ability that no other creature has, nirvana and rebirth. You can help me rebirth," Jiang Lianshan said again. "Nirvana and rebirth can only be done by myself. I can't help others rebirth," Zhu Qiqi said coldly. "No, that's not what I heard. It's something unique to the vermilion bird, your inner core, the nirvana pill. As long as you swallow the nirvana pill, you can be reborn," Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Zhu Qiqi's face turned cold. "Hey, you've really investigated a lot. This concerns whether I can be reborn, so I had to investigate carefully," Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. "Ha, do you know how hard it is for us to cultivate our inner core? Helping you rebirth? If we help you rebirth, it'll be gone. It can only be reborn once, why should I give it to you?" Zhu Qiqi's expression changed instantly. "I know it's hard to cultivate back without the inner core, but it's not impossible. It's just that the cost is higher. However, you promised me this nirvana pill," Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. "Promised you? Had Jiang Lianshan, I gave you everything you have. If not for me, you would have been destroyed back then. Not only are you not grateful to me, you want to take a yard after taking an inch?" Zhu Qiqi said coldly. Zhu Qiqi's attitude was clear. She would not give the nirvana pill to Jiang Lianshan no matter what. However, Jiang Lianshan was not particularly angry. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. "Zhu Qiqi, are you sure you won't give it to me?" Jiang Lianshan confirmed again. "That's right, don't even think about the nirvana pill." Zhu Qiqi glared. "Then forget it, I'll take it myself." Jiang Lianshan shook his head. "You'll take it yourself?" Zhu Qiqi was stunned, as if she did not understand Jiang Lianshan's meaning. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand and said, "Vermilion bird god, 8 trigrams power, Eastern spiritual sea of flames, 8 trigrams formation, rise." Jiang Lianshan shouted, but the entire Eastern spiritual sea of flames suddenly shook. Rumble. The earth shook, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. The flames in the void suddenly trembled rapidly. At the same time, a huge altar suddenly protruded from each of the 64 locations in the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. As soon as the altars appeared, they instantly shot out a beam of golden light towards Zhu Qiqi. Boom! The first beam of light was like a chain, piercing through Zhu Qiqi's body and binding her. "Ah, it hurts, what's that?" Zhu Qiqi's expression changed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of golden lights rushed out from the altars one after another, binding Zhu Qiqi's body in the blink of an eye. In just a short while, the 8 trigrams formation connected the heavens and the earth, binding Zhu Qiqi with rolling power. Countless rays of light surrounded Zhu Qiqi, slowly forming the pattern of the 64 trigrams on her body. Zhu Qiqi suddenly couldn't move her body. "Ah, what's that? Let go of me, Jiang Lianshan, you're courting death." Zhu Qiqi struggled and roared. Jiang Lianshan revealed a cold smile. "Vermilion bird supreme Zhu Qiqi. I know you're strong, one of the 4 ancient demonic beasts. How strong are you? If you go back on your word, I won't be able to defeat you. So, I've been setting up this formation since 800,000 years ago. This is a variation of the 8 trigrams formation. I've been setting it up for 800,000 years just for today. Jiang Lianshan, do you think you can trap me? Nanming Li fire break. Zhu Qiqi roared. Rolling blue flames instantly burned the altars around her. It's useless. Before I let you out, I infused the little vermilion bird god with the essence blood of the elite guards, dripping blood on the 64 trigrams altars. In other words, my 8 trigrams formation is connected to the little vermilion bird god. Didn't your great vermilion bird god fuse with the little vermilion bird god? This is what I've been waiting for. If you continue to struggle, I can instantly detonate your great vermilion bird god. Do you believe me? Jiang Lianshan's face twisted. Zhu Qiqi's expression changed when she sensed it. The vermilion bird god was indeed bound by the 8 trigrams formation. Jiang Lianshan, you despicable person. I saved you and this is how you scheme against me? Zhu Qiqi glared at him. If you were a man of your word, there wouldn't be today's calamity. You went back on your word, so I retaliated. Now, do you want me to destroy your vermilion bird god and take your nirvana pill, or do you want to obediently spit it out? Jiang Lianshan sneered at Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi glared at Jiang Lianshan. She thought that she had Jiang Lianshan firmly in her calculations, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to fall into Jiang Lianshan's trap. Vermilion bird god? He had long set up a trap for 800,000 years just to trap her today? To steal her nirvana pill? Jiang Lianshan, I will kill you. Zhu Qiqi roared gloomily. Spit out the nirvana pill. Jiang Lianshan looked at Zhu Qiqi coldly. Chapter 1159. The giant 8 trigrams formation connected heaven and earth, sealing Zhu Qiqi. Although Zhu Qiqi was the vermilion bird paragon and possessed monstrous strength, the vermilion bird deity was still under the control of the vermilion bird deity. Not to mention, the formation that Jiang Lianshan had prepared for 800,000 years was specifically designed to deal with Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi went back on her words and Jiang Lianshan bared his fangs. Zhu Qiqi still had some tricks that she had not used yet. However, not having time meant that her tricks were useless. Jiang Lianshan would not give her time. He waved his hand and the giant 8 trigrams formation trembled. Zhu Qiqi glared, feeling like the vermilion bird deity was about to be torn apart. Under such strong pressure, Zhu Qiqi could only spit out a flaming nirvana elixir with unwillingness. The nirvana elixir floated in the air. The surrounding space trembled slightly, as if this nirvana elixir was incompatible with the surroundings. The nirvana elixir contained Zhu Qiqi's enormous power. The instant Zhu Qiqi spat out the nirvana elixir, she suddenly withered a lot. It was as if all the blood in her body was spat out along with the nirvana elixir. Nirvana elixir? Haha, it's really the nirvana elixir. Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. As long as Jiang Lianshan swallowed the nirvana elixir, he could be reborn. From then on, he would no longer have the body of the fire deity. Instead, he would gather his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls and rebuild his physical body. I've given you the nirvana elixir. Now let me go. Zhu Qiqi shouted with hatred. Jiang Lianshan ignored her. Instead, he stared at the nirvana elixir as if he wanted to grab it. However, at this moment, Ingo's eyes suddenly lit up. He pounced without hesitation. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. Ingo, what are you doing? I'll help you get it. Ingo rushed over without looking back. Ingo's crazy attitude made Jiang Lianshan feel bad. How dare you steal my things? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed and he pounced over. Ingo was about to grab the nirvana elixir. Jiang Lianshan, however, met it with a palm strike. Ingo's expression immediately darkened as he met this palm. With a loud boom, the void trembled violently. Ingo and Jiang Lianshan paused in midair. Ingo, how dare you touch my nirvana pills? Jiang Lianshan said angrily. The two of them were not far away from the nirvana elixir. Neither of them wanted to give way to the other. They also stared at each other, not allowing the other to get close to the nirvana elixir. I'm the new commander-in-chief of the sorcerer tribe. Why wouldn't I dare? Ingo said calmly. Immediately, Zhu Qiqi, who was standing at the side, glared at Ingo and said, Are you the new chief commander of the Wu clan? What about Jiang Qin? Ingo and Jiang Lianshan, however, paid no attention to Zhu Qiqi. Ingo, I was the one who helped you to achieve what you have today. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. No, it's not you. It's Jiang Lianshan. You're just Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It's not the same. Besides, even if that's the case, so what? Ingo sneered. You deliberately pretended to join me. So you came for the Nirvana elixir. Jiang Lianshan said with hatred. So what? Jiang Lianshan's era is over. You, a defective product, still want to stir up trouble? I think there's no need for that. Ingo said coldly. Don't forget, you can't even fight one punch from Gu Hai. You want to fall out with me? You're really courting death. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan instantly charged at Ingo. The two fists collided in the air. However, this time Jiang Lianshan did not beat back Ingo. Instead, the two were in a deadlock. Know your strength. That day you couldn't even fight one punch from Gu Hai. You couldn't even block one of Ho Yi's arrows. Jiang Lianshan said in shock. If I didn't hide my strength, how could you be at ease with me? Ingo sneered. Good. Ingo, I really underestimated you. However, this is the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea. You're just a water zombie ancestor. Jiang Lianshan said hatefully. Everything was under his control. He did not expect this Ingo to betray him. Jiang Lianshan hated this feeling. He was even more furious with Ingo. So what if you're a water zombie ancestor? Water can subdue fire. Jiang Lianshan, step aside obediently. I'll help you build a zombie body and let you leave the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea. Ingo said indifferently. Ha, zombie body? Submit to you from now on? What a joke. Ingo, I created you. If you dare to disobey me today, then there's no need for you to exist. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Jiang Lianshan and Ingo immediately exerted force in their arms, charging forward again and again. The Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea shook violently. Neither of them wanted the other to get the Nirvana pills. As they fought, they got further and further away from the Nirvana pills. Zhu Qiqi, who had already wilted, had her eyes light up. It's really a dog-eat-dog situation. The Nirvana pills were not far away. Strands of red light came out of Zhu Qiqi's body. Although she was currently bound, as long as Jiang Lianshan did not control the gigantic 8 trigrams formation, she would be able to break free of the formation's bindings soon. Then she would be able to get the Nirvana pills back. Fight. Wait a little longer. I'll show you. What's mine will always be mine. Nirvana pills, my Nirvana pills. Zhu Qiqi stared at the Nirvana pills in the air not far away with excitement. However, just as Zhu Qiqi was filled with hope, a right hand suddenly appeared below the Nirvana pills. A right hand? Zhu Qiqi was stunned. Where did the right hand come from? Then she saw that right hand grab. The right hand grabbed the Nirvana pills. Gu Hai suddenly appeared and grabbed the Nirvana pills. What? There's someone else? Zhu Qiqi exclaimed. Gu Hai was the first to come out of the Dream Realm's force field. He immediately rushed here. The moment Gu Hai arrived, Jiang Lianshan and Ingo started fighting. Hence, they did not notice Gu Hai's sudden appearance. Gu Hai saw the 15,000 zhang tall Zhu Qiqi the moment he arrived. However, he did not have time to pay attention to her. Gu Hai quickly searched for the elite guards. In an instant, he saw a wisp of faint smoke on the altar. Gu Hai panicked when he saw that wisp of smoke. Was he too late? The elite guards were still sacrificed. Lin Wan-er was also sacrificed. Dead. They were annihilated, leaving only a trace of residue. No. Gu Hai screamed in horror. At the same time, in the Eternaline capital. No. Skeleton Gu Hai instinctively screamed. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. I was one step too late. Lin Wan-er was already annihilated. Only a wisp of smoke is left. Gu Hai said regretfully. A wisp of smoke is left? No, Zhu Qiqi is there. Brother-in-law, why don't you ask Zhu Qiqi for help? Her Nirvana pills can allow people to be reborn from the ashes. Long Wanyu said. Nirvana rebirth from the ashes? Can she still be saved? You're saying that Wan-er can still be saved? Gu Hai suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise. Yes, but it might be very difficult. We need her Nirvana pills. She's such a petty person. She won't agree. Long Wanyu said with a bitter smile. Nirvana pills? I saw the Nirvana pills. How do I use them? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Put them directly on the ashes of the dead. As long as they haven't been dead for more than 2 hours, they can be reborn from the ashes. However, brother-in-law, do you think Zhu Qiqi will agree? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Yes, of course. Gu Hai said in surprise. In the eastern spirit sea of fire, Gu Hai's main body took advantage of Jiang Lianshan and Ingo's fight to pounce on the nirvana pills. He grabbed them in an instant. He didn't have time to think as he rushed towards the elite guards on the altar. "No, what are you doing? That's my nirvana pills. Give me back my nirvana pills." Screech. Zhu Qiqi roared in shock and anger. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan and Ingo, who were fighting, suddenly turned their heads when they heard Zhu Qiqi's roar. "Gu Hai? How dare you? That's mine." Ingo suddenly glared and roared. He saw Gu Hai pouncing towards the smoke of the elite guards with the nirvana pills in his hand. Jiang Lianshan also suddenly understood what Gu Hai wanted to do. He wants to save the elite guards? I've been busy killing the elite guards for 800,000 years just to get this nirvana pills. If you waste it on the elite guards, wouldn't my 800,000 years of hard work be in vain? "Gu Hai, you're courting death." Jiang Lianshan suddenly roared. Gu Hai didn't have time to pay attention to the threat in the distance. He went to the smoke of the elite guards' ashes and gently placed the nirvana pills in the smoke of the elite guards' mouths. Wong. The nirvana elixir suddenly emitted a rainbow-colored light, instantly enveloping the smoke of the Jingwei. The surrounding flames were immediately absorbed into the elixir. The surface of the Jingwei's body instantly turned gray, as if countless streams of light were flowing towards the Jingwei. At this moment, under the powerful effect of the nirvana pills, the smoke of the elite guard seemed to be reversing time and quickly regenerating. The power of reversing time was the power of the nirvana pills. The nirvana pills were slowly melting, slowly helping the elite guards to regenerate. "No, my nirvana pills?" Zhu Qiqi, Jiang Lianshan and Ingo roared in grief at the same time. At this moment, two loud sounds came from not far away. Boom! Boom! It was Yu and Shin-Nong Chu who broke through the Dream Realm force field and suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, they saw Jiang Lianshan and Ingo rushing towards Gu Hai. In front of Gu Hai was the blurry elite guards. "What's going on?" Yu flew over angrily. "Rumble." Ingo and Jiang Lianshan arrived. Each of them struck out with their palms, bringing with them an extremely fierce aura. This aura seemed to want to blow away the ashes of the elite guards. "Stop them. I am saving the elite guards. Quick." Gu Hai protected the ashes of the elite guards and roared at Yu and Shin-Nong Chu. The two instantly understood. Almost at the same time, they blocked in front of Gu Hai and struck towards the sky. Yu's palm struck Ingo's palm. Shin-Nong Chu's palm struck Jiang Lianshan's palm. Boom, boom. Two super loud sounds exploded in the entire eastern spirit sea of flames. Yu and Shin-Nong Chu blocked the furious Ingo and Jiang Lianshan. "Ingo, it's all your fault." Jiang Lianshan roared gloomily. He was so close to succeeding. But he failed at the last step. "We have just consumed 1/10 of the nirvana pills. We still have a lot. It's not your fault. You didn't let the elite guards turn into ashes and gave Gu Hai a chance." Ingo said angrily. "Turn into ashes?" Yu worriedly turned to look at Gu Hai. "The elite guards are undergoing nirvana rebirth. They can't be disturbed. Stop them." Gu Hai shouted. "Okay." Yu nodded. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Lianshan and Ingo with a cold expression. Chapter 1160. Jiang Lianshan and Ingo stared at the altar. As time passed, the number of nirvana pills dwindled, and the elite guards were reborn from the ashes. Zhu Qiqi was shrouded by the 8 trigrams array and could not move. She did not interrupt and just watched coldly. The elite guards are in the midst of nirvana rebirth, they cannot be disturbed. Stop them. Gu Hai shouted. All right. Yu nodded and turned around, looking at Jiang Lianshan and Ingo with a cold expression. Jiang Lianshan, didn't you say it's not easy to pass through the dream force field? Ingo shouted gloomily. Jiang Lianshan's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Gu Hai's group to find him so quickly. We still have more than half of the nirvana pills, we must get them back. Ingo, help me get them back and I will let bygones be bygones. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan knew something was wrong when he saw Yu and Shin-Nong Chu. Shin-Nong Chu looked coldly at Jiang Lianshan and coughed. Hua Shen, 800,000 years ago, I could have followed His Holiness, but it was you who pretended to be His Holiness. I was unwilling and stubborn, so I dragged this rotten body until now. Last time I was ambushed by you, but today I won't have another chance. You should go accompany His Holiness. Old Chu, you lunatic, what does my business have to do with you? Jiang Lianshan glared at him and said gloomily, "If you change your appearance, of course it has nothing to do with me. But if you pretend to be His Holiness, then it has nothing to do with me. Shin, give me your life." Shin Nongchu rushed out. Boom. In an instant, Shin Nongchu and Jiang Lianshan's fists collided. The huge impact caused the entire void to shake violently. The two were actually unable to determine the victor. Old Chu, old Chu. Jiang Lianshan roared angrily. Boom, boom, boom. The two experts clashed fiercely again and again. Ingo didn't help because his eyes were fixed on the Nirvana pills. Jiang Lianshan had too much karma, which was why he was restricted everywhere. He did not have much karma, so he still had a chance to obtain the Nirvana pills. However, you continued to stare at Ingo. We also had karma with Jiang Lianshan's fire god. Yu Jingwei and Qiyu were princesses and princes of the Celestial Empire, but their experiences were extremely miserable. They used to think that Jiang Lianshan was the cause of their miserable lives. They resented Jiang Lianshan, but they couldn't vent their anger. After all, he was their biological father. But now they could vent their anger. It turned out that their biggest enemy was the god of fire. Not only did he cause the three siblings to have a rough life, even their father, Jiang Lianshan, died because of him. If he hadn't deceived Jiang Lianshan wouldn't have lost Murong Yen, and he wouldn't have died. With such a big grudge, Hui wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces, but he restrained himself. He wanted to protect Jingwei and couldn't let her resurrection be disturbed. There was still Ingo staring at him. Looking at Ingo's appearance, Hui's eyelids twitched. Ingo was Jingwei's corpse. This appearance was his sister's appearance. Ingo was anxious. Hui stared at him. How could he snatch the Nirvana pills? However, if this continued, the effect of the Nirvana pills would be completely gone. I don't care. Ingo's face turned cold and he rushed over. When Ingo rushed over, Hui's eyes turned cold and he stepped forward. The two men's fists collided with a loud bang. Honk. With a loud sound, Ingo took a step back, and Hui also took a step back. Ingo? Your strength is extraordinary. Hui narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Of course. You are the fire element zombie ancestor refined by Jiang Lianshan, and I am the water element zombie ancestor refined by Jiang Lianshan. You were sealed in the Inferno prison, and I was suppressed in the Yellow Springs Sea. The experience we got was about the same. So, I can't be weaker than you? Ingo said coldly. Ingo, Jingwei is your spirit, and you are her physical body. I don't want to hurt you, so don't push your luck. Hui said coldly. Spirit? Physical body? Ah, what a joke. Do you think I care about her? Ingo sneered. Hui narrowed his eyes and looked at Ingo. You are right. My physical body used to be one with Jingwei, but that's all in the past. Now, this physical body gave birth to a new spirit, which is me, Ingo. Do you think I will destroy my self-awareness and give my physical body to someone else? Ingo sneered. So, your new spirit never intended to return your physical body to Jingwei? Hui said coldly. Never. She is not worthy. What ability does she have to make me destroy my self-awareness? Give up my physical body? Ingo sneered. Yes, she doesn't have the ability to take back her physical body, but she has me as her sister. Hui said coldly. Sister? Ingo's face suddenly sank. I will help him take back everything. Since you can't coexist with Jingwei, I will destroy your self-awareness. Hui's eyes turned cold and he rushed over again. Boom. With a loud sound, Hui and Ingo collided again. The huge impact shook Ingo's heart. You are qualified? You and I have the same experience. When Jiang Lianshan separated my physical body from Jingwei, he refined my physical body into a purine body. I am purer than you. Ingo said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. The two zombie ancestors collided again and again, neither giving way. It seemed like they were evenly matched. Yes, your innate conditions are better than mine. However, my will is stronger than yours. Hui glared. Boom. Hui glared and let out a ferocious cry, sending Ingo flying. Ingo looked at Hui in surprise. Oh, you are not much stronger. I am the new commander of the sorcerer tribe. You are all sorcerer tribe cultivators. You must listen to my orders. Ridiculous. Hui glared and pounced again. Boom, boom, boom. Hui and Ingo fought fiercely. Although the difference in strength between the two of them was not much, there was a ferocious and vicious aura in Hui's power. This made Hui's attacks fiercer and fiercer, and he hit Ingo again and again. Ingo showed a ferocious expression, but he was depressed. Although he was not suppressed much, he could not surpass Hui. Jiang Lianshan and Shin Nongqi also fought fiercely. Unfortunately, Shin Nongqi was too old and coughed as he fought. He was suppressed by Jiang Lianshan. The two battlefields were extremely fierce. Gu Hai stood at the altar, but he did not have any intention of helping. Gu Hai had more important things to do. He had to protect the revival of the elite guards in Lin Wana. With the release of the Nirvana elixir's power, the revival of the elite guards seemed to reverse the flow of time. After a while, the eyes of the elite guard seemed to slowly become solid. That pair of eyes started to move slightly, as if it had gained a bit of consciousness. Those eyes were not those of the elite guards but Lin Wana. Gu Hai recognized her immediately. There was no fear in Lin Wana's eyes, only tenderness. When she looked at Gu Hai, she was full of tenderness as if she cherished him. It will be done soon. Alright, let's go home. Gu Hai said gently. Was going to be revived? Gu Hai felt a warmth in his heart. Just as Gu Hai's heart was softening, the cry of a vermilion bird suddenly resounded in all directions. Screech! The vermilion bird roared. In an instant, a torrential fire rushed towards Yu Qiqi. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud sound. It was the 64 altars of the giant 8 trigrams formation that suddenly exploded. With a roar and an explosion, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Yu Qiqi. Boom boom boom. Altars exploded one after another in all directions. The entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames seemed to have exploded. From the outside, the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames seemed to have exploded into a ball. The surrounding mountains and lands were all blown up into the sky. In the Eternaline capital, the skeleton Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the Yama Shrine, the vast Freedom Demon was also silent for a while. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? What happened? Is Yu Qiqi going to destroy the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? The vast Freedom Demon muttered. Even though the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon was extremely curious, he didn't go to investigate. He just watched quietly from afar. Screech! Boom! Another loud sound came from the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. In the entire Netherworld, countless peerless experts were in a panic at this moment. They didn't know what earth-shattering thing was happening in Dongfang. Only Gu Hai, who was inside, knew that things were about to get serious. This was because Yu Qiqi had been silently accumulating her strength. At this moment, it suddenly exploded, instantly bursting the giant 8 trigrams formation. The golden chains of light binding Yu Qiqi's body completely exploded as well. With a roar, monstrous flames enveloped her body. The wounds that were pierced by the formation were instantly regenerated by the flames and completely healed. The flames of the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames revolved around Yu Qiqi. Yu Qiqi was like a god descending from the heavens in this sea of flames. A vast aura rushed towards Gu Hai, who was at the altar. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan and the others who were fighting changed their expressions. Old man, you're still stopping me. Yu Qiqi is out. Why don't you dodge? Jiang Lianshan roared. Half-fire god, I don't want to live at all. If I kill you, I can rest in peace. How can I let you go? Shin Nongchu roared ferociously. Boom. The battle between Shin Nongchu and Jiang Lianshan was still ongoing. On the other side, Zhao suddenly became worried. He wasn't worried about Yu Qiqi but about Jing Wei. Could Gu Hai stop Yu Qiqi? Ah, Zhao, don't you have a stronger will than me? Now you can forget about helping Gu Hai. I can't get the Nirvana elixir, so you can forget about it. I'm the new commander of the Sorcerer tribe. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the new commander of the Sorcerer tribe. Ingo continued to block Zhao. You're really a lunatic. Zhao's face turned cold. Boom boom boom. Zhao and Ingo's battle didn't stop. In this way, only Gu Hai was left. Yu Qiqi took a step forward. The flames that engulfed the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames surged towards Gu Hai with heavenly might. Her 50,000 feet tall body was like a monstrous beast that wanted to crush Gu Hai completely. However, Gu Hai couldn't escape. Because, on the altar behind him, Jing Wei's body had only half recovered. Half of the Nirvana elixir hadn't taken effect yet. Yu Qiqi wanted to snatch back the Nirvana elixir. Gu Hai had to stop her. Only Gu Hai was left. He raised his head and looked at the 50,000 feet tall Yu Qiqi. Chapter 1161. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Yu Qiqi, who was 50,000 feet tall, pressed down on Gu Hai with heavenly might. Gu Hai shielded Jing Wei behind him. He held the life extinguisher in his hand and looked at Zhu Qiqi solemnly. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Supreme Vermilion Bird, I, Gu Hai of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, had no choice but to use the Nirvana elixir because of my family. In the future, I will return you a treasure to make up for today's losses. Return? Do I need you to return it? What right do you have to negotiate with me? What's mine is mine. The Nirvana elixir is not something that this lowly girl can enjoy. Get lost. Let me tear this lowly girl apart and condense the energy released by the Nirvana elixir. I can even restore the Nirvana elixir to its original state. Tear this lowly girl apart? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. His previous friendliness was completely gone. He revealed a trace of coldness. I originally respected you as the Supreme Vermilion Bird and didn't want to do anything bad to you. However, you wanted Wan to die. Sorry for offending you. I didn't get the Nirvana elixir from you. I took it from Jiang Lianshan and Ingo. Humph, since you don't want it, then I'll punish you. Gu Hai said coldly. Ignorant junior. What a joke. Zhu Qiqi shouted coldly. Her huge vermilion bird claw grabbed at Gu Hai. 10 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai shouted. Hong. The ferocious saber aura collided with the sharp claw. Under the powerful force, Zhu Qiqi's body stopped. She actually couldn't break Gu Hai's palm aura. Gu Hai didn't expect to block Zhu Qiqi's vermilion bird claw so easily. So, you are also suppressed by the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames and can't use the power of 3 souls? That's all there is to it. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. That's all there is to it? If you didn't spit out the Nirvana elixir, would you still be standing in front of me now? Zhu Qiqi said coldly. I said wait. With the suppression of 3 souls you might not be my match. Gu Hai said coldly. Since he couldn't use the power of the 3 souls, Gu Hai wasn't afraid of anyone with his fire god body. Zhu Qiqi looked at Gu Hai with bloodshot eyes and sneered, You think you can stand on equal footing with me by suppressing 3 souls? You're not qualified. Gu Hai looked at Zhu Qiqi coldly and did not reply. At this moment he only needed to protect the elite guards. The Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames has not been extinguished for millions of years. Do you know what that is? This is the power my master gave me. It's just that he gave me too much back then and we didn't handle it properly. Now that I'm out of the seal, I should be able to use this master's power. Zhu Qiqi sneered. Gu Hai's expression changed. Not far away Yu Ingo, Jiang Lianshan, and Shin Nongqi were also frowning. Master? The Vermilion Bird Supreme had a master? Master above, Qiqi thanks Master for bestowing me with supreme divine power. Master, please return the power to me. Zhu Qiqi shouted. Bus. Suddenly the boiling Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames trembled. Following that, waves of transparent red energy inexplicably swept over from all directions, causing the surrounding flames to retreat one after another. The moment the transparent red energy appeared, it suddenly caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if a mighty god had descended. A terrifying aura rushed straight to the heart and radiated in all directions from the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Whoosh, whoosh. In the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, countless fire-type demonic beasts all knelt down in fear. Not only in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, but in the outside world, living beings and dead spirits in cities all knelt down one after another. It was as if the eye of the heavens had opened. All living beings and dead spirits were terrified and radiated in all directions of the netherworld. This was the aura of the 30th level. It was this aura that suppressed all living beings to kneel down. Eternal Een Capital. Countless civilians and officials knelt down. Gu Hai and a group of powerful experts withstood it. His Holiness, what is this aura? Why do I feel like the immortal of the 6 paths is here? Kong Xian said in surprise. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing rushed over from all directions. Each of them had a look of horror on their faces. Gu Hai and Long Wanyu looked at each other. This is the aura of the 30th level? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Ancient Palace entrance. Many demonic beasts and dead spirits in the Heavenly Devil's sacred ground also knelt down. Scorpio and Wushang Demon looked at the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil in shock. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 2 figures flew over. One was wearing a black robe and the other was wearing a white robe. Big brother, second brother, you are out of seclusion? Wushang Demon's eyes lit up. Third brother, fourth brother, what happened? Where did this aura come from? The white-robed figure said in surprise. The black-robed figure looked at the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil and asked, Master, is this Zhu Qiqi? Zhu Qiqi's power from the ritual? The power of the 30th level. So the ritual didn't fail but succeeded. The 30th level is still alive? The vast freedom heavenly devil's voice carried a trace of panic. Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. The red and transparent energy condensed into a gas and then a liquid. It floated in the air like a large lake. There was a gap in the lake, and that gap was the tributary that flowed to Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi slowly absorbed the energy. Just a little bit and her aura suddenly increased by 10 times, no 20 times. In an instant, a void-shattering aura rushed toward Gu Hai. Under this aura, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't think of doing so. Boom. Boom. Not far away, Mahavarakana and Ho-E rushed out of the Dreamland force field. Mr. Good, this is the power of the 30th level? Mahavarakana exclaimed. That's right. This is bad. Gu Hai said bitterly. Ho-E didn't understand. No, this power of the 30th level doesn't have the mark of the 30th level. It's just his power. Mr. Good, I fought him once. This power doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to whoever gets it. Mahavarakana said. What did you say? Gu Hai stared. We can steal it, Mr. Good? Mahavarakana said excitedly. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. I don't know. I didn't say anything back then. Mahavarakana laughed bitterly. You didn't say anything? I might have a way. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. What? Mahavarakana was shocked. Ho-E Mahavarakana, protect Jingwei's body. Don't disturb her resurrection. I'll deal with Zhu Qiqi. Gu Hai stared and rushed over. Okay. Mahavarakana and Ho-E answered. Gu Hai rushed toward Zhu Qiqi. Zhou Tianchu. You're courting death. Zhu Qiqi snorted. She reached out and clawed at Gu Hai. Boom. Gu Hai's saber energy exploded. Gu Hai was also hit by the sharp claw. If it had been anyone else, they would have been crushed by the claw with the power of 30. However, Gu Hai did not. Gu Hai's physical body was unbeatable. With a loud bang, Gu Hai flew into the sky. The immense pain did not make Gu Hai lose his ability to fight. Instead, it made him more alert. As he flew into the sky, Gu Hai suddenly felt the power suppressing his 3 spiritual souls disappear. His 3 spiritual souls trembled and could be used again. That was right. The East Spirit Flame Sea had suppressed his 3 spiritual souls with the power of 30. As for the power of 30, Zhu Qiqi summoned it and condensed the transparent power in the shape of a large lake. The suppression on his 3 spiritual souls was gone. Without the suppression, Gu Hai could use his 3 spiritual souls. God-slaying light. Gu Hai shouted. The heavenly eye appeared in between his eyebrows. A beam of light of destruction shot toward Zhu Qiqi. Light of destruction? You know Jiang Chen's cultivation method too? Zhu Qiqi's eyes turned cold. She spread her wings. Boom. Rolling flames instantly cancelled out the light of destruction. Gu Hai's 3 spiritual souls had disappeared. So had Zhu Qiqi's. Zhu Qiqi was the vermilion bird supreme. She had already perfected the God Legion. Naturally, her strength was even more powerful. The East Spirit Flame Sea was about to collapse because of the power of 30. However, Zhu Qiqi spread her wings. Endless Nanmingli fire instantly covered the area. Zhu Qiqi, who had blocked the light of destruction, looked at him. Gu Hai opened his mouth and inhaled. The huge lake of 30 that belonged to him split into a second branch and rushed toward Gu Hai. It instantly entered Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai had absorbed it? Gu Hai had activated the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem. Lifespan Divine Text Spirit. The innate skill was used to cultivate this spirit. Spirit light. It was a cultivation method created by 30. It was like how the heavens created life cultivation, Fuxi created life cultivation, and 30 created spirit cultivation. The innate skill was the cultivation of spirit light. It was the cultivation of the power of 30. Now, Gu Hai was fully absorbing the power of the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem. The power without 30 naturally found a way to break through the dam and rush toward Gu Hai crazily. This rush was even faster and more urgent than the rush toward Zhu Qiqi. Impossible. The power that Master gave me can only be absorbed by me. I must have seen wrongly. Zhu Qiqi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes with her wings. However, the power of 30 that was flowing toward Gu Hai was still increasing. Is he, Gu Hai, really stealing my power? Bastard, that was given to me by Master. How dare you touch it? You're courting death. Zhu Qiqi roared. She flapped her wings and a huge fire rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai blocked with the life-extinguishing saber. His power increased tremendously as he slashed down. Boom. Zhu Qiqi was too strong. Gu Hai was sent flying again. However, Gu Hai's body was invulnerable. Although Gu Hai was in pain, he could still bear it. He absorbed the power of 30 and rushed toward Zhu Qiqi again to disturb her and prevent her from snatching the Nirvana elixir. Zhu Qiqi was indeed very upset at this moment. It was not easy to borrow power from Master. In the end, she did not handle it well and was sealed for tens of thousands of years. It was not easy to get out of the seal, but the power that Master borrowed was going to be stolen by someone else? No one can steal my Master's power. It's all mine. Roar. Zhu Qiqi pounced toward Gu Hai fiercely. Gu Hai was waiting for the battle. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. The power of 30 that he had just absorbed was helping him to break through the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem. The Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem was too difficult to cultivate. Gu Hai had not been able to find the method. By chance, he was only at the 4th heaven. He thought that there was no hope for further improvement. However, the power of 30 was helping him to break through. His heavenly eye was now extremely hot. Gu Hai understood that it was about to break through. Chapter 1162. While Zhu Qiqi and Gu Hai fought over the power of 30, the suppression of the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames on the 3 souls was instantly lifted. Everyone could use the power of the 3 souls in an instant. Chi's aura surged and a ferocious aura rushed towards Ingo. However, Ingo was also a water-type zombie ancestor and he was no longer restrained. With a wave of his hand, the boundless heavenly river appeared. Boom! The battle between Chi and Ingo shattered the void. However, Jiang Lianshan and Shen Nong Pai did not change much. Shen Nong Pai was a treasure, and was not suppressed by the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. That was why he could fight Gu Hai to a draw. Without the suppression of the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames, Shen Nong Pai was still as strong as before. Only Jiang Lianshan suddenly showed a look of panic. Jiang Lianshan was only a fire god, and he only survived because of the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. Now that the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames was about to be extinguished, he would not be able to hold on much longer. If he did not undergo Nirvana rebirth, he would be annihilated. No, we must get the Nirvana pills immediately. Old thing, spread out. Jiang Lianshan roared. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan took out the soul-dispersing gourd and charged at Shen Nong Pai with a ferocious expression. At this moment, the most furious person was Zhu Qiqi. Someone dared to compete with her for the power of 30? After all, Zhu Qiqi was in the great circle of the God Legion. Although the Nirvanic rebirth pill had drained her, with 30 levels of power pouring into her, she was now even stronger than she had been at her peak. Screech. 10 cycles. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Hai was blasted into the starry sky again, shattering a large number of stars. Pfft. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew how strong Zhu Qiqi was, but this injury was not enough to hurt his foundation. Gu Hai's physical body was too strong, especially without the suppression of the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. The spiritual mother was also constantly pouring out power to strengthen and repair his body. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Hai rushed down again. On one hand, he didn't want to give up on the huge lake of 30 points of strength. On the other hand, if he didn't rush down, one would definitely die. Ingo was dragging you along without benefiting himself, making you unable to free his hands. Rumble. When Gu Hai sucked in 30% of his power, Zhu Qiqi instantly went crazy. Little thing, you're not dead yet? Zhu Qiqi glared and roared. Zhu Qiqi soared into the sky and was about to catch Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly focused and he waved his hand. Hungry Ghost Dao Reincarnation open. A huge Hungry Ghost Road reincarnation entrance suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Qiqi. Huff. Zhu Qiqi, who was charging upwards, immediately fell into the path of Hungry Ghost Samsara. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the entrance suddenly disappeared. It's gone? Hoi asked in surprise. At this moment, the power of 30 converged and Zhu Qiqi disappeared. More than half of the flames in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames also dissipated. Immediately, countless cultivators outside could see what was happening inside. In God Temple's entrance. So many people? Vast freedom, Heavenly Devil exclaimed in surprise. Lord, that's Gu Hai, and you? There's also Jiang Lianshan. Impossible, isn't he dead? Who is that? Scorpio exclaimed. The scene in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames was beyond the Heavenly Devil Holy Grounds experts' expectations. Most importantly, Zhu Qiqi was gone? Dealt with by Gu Hai? Impossible. That was the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Vast freedom, Heavenly Devil and the others were silent for a long time. Lord, look at the Eternal capital. Why didn't Gu Hai's clone go there? Wuxiang Demon's expression suddenly sank. Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil looked at the Eternal capital. At this moment, the skeleton of the Eternal capital, Gu Hai, just happened to turn his head and look in the direction of the Yin God Temple. The leaders of the two factions looked at each other from a distance. Then Skeleton Gu Hai smiled coldly. Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil, on the other hand, was gloomy. Lord, Gu Hai is absorbing the power of the lake. What kind of power is that? Scorpio asked. That's the power of 30. It should be the power of 30 that kept the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames burning for millions of years. Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil said coldly. But that's Gu Hai taking advantage of it? Wuxiang Demon said unhappily. The Vast Freedom Celestial Devil shook his head. Zhu Qiqi can't just die like that. Also, don't touch 30's power. Only someone like Gu Hai, who doesn't know the difference between life and death, would dare to snatch it. 30 gave it to Paragon Vermilion Bird, so only Zhu Qiqi can use it. Whoever dares to touch it can only face death. Wait and see. Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Eternal capital. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ying's expressions changed when they saw the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. His Holiness, should we go and help? Kong Xian asked anxiously. No, we can't move. Skeleton Gu Hai shook his head. Why? Long Wanyu was also surprised. We are standing here to guard against the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground's interference. Gu Hai said solemnly. Guard against the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground? Everyone was stunned. If we don't move, it means we still have some strength left. The Heavenly Demon Holy Ground won't dare to act rashly. Once we move, the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground will definitely interfere. At that time, Skeleton Gu Hai said solemnly. All right, but... Long Wanyu said worriedly. Zhu Qiqi has been sent into the path of Hungry Ghost's reincarnation. The situation is in our favor. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Everyone nodded. In the distant Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, Gu Hai vigorously operated the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth to absorb the power of 30. Perhaps the power of 30 was really meant for Zhu Qiqi. It was specially designed to stimulate Zhu Qiqi's power. Even if Gu Hai absorbed it, he couldn't turn it into his own power. However, he could use it to stimulate the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. After a short while, Gu Hai felt that the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth had a breakthrough. Sizzle. The heavenly eye at the center of Gu Hai's brows emitted black gas as it burned. The black gas floated above Gu Hai's head. It seemed like it was going to form a huge dark cloud. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, the fifth heaven, the heavenly eye appears? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. What was the heavenly eye appears? It was the heavenly eye floating high up in the sky and forming the heavenly eye. Although it was still changing with this trend, everything was developing in a good direction. The black gas increased. The aura of the black gas also grew stronger. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang in the void and boundless flames appeared again. Gu Hai, do you think it's fine to just send me into the path of Hungry Ghost? 6 paths of reincarnation, no matter which one, I can open it. Zhu Qiqi's voice suddenly resounded in the void. However, he saw that space was torn apart by sharp claws. Then Zhu Qiqi stepped out with a ferocious cry. With a ferocious expression, she rushed towards Gu Hai's body. Eternal capital. Oh no, brother-in-law, I forgot to tell you. The Vermilion Bird Supreme was 30's pet in the past. She has been in the 6 paths of reincarnation for countless years and countless times. It can't trap her. Long Wanyu's expression changed. In the distance, Zhu Qiqi rushed towards Gu Hai again. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the entrance to the hell path of reincarnation opened. Boom! Zhu Qiqi saw it clearly this time. She tore with her claws and the huge entrance suddenly closed. Do you think I can use it a second time? Zhu Qiqi said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai's expression changed and he felt troubled. The 5 paths of reincarnation was useless? Zhu Qiqi won't be fooled again? Whoosh! Zhu Qiqi absorbed 30's power again, and her aura surged again. It was much stronger than Matriarch Ji's aura. Now even Ho and Ingo's aura were slightly weaker. Bastard Ingo, get lost. Ho's expression changed and he punched Ingo. Ha ha, if I can't get it, don't think you can leave. Ingo stopped Ho. Ho's expression turned cold. Suddenly, a fiery red cloud floated in the sky. The aura of heaven's might pressed down. Ho was going to open her eye of heaven. Ingo's expression changed. Oh, there's a girl who can use Master's power? Myriad Spirit Destruction Art, lock. Zhu Qiqi roared. Immediately, Zhu Qiqi spat out a ray of golden light that rushed towards Ho's red cloud, locking it in place. The eye of heaven in the red cloud couldn't open. What? Ho's expression turned cold as he looked at Zhu Qiqi. This is the art Master taught me to restrain spiritual light. You're not qualified to use Master's power in front of me. Zhu Qiqi sneered. Ho, do you see it? You can't open your eye of heaven. So what if you can't open it? Ah. Ingo became arrogant again. Ho's expression turned gloomy, and a fierce look flashed across his face as he charged towards Ingo. Boom. Ho was really angry. This time, his fierce attack sent Ingo flying, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The two continued to fight. Zhu Qiqi continued to absorb the power of 30, causing it to soar into the sky once more. At the same time, it slashed towards Gu Hai once more. That was because Gu Hai was plundering his things. He had to kill him. Gu Hai's expression changed. He couldn't use the 5 paths of reincarnation, so he could only continue with the 10 cycles. Gu Hai was prepared to be sent flying again, but unfortunately the absorption of 30's power was much slower. Gu Hai raised the life-ending saber and was about to slash again. Amit Ba. Suddenly a Buddhist chant was heard. Mahavairakana suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai and Zhu Qiqi. Get out of the way, Mahavairakana. You're no match for him. Gu Hai's expression changed. What was Mahavairakana doing? He was at the peak of Heavenly Palace, but his power was about the same as Yi Futian's. If it weren't for his invincible body he would have died. Baldy, you're here to die too? Do you think you can stop me? Zhu Qiqi said with a cold expression. Xitigarbha said that if I don't go to hell, who will? Mr. Good, I saw that you can absorb 30's power. How can 30's power make you stronger? I'm here to help you under my orders. Unfortunately, I've been mediocre all these years. The 30 tribulation is near, and the people can't escape it. I once said that he wants to purify the world, destroy all living things and give birth to new spirits. I'm useless, so I can only help you from here. Mahavairakana said. Namo Amit Ba Namo Sakyamune. The Mahavairakana is boundless and the Buddha sea is boundless. Mahavairakana suddenly rushed toward Zhu Qiqi. Mahavairakana. Gu Hai said in surprise. Zhu Qiqi's expression also turned cold. How dare a mere peak of Heavenly Palace boast in front of me? Ridiculous. Zhu Qiqi's claw, which carried the might of heaven, slashed down. The vast impact didn't appear, but Mahavairakana and Zhu Qiqi suddenly retracted and disappeared from where they were. However, a blazing sun that was 10,000 feet long appeared where he was standing. In the blazing sun, there was an apparition of Mahavairakana. The inside of the blazing sun was like a huge, boundless sea of flames. A huge Zhu Qiqi flew quickly above the sea of flames, as if trapped in the blazing sun. This is? Everyone was stunned. Vast Freedom Demon also looked at the scene in the distance in shock. This is impossible. How can Mahavairakana trap Zhu Qiqi? Gu Hai also stared at Mahavairakana's apparition in the blazing sun in front of him. How did Mahavairakana do it? Mr. Good, I burned my remaining body to create this blazing sun Buddha sea world. At most it can last for half an hour. Please cherish it. In the blazing sun, Mahavairakana's apparition smiled and said. Gu Hai, however, shuddered. Burned my remaining body? Was Mahavairakana committing suicide? Mahavairakana, if you do this, I can't explain it to Sakyamuni Buddha. Gu Hai said bitterly as he absorbed the power of the 30 tribulation. I am a Dharma Laksana. Mr. Good, you don't have to feel sad for me. If I know that I am like this, I will definitely be relieved. I, Lousy, and the rest have high hopes for Mr. Good. All these years in Dahan, I have seen Mr. Good's love for the common people. Now that I can contribute to the common people, I have no regrets. I hope Mr. Good will take care of yourself. Mahavairakana's apparition put his palms together, his expression benevolent. Chapter 1163. Vermilion Bird had the upper hand, Jing Wei and Lin Wanner would die, and Gu Hai would suffer endless revenge. But now, Mahavairakana suddenly chose to sacrifice himself in exchange for half an incense stick of time for Gu Hai. This made Gu Hai feel very moved. Mahavairakana, in the future if I have the ability, I will definitely save you. Gu Hai clenched his teeth and did not say anything else. He quickly absorbed the power of 30. Rumble. During the breakthrough of the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion poem, rolling black gas soared into the sky, forming a vast dark cloud. Inside, Vermilion Bird flew angrily in a sea of flames, tearing apart the void. All around, the world was filled with Buddhist chants. The sound was deafening and soul-stirring. Damn Baldi, when I come out, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Zhu Qiqi roared. Mahavairakana's apparition put his palms together but ignored her. On the other side, Jiang Lianshan saw that he had lost his support and was about to be destroyed. He used all his strength and charged at Shenong Pai with the soul-dispersing gourd. Boom! The soul-dispersing gourd shot out divine sand that landed on Shenong Pai's body. Ah! The divine sand was very harmful to Shenong Pai. Countless holes appeared on Shenong Pai's body, and he was forced to retreat. You deserve it, old man. Your weapon spirit is similar to a soul body. You should have used the soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan said with a ferocious expression. Cough cough poof. Shenong Pai's eyes were red. Even though his body was heavily injured and riddled with holes, he still blocked in front of Jiang Lianshan and attacked Jiang Lianshan with punches and palms. Old man, you are wasting my time. Jiang Lianshan became more and more furious. Shenong Pai was risking his life to stop him. He was already riddled with holes under the soul-dispersing gourd. Why would he not let him go? Jiang Lianshan was extremely irritated. If you want to die, then die. Explode the soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan wanted to blow up the entire soul-dispersing gourd. As long as he could blow up the Shenong Ho, the soul-dispersing gourd would be useless. Just as Jiang Lianshan activated the soul-dispersing gourd to explode. Suddenly, a divine arrow shot over from afar. Boom! The divine arrow instantly knocked the soul-dispersing gourd out of his hand. What? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. Ho Yi, who was protecting the elite guards, shot out an arrow from afar. Ho Yi, how dare you? Jiang Lianshan was furious. Impersonating His Holiness. He deserves death, said Ho Yi coldly. With a cold voice, Ho Yi pulled out another arrow and instantly shot it at Jiang Lianshan. Swish! The arrow instantly arrived in front of Jiang Lianshan. However, Jiang Lianshan seemed to be extremely familiar with Ho Yi's archery skills. Even though Ho Yi had recovered his strength, he still twisted his body strangely and dodged Ho Yi's divine arrow. Humph, I was the one who taught you archery skills. You want to kill me? Dream on. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Ho Yi's eyelids twitched. But at this moment, Shenong Ho suddenly rushed in front of Jiang Lianshan. Old thing, even without the soul-dispersing gourd, you are no match for me. You want to stop me with your battered body? Go to hell. Jiang Lianshan struck with his palm. This time, Shenong Ho did not take it head-on. Instead, he tilted his body and dodged. Then he suddenly gave Jiang Lianshan a bear hug. What are you doing? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. He was actually being hugged. Ho Yi! Shenong Ho roared. Swish, swish, swish. Ho Yi once again shot 3 arrows at Jiang Lianshan. Old thing, you think you can hold me back by hugging me? Ho Yi's arrows can hit me? Dream on. Jiang Lianshan's expression turned sinister. Jiang Lianshan's palm struck towards Shenong Ho's head. At the same time, he quickly turned his body and dodged Ho Yi's divine arrow. Swish! Jiang Lianshan dodged the divine arrow again. His palm was about to smash Shenong Ho's head. Shenong Ho did not panic. Instead, he looked calm. Grand Princess, this old man can finally see you and His Holiness resolve the misunderstanding. This old man's death is worth it. Shenong Ho said with a serene expression. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed as if he had guessed something bad. The speed and strength of his hand increased. His Holiness, this old man has followed you here. Shenong Ho finally said with a smile. Old thing, no. Jiang Lianshan's palm struck Shenong Ho's head as he roared in fear. Hong! Shenong Ho suddenly exploded. A monstrous might rushed towards Jiang Lianshan while he was hugging Jiang Lianshan. Ah! Jiang Lianshan let out a painful cry. Ho Yi's expression changed. He finally understood that Shenong Ho did not want him to shoot the arrows just now, but now. Pulling back the bow, shooting. A total of 9 arrows were shot towards Jiang Lianshan. On the other side, the moment Shenong Ho exploded, Ho's battle stopped. Ho's eyes instantly turned red as he looked at the location of the explosion. Ho seemed to have gone crazy as he attacked Ingo with his palm. Hong! Ingo was instantly sent flying by the crazy Ho. This time, he vomited a large amount of blood, and his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Ingo cried out in alarm. Again I'll kill you. Ho revealed a ferocious expression as he charged at Ingo. That overwhelming killing intent surged over like a sea of sabers. Seeing this, Ingo felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could not stay here any longer. Oh. Facing Ho's palm in panic, Ingo vomited another mouthful of blood as he turned around and fled. Seeing Ingo flee, Ho did not chase after him. Instead, he instantly charged towards Jiang Lianshan. Ingo did not dare to fight anymore. Not to mention the reversal of the situation, Ho's ferocious attitude would definitely chase after him with the intention of perishing together. Ingo fled. While running, he suddenly saw the soul-dispersing gourd. It's not like I gained nothing. Ingo gloomily grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ingo disappeared into the horizon. Ho instantly charged towards Jiang Lianshan. The Shinong Ho exploded and died. Only some of its fragments were left. While Jiang Lianshan was heavily injured, he was hit by 9 arrows from Ho Yi. However, he was still alive. He was just extremely weak. At this moment, Jiang Lianshan knew that he could not stay here any longer. He turned around wanting to escape, but Ho suddenly blocked his path. Ho waved his hand and collected the countless fragments of the Shinong Ho. Then, he looked at Jiang Lianshan with a cold expression. Cough cough. Ah, you want to kill me? Jiang Lianshan looked at Ho weakly. You should have died long ago. If I knew it was you, the first thing I would do when you came out of the seal would be to kill you. Fire God, you killed so many of my family members. Ho showed a cold expression as he extended his hand and slapped. Jiang Yin, I am your father. The weak Jiang Lianshan showed a trace of fear. You have never been. Ho said coldly. Ho Yi extended his hand and grabbed. Jiang Lianshan was held in the center of his palm that was full of fire. Ah. Jiang Lianshan let out a painful cry. Umph. Ho snorted. Boom. Ho Yi clenched his hand and Jiang Lianshan's fire god was completely annihilated. Not far away, Ho Yi gritted his teeth. Obviously he was unwilling to accept that Jiang Lianshan died so easily. This kind of person should be tormented as much as possible. After destroying Jiang Lianshan, Ho Yi carefully kept the fragments of the Shinong Ho. Then he looked at Jingwei who was not far away. Jingwei was lying on the altar. He had consumed more than half of his nirvana pills. Jingwei seemed to be able to move slightly. Ho Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Jingwei could be reborn. It was something worth comforting. He looked up at the sky. The red clouds in the sky was his eye of heaven. Was it sealed by Zhu Qiqi? Break! Ho Yi roared. Boom! In the sky, the power that sealed the red cloud instantly exploded. The red cloud suddenly split apart from the center, and a golden red eye of heaven suddenly opened. As soon as Ho Yi's eye of heaven opened, a powerful aura of heaven rushed down. Far away, vast freedom heavenly demon took a deep breath. This Ho, if it wasn't for Ingo's interference, he would have opened his eye of heaven. Wushang demon said in surprise. Eye of heaven? This is a special case of the immortal of the 6 paths. Scorpio said with an ugly expression. There are 5 innate skills in the world. The immortal of the 6 paths has 1, Jiang Chen has 1, Yuanshu Qianzuan has 1, Ho Yi has 1, and Gu Hai has 1. If I had known, I would have taken it from Ho and Gu Hai. What a pity. Vast freedom heavenly demon said in a deep voice. Ho Yi's innate skill has matured, but Gu Hai's is not. Master, maybe we... Wushang demon said expectantly. Vast freedom heavenly demon stopped talking and looked into the distance coldly. Ho Yi opened his eye of heaven and walked to Gu Hai. Gu Hai absorbed the power of 30, but the dark clouds above his head were getting thicker and thicker. It seemed that he was about to open his eye of heaven. 30 strength? Ho Yi also activated his innate skill and absorbed it. But after absorbing for a while, the Hui stopped. He looked at Gu Hai in confusion. This power is set up for Suzaku, right? Others can't use it at all. Can't you strengthen your innate skill? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. My innate skill has reached the advanced level. This power is not enough for me to break through. Ho shook his head. Then I will take it all. I will give Jingwei a big gift later. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ho Yi looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Other than destroying matter, the Eye of Heaven can also destroy souls, right? Gu Hai looked at Ho. Ho Yi's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have guessed something. Zhu Qiqi has absorbed a part of the power of 30, and her current strength has reached the peak. You may not be able to kill her, but she must die today. You and I will work together to destroy her soul. Didn't Jingwei want the Suzaku god? I will take back Lin Wan'er's body, and not only will I give Jingwei the Suzaku god, but I will also give her the body of a Suzaku. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Destroy Zhu Qiqi's soul and help Jingwei take over her body? Hou Yi narrowed his eyes and nodded, agreeing to Gu Hai's deal. Screech boom. However, he saw the distant sun explode with a loud bang. Mahavarakana's vast Sun Buddha Sea world was instantly shattered by Zhu Qiqi. Amit Ba, Mr. Good, I'm sorry I couldn't hold on for half an hour. Mahavarakana said regretfully before disappearing into ashes. Half an incense stick's worth of time? A half-baked baldy like you wants to trap me for half an incense stick's worth of time? You are asking for death. Screech. Zhu Qiqi roared. Gu Hai, we will do as you say. Hou Yi said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Hou Yi stepped forward and blocked Zhu Qiqi to buy more time for Gu Hai to absorb the power of 30. Mahavarakana, I will bury Zhu Qiqi with you soon. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression as he absorbed the power of 30. Chapter 1164. Mahavarakana was dead, Shenong Chua was dead, Jiang Lianshan was dead, and Ingo had escaped. Only Gu Hai, Zhu Qiqi and Hou Yi were left. Hou Yi was in charge of protecting Jingwei and was unable to leave. Gu Hai continued to absorb the 30 force that was like a huge lake. In a short time he had absorbed 1/3 of the 30 power. After Zhu Qiqi broke the seal, she was furious. This is mine. Zhu Qiqi glared at Gu Hai and roared. As Zhu Qiqi pounced, the Nanmingli fire covered the eastern spirit sea of flames again. In the fire, Zhu Qiqi's claws tore through the void and charged at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Ho took a step forward and blocked in front of Gu Hai. You again? You want to protect him? Then die with him. Zhu Qiqi clawed at Ho with her claws. Ho glared and met the attack with a punch. Hong! The fist and claw clashed, tearing a large space in the void. A huge black hole instantly enveloped Ho and Zhu Qiqi. Ho blocked Zhu Qiqi's attack with a punch. Zhu Qiqi's expression changed as she looked at Ho in shock. Ancient Vermilion Bird Supreme? That's all you got? Ho said coldly. Screech. Zhu Qiqi, on the other hand, was incomparably gloomy. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, and flames swept toward Ho like a collapsing heavenly river. Fire? Ho was not afraid of fire. In the ancient era, Zhu Qiqi represented the demon race in the war of witches and demons. Ho was now the peak of the witch race branch, the fire elemental zombie ancestor. How could he be weaker than Zhu Qiqi? Boom! Shrouded in flames, the two men's fists and claws collided once more. Once again Dusk blocked Zhu Qiqi's attack. However, both of them had expended all of their strength in the exchange of blows. A deafening boom reverberated throughout the netherworld. Heavenly Demon Holy Land Ancient Temple. The Mahasvara Heavenly Demon looked at the eastern spirit sea of flames in silence. Master, although the flames are in the distance, the sound is not wrong. Is that Ho? Wushang Demon asked in surprise. The Mahasvara Heavenly Demon nodded. This chi is so powerful. That's Zhu Qiqi and they're actually evenly matched? Scorpio said in shock. We just don't know how many great Tao she grasped. A person at the side said. We'll find out soon enough. Everyone said solemnly. Buzz. However, in the eastern spirit sea of flames, two fiery red illusory figures of the Great Tao suddenly appeared. The Great Tao was like a tree. As the Tong Tian shook, more flames filled the surroundings. If this is the Great Tao that Zhu Qiqi has grasped, then is it the Great Tao that Ho has grasped? Wushang Demon narrowed his eyes. Boom. The two Great Taos collided. This caused the entire underworld to explode. Buzz buzz. Two more Great Taos appeared, still opposing each other, causing the battlefield to become even more intense. C also mastered the second Great Tao? How old is she? How did she cultivate? Scorpio said in surprise. Screech. In the direction of Zhu Qiqi's two Great Taos, 10 Great Taos suddenly appeared. The might of the Wei soared into the sky, and the entire land of Dongfang seemed to be trembling. 12? Master, didn't you say that Zhu Qiqi can only grasp 2 Great Taos at most? Wushang Demon said in surprise. She can only do that by absorbing some of the power of 30. Her power has now surpassed that of an ordinary perfected god. Vast Freedom Demon said solemnly. In the eastern spirit sea of flames. As Zhu Qiqi used all her strength, 12 Great Taos of fire appeared, suppressing Ho's 2 Great Taos in an overwhelming manner. Haha, stinky girl, you can't do it now, right? This is part of the power that Master gave me. You will never be able to beat my master, Zhu Qiqi said with a sinister expression. Ho's mouth turned cold and anger flashed in his eyes. Rumble. The red clouds in the sky gathered again, and then the eye of heaven opened again. Here it comes again. I said that Master's power is useless in front of me, Zhu Qiqi shouted coldly. Zhu Qiqi spat out a ray of golden light toward the red clouds, wanting to seal the red clouds again. No one can stop me from using my power. Open. Ho shouted coldly. Boom. The red clouds were separated, and the golden light that Zhu Qiqi spat out exploded. The eye of heaven opened abruptly. As soon as the eye of heaven opened, a destructive aura rushed down, and even Zhu Qiqi's expression changed. Boom. The eye of heaven shot out a beam of golden red light of God annihilation. It was like a waterfall that shot straight for Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi's expression changed and she spread her wings. Immediately, 4 great Daos activated the power of the void, forming a shield-like power to meet the attack. Boom. The great Dao shield exploded, and the power of the God-destroying light was far more than that. It continued to rush toward Zhu Qiqi. Bastard, that's my master's power. Break. Zhu Qiqi shouted angrily. 10 great Daos trembled at the same time, causing an even stronger shield to soar into the sky. Boom. With a loud sound, the God-destroying light was finally blocked. The God-destroying light seemed endless. Even though it didn't have any effect at first, it continued to surge out endlessly, deadlocked with the power of the 10 great Daos. Zhao's fist and Zhu Qiqi's claws were still locked in a deadlock. The 2 peerless experts couldn't do anything to each other. The surrounding void had been crushed into pieces. The elite guards weren't crushed by the shockwaves because they were protected by Ho Yi. Zhao and Zhu Qiqi both revealed ferocious expressions. They were deadlocked and neither side had the upper hand. I didn't expect the sorcerer tribe to have a grand sorcerer like you other than Jiang Qin. You can actually stop me? Zhu Qiqi said angrily. I'm not a sorcerer tribe member. I'm me. Zhao said coldly. I don't care if you're a grand sorcerer or not. Today you must die. And Guhai, how dare you steal my master's power? You're courting death. I won't let you go. Zhu Qiqi roared with a ferocious expression. On the other side, Guhai was absorbing the power of 30 faster and faster. The great compassion Fu of heaven and earth had completely advanced to the 5th heaven. Zhao blocked Zhu Qiqi and bought precious time for Guhai. Finally, after a while, Guhai absorbed all the power of 30. The heaven's eye between his eyebrows had disappeared. The rolling dark clouds in the sky let out a roar. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the dark clouds. Boom. The crack separated and turned into a vast eye. It was Guhai's heaven's eye. The heaven's eye glowed with black light, and the pupils inside were pitch black. When the eye opened, there seemed to be a huge burst of soul-sucking power. Even Ho Yi, who was not far away, couldn't help but tremble. Guhai's heaven's eye? It seems to be different from Master's? My soul is trembling. Ho Yi said in surprise. The pupils of Guhai's heaven's eye were pitch black. In the white of the eye, there were 7 small chi cores like 7 planets revolving around a star. The 2 heavens' eyes hung high in the sky, suddenly increasing the vast heaven's might by several times. The distant vast freedom demon also said in a gloomy voice, Guhai's heaven's eye? It's actually become something? He absorbed the power of 30? Became the heaven's eye? He's really lucky. Scorpio said with an ugly expression. Something's not right. Guhai's heaven's eye seems to be different from Zhao and Yuanshi Qinzuan's? Vast freedom demon frowned slightly. What's different? Wushang demon was puzzled. Guhai's heaven's eye seems to have a hint of the heaven-splitting axe? Vast freedom demon said blankly. Heaven's eye, heaven-splitting axe? Everyone was confused. The heaven-splitting axe belongs to Longzhonghua, and it's already destroyed? Scorpio was puzzled. Vast freedom demon shook his head, indicating that he was not sure either. Eastern spirit sea of flames. Zhao also noticed the strangeness of Guhai's heaven's eye. It seemed to have the aura of splitting heaven and earth. It was very strange. Guhai did not find anything strange. Familiarizing himself with the heaven's eye, he felt that it could connect to the Grand Tao, as if it could sense hundreds of Grand Taos, and even borrow power from them. At this moment, the heaven's eye seemed to have endless power. Guhai, hurry! Zhao shouted. Guhai nodded and turned to look at Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi also looked at Guhai's heaven's eye in astonishment. No, it's not just Master's power. There's another will in it? Zhu Qiqi exclaimed. Gu Hai did not have the time to talk to Zhu Qiqi. He glared at her. The power of hundreds of grand Daos surged into the heaven's eye, rapidly transforming into the God-vanquishing light. Boom! A ray of God-vanquishing light from Gu Hai's heaven's eye shot towards Zhu Qiqi. What kind of God-vanquishing light is that? The vast freedom heavenly demon exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai's God-vanquishing light was not a beam of God-vanquishing light, but a transparent energy. That energy was not in the shape of a pillar but an axe. It shot towards Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi immediately felt her heart tremble. With a shout, she activated all 10 Grand Daos, strengthening the shield of Grand Dao to block the second heaven's eye. Boom! Gu Hai's axe collided with the shield of Grand Dao, but strangely, it did not touch the shield of Grand Dao. Instead, it went through the shield and slashed Zhu Qiqi's body. What? Zhu Qiqi exclaimed, her expression changing. Ah! In the next instant, Zhu Qiqi screamed in pain. The next scene made Zhao's eyes widen. There was no wound on Zhu Qiqi's body, but not far from her body, Zhu Qiqi's soul was knocked away by the axe's beam of light. Gu Hai's God-vanquishing light did not attack physical objects, but only the soul? The instant Zhu Qiqi's soul was blown away, she shivered. Her soul looked at her physical body in horror, wanting to rush over and possess it. However, without her soul, her physical body lost all control. All the Grand Daos she activated collapsed. Boom! Zhao's God-vanquishing light instantly struck Zhu Qiqi's physical body, sending it flying. No, my body! Zhu Qiqi's soul cried out in fear and rushed over. Boom! However, at this moment, Gu Hai's heaven's eye shot another axe's God-vanquishing light. It descended from the sky and washed over Zhu Qiqi's soul. Ah! Boom! Zhu Qiqi's soul instantly exploded. Her soul was scattered. Zhao suddenly turned her head and looked at Gu Hai in shock. That heaven's eye? Was this the heaven's eye that only harmed souls? The vermilion bird prime died just like that? Chapter 1165. Buzz. Qi's eye of heaven suddenly closed, and the red clouds slowly dispersed. Looking at the spot where Zhu Qiqi's soul had exploded, Jianghu could not believe it. Everything happened too quickly. Zhu Qiqi's strength was on par with his, but she was destroyed in an instant? Even if he had helped, Gu Hai's eye of heaven was too strange. Zhu Qiqi's soul was destroyed, but her physical body was mostly intact. Gu Hai's eye of heaven was useless against physical attacks, but it only attacked the soul? The torn void around them was slowly recovering, but the countless experts who were watching this battle could not calm down no matter how hard they tried. In a mountain forest, Ingo grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd he had just obtained, and his eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at Gu Hai in the distance. That was the vermilion bird supreme, and Gu Hai killed her so easily? Ingo's expression was ugly. At the entrance of the Yinshan temple. Master, was Zhu Qiqi pretending to be dead? She was the vermilion bird supreme. Scorpio said in shock. She's really dead. Vast freedom demon said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent. Her soul was destroyed. Gu Hai's eye of heaven was so powerful? In the sky above the eastern spirit sea of fire. Gu Hai closed his eyes. Buzz. In the sky, Gu Hai's eye of heaven closed instantly and merged with the dark clouds. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. Gu Hai also stood quietly in the sky, looking at his masterpiece with some shock. Gu Hai originally thought that he would only severely injure Zhu Qiqi's soul, but he did not expect it to be so thorough. Gu Hai's face turned pale. His cultivation was still a little lacking, and using the eye of heaven just now had consumed too much energy. However, even though everyone could see that Gu Hai had used up a lot of energy, no one dared to underestimate Gu Hai at this moment. The power just now was too terrifying. Eternal Yin Capital. Brother-in-law, you're too powerful. Was that the combination of the sky-splitting axe and the eye of heaven? The number one Dharma treasure and number one eye in the world? Long Wanyu said excitedly. Skeleton Gu Hai didn't say anything. At the side, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing were genuinely happy for Gu Hai after recovering from their shock. Everyone continued to look at the newly repaired battlefield. Buzz. When the last strand of nirvana pills was completely consumed, the Jing Wei's body trembled. He's awake. Ho Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao and Gu Hai immediately stepped forward. Who? With a wave of his hand, the surrounding area was once again enveloped by rolling flames. He did not want the outside world to see this scene. He saw that on top of the altar Lin Wan Air had woken up. Besides Lin Wan-er, there was a hazy shadow beside her. It was the elite guard. Jing Wei and Lin Wan-er had both undergone nirvana rebirth, and the two girls had also separated. I'm... Lin Wan-er said in disbelief. I'm alive, sister, I'm alive. Jing Wei suddenly cried out in grievance. Wan-er, Gu Hai said gently. Lin Wan-er turned her head. When she saw Gu Hai, her eyes immediately reddened. She suddenly understood everything that Gu Hai had done for her. Gu Hai. Lin Wan-er crawled up with difficulty and threw herself at Gu Hai. Your body is weak, don't move. Gu Hai immediately hugged Lin Wan-er. Tightly hugging Gu Hai, Lin Wan-er's eyes suddenly became misty. Deeply smelling the sweat and blood on Gu Hai's body, Lin Wan-er was incomparably touched and intoxicated. She gently patted Lin Wan-er's back. All right, everything is fine, let's go back immediately. Okay. Lin Wan-er nodded desperately. The elite guard beside her also threw himself at Zhao. Sister, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disobeyed you, Wu. Jing Wei cried and apologized to Zhao. Zhao looked at Jing Wei's regretful and pitiful expression and said gently, all right, don't cry, Gu Hai and I have prepared a new body for you, I'll help you refine the body and merge it with your soul. Okay. I'll listen to you. Jing Wei nodded desperately. Zhao carried Jing Wei to where Zhu Qiqi's corpse was. She saw Jing Wei's soul merge with the vermilion bird's corpse. Zhao's palm was burning fiercely. Boom. In an instant, the vermilion bird's corpse emitted boundless flames. Zhao used her own flames to help remove the incompatible parts, creating the perfect vessel for Jing Wei's soul to refine. Rumble. The fire burned for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Gu Hai comforted Lin Wan-er and carefully collected the fragments of Vairocana. He slowly put them into a box. Looking at the Sarira of Vairocana in the box. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Vairocana, I've avenged you, my words will always be effective, just wait, one day I'll revive you. Gently closing the Sarira box, Gu Hai carefully put it away. Lin Wan-er kept accompanying Gu Hai. Feeling Gu Hai's gloomy mood, she held Gu Hai's hand tightly, transmitting warmth to Gu Hai. I'm fine. Gu Hai said gently. Okay. Lin Wan-er nodded. Gu Hai, what did you injure Zhu Qiqi's soul severely? Zhao turned to look at Gu Hai. Her 3 souls should have been cut out, the 7 spirits? She should have been cut in half. Zhu Qiqi's consciousness is definitely gone in the 7 spirits. Gu Hai recalled. Then the princess's cultivation can't be improved? This vermilion bird supreme is just a shell? Hou frowned. Screech. Suddenly, the vermilion bird in the fire let out a long cry. Under the long cry, the sound went straight to Tongtian, and a fiery red phantom of the great path suddenly appeared behind the vermilion bird. Is this the perfection of the heavenly palace? How is that possible? The little princess's 3 souls shouldn't be that powerful, right? Hou said in surprise. No, it's the perfection of the heavenly cycle. Zhao's eyes narrowed. Screech. Another long cry, and the sound spread everywhere in the netherworld. The expressions of the people of the heavenly demon Holy Land suddenly changed. Impossible, isn't Zhu Qiqi dead? What's with this sound? Scorpio was puzzled. The vermilion bird has the ability to be reborn, could it be that Zhu Qiqi was reborn? She's alive again? Gu Hai and Zhao worked for half a day for nothing? Wuxiang demon was puzzled. The vast freedom heavenly demon shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be, after the 3 souls are destroyed, it's completely gone, it's impossible for her to be reborn. But, the fire in the distance is covering, we can't see what's inside it all? Wuxiang demon said anxiously. The vast freedom heavenly demon turned his head to look at eternal Yin, hoping to see something from skeleton Gu Hai's expression. However, skeleton Gu Hai was expressionless and he couldn't see anything. In the eastern spirit sea of fire. The huge vermilion bird's body swayed and turned into human form. This time, it turned into the appearance of a middle-aged woman. Sister, I succeeded, I'm now a vermilion bird. Jing Wei said in surprise. Jing Wei, how did your cultivation suddenly reach the peak? Zhao frowned. I don't know either, there seems to be a mysterious power that stimulated my 3 souls, helping them reach the peak. Jing Wei said happily. 30 power? Zhu Qiqi absorbed 30 power before, but it hasn't been refined, and it remains in her body. Maybe it misunderstood that you are Zhu Qiqi so it helped you reach the peak? Gu Hai's expression changed. Who is 30? Zhao asked curiously. Before the immortal of 6 paths, it was heaven which is Immortal Song, and before Immortal Song it was Immortal 30. 30 is Zhu Qiqi's master. What I absorbed just now was 30's power. In the past, in order to find a strong person, 30 went into the void and he has been gone for countless years. Gu Hai explained. He only talked about the 30 described by Long Wanyu, but he didn't mention the 30 of Earth. 30? Zhao squinted his eyes. 800,000 years ago, Fuxi fought with 30's spirit, and in the end they perished together. If I'm not wrong, he should be able to return soon. The great calamity is imminent. Gu Hai said solemnly. A strand of his psyche can perish together with Fuxi? I was shocked. Gu Hai nodded. Zhao took a deep breath. He didn't doubt Gu Hai's words, but he was shocked by this 30. Is 30 that powerful? He can't be compared to my sister. Gu Hai, are you afraid of him? Jingwei shouted. Jingwei, don't be rude. Gu Hai saved you just now, be polite to him. You haven't thanked Gu Hai for saving your life. Zhao said. Me? Wasn't it my sister? Jingwei was reluctant. Who saved your life and you repay kindness with ingratitude? If it wasn't for Gu Hai's help, would you be able to survive? Gu Hai has saved you twice and even helped you get the vermilion bird body. What's with your attitude? Zhao said coldly. Jingwei was silent for a while and finally nodded. Gu Hai, thank you. Solemnly Jingwei bowed to Gu Hai. Although he only knew about this because of his sister, but since he knew about it, Jingwei showed enough respect. Gu Hai nodded, accepting Jingwei's gratitude. Gu Hai, I see that you used a lot of energy just now. Your face is still pale. Let's call it a day. Zhao looked at Gu Hai. Goodbye. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai pulled Lin Wanner, and his figure disappeared from where he was. Zhao said, all right, let's go. Yes. Hou replied. Phew. Zhao, Jingwei and Hou disappeared. Above the East Spirit Sea of Flames, the fire that had never been extinguished suddenly disappeared when everyone left. Eternal Yin Capital. Long Wanyu looked at the empty East Spirit Sea of Flames and took a deep breath. Luckily, everything went smoothly. Yeah. If it wasn't for Zhao trapping Zhu Qiqi, my Eye of Heaven wouldn't have had such a miraculous effect. We were really lucky. Gu Hai nodded. Yeah, if Zhu Qiqi's brothers were resurrected, we would be in trouble. Long Wanyu nodded. What brothers? Zhu Qiqi has brothers? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in shock. Yeah, there are 7 supreme vermilion birds and Zhu Qiqi is the youngest one. Long Wanyu nodded. 7 people? 7 supreme vermilion birds? Kong Xian and the rest were shocked. Yeah, she's the 7th, that's why she's called Zhu Qiqi. Before her, there was Zhu Yi, Zhu Erji, Zhu Sansan, Zhu Sisi, Zhu Wuwu and Zhu Lulu. Back then, they all sacrificed together and it seems like only Zhu Qiqi survived. Long Wanyu sighed. Boom. However, at this moment, the East Spirit Sea of Flames that had just been extinguished suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Rolling flames erupted again, filling the entire East Spirit Sea of Flames in an instant. The flames covered the sky and the earth, and expanded the East Spirit Sea of Flames by more than 3 times. Screech. Screech. 6 different cries of vermilion birds spread throughout the underworld in an instant. The 6 of them are resurrected too? Long Wanyu's expression stiffened. Chapter 1166. Gu Hai brought Lin Wanner back to the square of Earth Suppression Palace. Suddenly they heard 6 fierce shouts from the direction of the East Spirit Fire Sea. Both Gu Hai's faces darkened. Kong Xian, Long Wanyu and the others looked at Dongfeng. Zhu Qiqi's 6 brothers? Kong Xian was confused. 6 supreme vermilion birds? Mosquito Daoran was also shocked. Graveness flashed in the eyes of the 2 Gu Hais. Brother-in-law, you're back. Are these elite guards or? Long Wanyu looked at Lin Wanner. This is Wanner. Gu Hai's main body explained. Long Wanyu looked at Lin Wanner and frowned. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Lin Wanner smiled at Long Wanyu. Although the 2 girls didn't say anything, they seemed to be friendly. 6 supreme vermilion birds? How are their strengths compared to Zhu Qiqi? Gu Hai's main body looked at Long Wanyu. Of course their 6 brothers are powerful. They are all pets of level 30. I just don't know if they have the strength of level 30. Long Wanyu said seriously. Gu Hai looked into the distance and fell silent. Let's go. We'll return to the world of the living first. Gu Hai's main body said. Lin Wanner nodded. Gu Hai's main body brought Lin Wanner to Yinyang Valley. Long Wanyu followed closely behind. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing all looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's brows furrowed. Inform everyone to be on alert. Yes. Kong Shen replied. 6 people more powerful than Zhu Qiqi? His holiness is extremely troublesome. Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. Now that things have come to this, we can only face it. Mosquito Daoran, your black mosquito clones are in charge of scouting out the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea's movements. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mosquito Daoran replied. Skeleton Gu Hai prepared himself. Even if the 6 vermilion birds attacked, he would still have to face them head-on. Ancient Palace. Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil and the others kept staring at the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, which had been extinguished in the blink of an eye, once again flared up in flames. 6 thunderous roars shook the world. 6 vermilion bird brothers? They didn't die? Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon exclaimed in shock. My lord, will the vermilion bird 6 brothers go crazy if they know that Zhu Qiqi is dead? Scorpio asked with a trace of anticipation. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. The 6 brothers only have one sister. Now that Zhu Qiqi is dead, won't it? Gu Hai is finished. Qi is also finished. Wu Shang Demon said with anticipation. My lord, shall I go and tell them the truth? Scorpio asked expectantly. If you want to die, go ahead. Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said indifferently. Scorpio said blankly. The 6 of them are all crazy. Zhu Qiqi just died and they need to vent their anger. If you go now, no matter what you say is right, they will vent their anger on you. At that time. Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said indifferently. Yes, thank you, my lord. Scorpio's face stiffened. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Little Seven, who killed you? Little Seven is dead? I will avenge you, Little Seven. Roar, who is it? The furious roar spread throughout the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The whole world heard this monstrous voice of hatred. Zhu Qiqi's 6 brothers were going to go on a rampage? The Divine Scorpion, Heavenly Demon, and the others all looked happy and expectant. Ancient Yin capital. Gu Hai felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He was ready to mobilize the Dahan's power at any time. But in this moment of rage, the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames suddenly retracted and returned to its normal size. The 6 vermilion birds also went silent and became eerily quiet. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop? Scorpio said in surprise. Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon was also confused. The Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames was eerily quiet. The 6 vermilion birds that were yelling about revenge just now suddenly went silent? In the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. At the place where Zhu Qiqi was sealed, there were indeed 6 void gaps. 6 huge vermilion birds stepped out from within. Each of them looked ferocious and their feathers stood on end. When they sensed that Zhu Qiqi was dead, they were instantly enraged and roared angrily. But just as the 6 vermilion birds were about to search for their enemy, 630 power suddenly surged into the 6 vermilion birds' bodies from the void gaps. The 6 vermilion birds quivered and quieted down. Then they turned into 6 red-robed burly men and knelt respectfully at the altar. A master. The group of vermilion birds said respectfully. Master, Little Seven was killed. We have to avenge her. One of the burly men said anxiously. Slap. A slap suddenly sounded on the burly man's face. His face suddenly swelled up strangely. But even so, the burly man did not dare to use magic to heal his face. He just did not dare to say anything with a hint of fear. The 6 vermilion birds knelt quietly and suddenly became very quiet. A trace of 30 power flowed out from the 6 of them. It slowly moved the void and formed a majestic voice. Next, listen to every word I say. The majestic voice said coldly. Yes. The 6 of them nodded in unison. The last time, because I transmitted a power to you, this Immortal's path back was stolen. After so many years, I have not been able to return. You all have to bear the majority of the responsibility. The majestic voice said. We did not know. Please forgive us, Master. The vermilion birds said fearfully. The master of the vermilion birds was naturally 30. In the void there is no path. But this immortal was able to carve out a new path in the past. Naturally, I can carve out another one. Fortunately, the power I transmitted to you all allowed this immortal's remnant consciousness to communicate with you all. Through you all, this immortal will be able to return to the divine continent in no time. During this time, the 6 of you are not allowed to die. 30's voice said coldly. Yes, of course we will not die. The 6 of them immediately promised. So, no matter what grudges you all have now, do not make enemies everywhere. Wait until this immortal returns, then I will let you all loose. 30 said coldly. The 6 of them paled. Did this mean they were not allowed to take revenge? But Chi-Chi had died unjustly. The 6 of them had a grudge as deep as the sea, but 30 had spoken. None of them dared to look for their enemies now. My return path has been stolen. Someone must have used that path to return. The 6 of you find that person from the outer immortal dome. 30 said solemnly. Outer immortal dome? There was another immortal dome? Yes. The 6 of them answered. If someone else had mentioned this, the 6 of them would not have believed it. But this was their master's words. Who would dare to not believe him? Next, find out the situation in the world. This immortal wants to know what the world is like now. 30 said coldly. Yes, master, rest assured. The 6 of them answered. If you all are not dead, this immortal will be able to return quickly. If you all die, this immortal will have to find a new path. In the past, I almost found a new path, but it was destroyed by Fushi. Now that Fushi is dead, this immortal will have to find a new path. During this time, you are not allowed to make enemies. Even if you look like an ordinary person, you are not allowed to create problems for this immortal. 30 said coldly. Yes. The 6 of them answered. Who dares to go against me? Even if this immortal is in the outer immortal dome, I can destroy your soul in an instant, turning you into ashes. 30 said coldly. Yes. The 6 of them did not dare to disobey. Quietly investigate the world's matters. Report to this immortal once every month. This immortal's remnant consciousness is stored in your minds. Yes, master, rest assured. We will do our best. The 6 of them said respectfully. But the surrounding space trembled slightly, and a bizarre energy surged into the glabella of the 6 before dissipating into thin air. The 6 of them exchanged glances. Unwillingness flashed in their eyes. Big brother, what about Chi-Chi's revenge? One of the men asked. We will take revenge for Chi-Chi later. Master's orders are more important. This was our altar back then. First, set up a large array around it to prevent people from spying on us. Then, we will take turns to investigate the yin and yang realms. The leader, Zhu Yi, said seriously. Yes, big brother. I just don't know if that Jiang Chen is dead or not. Master said back then that we are not allowed to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Master wants to destroy his soul personally. Zhu Yi said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. The group of Vermilion Bird Supreme Martial Artists were extremely powerful. When they set up the array, it was extremely powerful. Guhai and Vast Freedom Demon waited for a long time. When they realized that the East Spirit Flame Sea had become strangely quiet, they were also puzzled. Mosquito Daurin and Scorpio came to investigate on behalf of their respective forces. However, they could not enter the East Spirit Flame Sea at all. Reporting to His Holiness, the East Spirit Flame Sea is sealed off by a large array. Your servants black mosquitoes cannot enter. Mosquito Daurin said with a bitter smile. Master, the East Spirit Flame Sea is sealed off. I dare not enter. Scorpio also reported to Vast Freedom Demon with a bitter smile. Guhai and Vast Freedom Demon looked at the East Spirit Flame Sea in silence. Mosquito Daurin, continue to watch the East Spirit Flame Sea. Guhai ordered. Yes. In the Yang realm. Guhai brought Lin Wanner out of the Yang realm. Immediately he saw Qin Xiener and Long Wanqing, who were worried. Husband, this is... Long Wanqing looked at Lin Wanner with a slightly changed expression. Sister, this is Lin Wanner. Long Wanyu immediately called out. Long Wanqing frowned. Wanyu, what's your name? What did I tell you before? You said that I should call her sister Lin. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly became softer. It's okay, it's okay. Just call me Wanner. Lin Wanner immediately comforted Long Wanyu. Alright, don't just stand there. Our family is here now. Let's go back to the house together. Qin Xiener said with a smile. The girls nodded. Husband, now there are no sisters left outside, right? Qin Xiener said with a smile. Guhai rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Guhai didn't want to interrupt the conversation between the girls. Fortunately, Qin Xiener was very magnanimous. The whole harem did not cause any trouble. You all go ahead and chat. I still have some work to do in the upper study room. Guhai said solemnly. The girls nodded one after another and pulled Lin Wanner into the harem. Lin Wanner turned her head to look at Guhai. She was a little reluctant to leave. However, the girls were very enthusiastic. She couldn't bring herself to reject them, so she just went with the flow. Guhai secretly sighed and stepped into the upper study room. Chapter 1167. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai set up a formation to isolate the study room from the outside. He flipped his hand. Whoosh! A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Shakyamuni Buddha Vairocana died because of me. Gu Hai is here to apologize. Gu Hai solemnly said to solemnly at the entrance of the black hole. On the other side of the black hole, there was a slight silence. After a while, a burly man walked out of the black hole. It was Shakyamuni Buddha. Gu Hai took out a Saraira box and gently handed it to Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha slowly took it, closed his eyes and gently sensed it for a while. The situation was urgent. Vairocana wanted to protect me, so... Gu Hai sighed slightly. Shakyamuni Buddha smiled slightly and said, Mr. Good, you don't have to blame yourself. I already know everything just now. Gu Hai was puzzled. Vairocana Buddha is my Dharma form. You helped him collect the Saraira, so I know everything with his Saraira. You did well. Solemnly, Shakyamuni Buddha said. Then do you have a way to resurrect him? Solemnly, Gu Hai asked Gu Hai. Don't worry, I have the Pure Land. Although it will take a long time to resurrect him, with the praise of all Buddhas, he will be reborn one day just like Amitabha. Shakyamuni Buddha smiled. It's good that he can be resurrected. Gu Hai is ashamed. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. No, it's Mr. Good's luck. Today's karma, tomorrow's karma may not be a bad thing. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. Thank you. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Right, your son Gu Taiji is also a genius. He has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. Embarked on the path of cultivation? How long has it been? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. You know, the time between the 30 immortal firmament and the 6 immortal firmament is not symmetrical, nor is it proportional. I thought you had been here for many years, but now I find that is not the case. Gu Taiji is now 25 years old. Shakyamuni Buddha laughed. 25? He's already 25 years old? Gu Hai said in astonishment. It hadn't even been 25 years since he returned from Earth. According to your instructions, we didn't let him grow up in the immortal realm. Instead, we let him experience the life of an ordinary person on Earth. Although Earth has forbidden techniques, the people nurtured in the state of information expansion all have extremely strong talents. Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. When Gu Taiji graduated, he first went to work in Long Jianghu's company. After that, Long Jianghu threw him into the Chief God space. Although your son has just come into contact with the Chief God space as an earthling, he has already made a name for himself. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. That's good. Gu Hai smiled. Do you want to meet him? Shakyamuni Buddha asked with a smile. No, since he is in the Chief God space, let's slowly kill him. If we win, we will meet in the future. Moreover, once we meet, if he relies on me, it won't be good for him. Gu Hai shook his head. Shakyamuni Buddha nodded. The time between the two sides is not symmetrical. In case there is a sudden change on the other side, I will take my leave. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Wait. Gu Hai said with a frown. Shakyamuni Buddha was puzzled. I want to know about Pangu. Can you tell me a little? Gu Hai said solemnly. The dream force field not long ago was still vivid in Gu Hai's mind. Pangu? Shakyamuni Buddha frowned slightly. What's wrong? Pangu is already a thing of the past. He was the first heaven of the 30 celestial skies. In the end, 30 celestial skies took advantage of him and seized everything. However, he still has a treasure on our side. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Treasure? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, Pangu's axe. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Pangu's axe? Is it the heaven-splitting axe? Gu Hai said in surprise. Long Jianghu said that Pangu's axe looks the same as the heaven-splitting axe that he once had. However, there are some differences. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a frown. Oh. To be precise, it corresponds to the heaven-splitting axe of the 6 paths celestial skies. However, Pangu's axe was once used by Pangu. The axe spirit only recognizes Pangu. Thus, no one has gained its recognition. Not even Long Jianghu. This Pangu's axe weighs 1 trillion caddies. Although it is powerful, no one can unleash its full power. Shakyamuni Buddha explained. If no one can use it, then isn't it useless? Gu Hai said with a frown. We are waiting for Pangu's axe spirit to change its mind and stand on our side. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a bitter smile. Since it can't be used, I wonder if you can lend it to me to try? Gu Hai said expectantly. Shakyamuni Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Yes, I'll try. Maybe if it's someone else, its wariness will be lower? Guhai said with a smile. Shakyamuni Buddha pondered for a while and finally nodded, all right. Many thanks. Guhai said solemnly. You don't have to be so polite. We have the same goal. Moreover, we also thought of sending Panga's axe over. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. Oh. Guhai said in surprise. Long Jianghu's soul was brought to our side by you and then reborn. Do you still remember? Shakyamuni Buddha asked with a smile. Of course. At that time, when Long Jianghu went over, he brought the axe spirit of your heaven-splitting axe with him. Do you remember? Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. He brought the axe spirit of the heaven-splitting axe with him? Guhai said in surprise. Yes, he has already repaired the heaven-splitting axe. Moreover, Long Jianghu's cultivation could recover so quickly because of the heaven-splitting axe. Shakyamuni Buddha explained. He brought the heaven-splitting axe over? He has the heaven-splitting axe, so he is not so enthusiastic about Panga's axe. Originally, we thought that he was the one who could subdue Panga's axe. Now, it seems that maybe you can because Long Jianghu said that you have an affinity with the heaven-splitting axe. Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. I have an affinity with Long Jianghu's heaven-splitting axe? Guhai asked in confusion. That's right. Long Jianghu said that he once lent the heaven-splitting axe to you. When he lent it to others, the heaven-splitting axe would be strengthened by him. Therefore, others could not use it. But you are different. When he lent it to you, it did not have Long Jianghu's strength. Although you could not use the heaven-splitting axe at will, the heaven-splitting axe did not resist you when you simply took it out. It is clear that you have an affinity with the heaven-splitting axe. However, the heaven-splitting axe belonged to Long Jianghu, and he was unwilling to let it go. Therefore, he once said that you could try to use Panga's axe. Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. Then I will have to trouble you. Guhai nodded. Panga's axe is as heavy as 1,000,000,000 caddies. I will send it into your passage with Laozi later. Try to catch it. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Okay. Guhai nodded. Shakyamuni Buddha stepped into the black hole and returned to the 6 paths immortal dome. Guhai waited patiently. Soon, Shakyamuni Buddha's voice came from the other side. Mr. Good, Panga's axe is coming. Catch it. Shakyamuni Buddha shouted. Guhai stepped into the black hole. He looked at the outside world through the light membrane. The outside world was the spirit mountain of the immortal world. At this moment, Laozi was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Together with Shakyamuni Buddha, they each put one hand on the back of the sky-splitting axe and slowly sent the axe handle to the entrance. Crack, crack, crack. Under the feet of Laozi and Shakyamuni Buddha, large cracks suddenly appeared on the ground of the spirit mountain. So heavy? Guhai said in surprise. Mr. Good, try it. If you can't carry it, then forget it. If you can, then take it back and practice it. Laozi solemnly said. The axe handle reached into the light membrane. Guhai reached out and gently held it. Buzz. Holding the axe handle, Guhai seemed to be able to feel the emotions of Panga's axe. There was a boundless excitement on Panga's axe. It was so excited that it was trembling. More importantly, Panga's axe in Guhai's hand was as light as a feather. It was weightless. Guhai was slightly stunned. Look at how Laozi and Shakyamuni Buddha lifted it. Is it really that heavy? Why can't I feel its weight? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Panga's axe trembled with excitement and kept swaying. Shakyamuni Buddha and Laozi were slightly surprised. Laozi immediately said, Mr. Good, hold it tight. Must be very heavy. Don't let go. If you let go, Panga's axe will fall on the spirit mountain and smash it. It doesn't matter if the spirit mountain is broken. Mr. Good can catch it alone. It seems that you and Panga's axe are fated. Long Jianghu caught Panga's axe, right? Mr. Good, refine it well and talk to it more. Maybe you can get Panga's axe's approval. Shakyamuni Buddha also said with a smile. Okay. Guhai nodded blankly. Holding the swaying Panga's axe, Guhai said goodbye to Laozi and Shakyamuni Buddha. Then he slowly walked out of the black hole and returned to his study. He turned his hand and closed the immortal vault passage. Panga's axe was still shaking. It wasn't because it was too heavy like Shakyamuni Buddha and Laozi said. It was because Panga's axe was excited. Panga's axe. Guhai curiously spoke to Panga's axe. However, Panga's axe didn't seem to be able to speak. Just shook. Guhai waved it gently. Boom. With a gentle wave of the air current, the entire upper study room shook and almost collapsed. With the study as the center, A huge force acted on the limitless celestial capital. The floating city shook and almost collapsed. Boom. Crack. With a huge sound, the entire limitless celestial capital was in chaos. What's going on? Gu Hai shivered and immediately suppressed Panga's axe. His Holiness, are you okay? Suddenly, a large number of ministers and officials surrounded the study in fear. I'm fine, Gu Hai said to the outside. After dispelling the worries of the people outside, Gu Hai looked at Panga's axe carefully. The power of Panga's axe was a bit difficult to control. Moreover, the so-called axe spirit seemed to be unable to communicate with him. Then let's refine it first, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai opened his mouth and inhaled. Panga's axe was immediately swallowed into his stomach and grabbed by Mother Spirit in his dantian. The Spirit Mother Divine King clenched her fist, and her hand trembled. She almost dropped it. It was too heavy, so heavy that it was a little exaggerated. That was the Spirit Mother Godly King. His fleshly body strength was not even 1% of the Spirit Mother Godly King's strength, yet he almost lost? Fortunately, Panga's axe recognized that Mother Spirit was Gu Hai's nascent soul and became weightless again. Chapter 1168. The Limitless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai waved the Pangu axe, causing the entire limitless celestial capital to shake. Countless officials rushed outside the study worriedly. However, Gu Hai didn't allow anyone to enter the study. Gu Hai had just felt the power of the Pangu axe. That power surpassed all of Gu Hai's magic treasures. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne and fell into a period of silence. Gu Hai was filled with doubts about the Pangu axe's recognition. Pangu? Did this ancient name have anything to do with him? Gu Hai couldn't be sure, but the waves in his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, Gu Hai slowly walked out of the study. Outside the study, the officials waited quietly. The unborn man Gu Qin, Gu Han, Gu Tang, and Gu Ming were among them. Father, the commotion just now was so terrifying. How did it? Gu Ming asked worriedly. It's nothing. It's just a leakage of power due to cultivation. Gu Hai said calmly. I see. The officials finally relaxed. Father, it was so dangerous just now. The chess formation in the limitless celestial capital was almost crushed by that power. Gu Qin said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded but didn't mention the Pangu axe. He turned his head and looked at the unborn man. Unborn man, Xiahou Shou is with you. I don't want him to appear in front of others again. His Holiness, don't worry. Xiahou Shou has committed countless sins in order to set up the Ghost Head Longevity Array. I won't let him escape. Thank you, His Holiness, for risking your life in the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea for me. The unborn man solemnly bowed to Gu Hai. I'll definitely do what I promised you, Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in silence, then bowed again. Gu Ming's expression changed slightly. Unborn man, you're looking for all 8 meridians of the longevity cultivators, right? There's only one left. Don't worry, we'll find it for you as soon as possible. The unborn man suddenly looked at Gu Ming, seemingly surprised. Why are you looking for all 8 meridians of the longevity cultivators? Gu Ming, you seem to be very familiar with longevity cultivators. Others might not know what I'm doing, but you? Why are you so proactive? The unborn man's surprise disappeared in a flash. However, this unintentional action Gu Tang, who was by the side, saw. Gu Tang was the smartest of the 4 brothers. Even though he did not know what Gu Ming and the unborn man were hiding from him, he could tell that the 2 of them had some sort of tacit understanding based on their attitude. He slightly frowned, but he didn't say it. He just silently remembered it in his heart. Gu Hai was about to dismiss the officials. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the Sea of Providence in the sky churned. As it churned, the statues all over the sky seemed to have sensed something bad. With Gu Hai's statue as the leader, the statues all looked cold. They glared fiercely at the uninvited guest at the edge of the Sea of Providence. At the edge of the Sea of Providence, some providence suddenly gathered and slowly condensed into a human figure. Gu Hai recognized the human figure. Was it Yuanshi Qianzuan? Yuanshi Qianzuan's Dharma power? Why did it appear in the Dahan Sea of Providence? Gu Hai's statue looked at Yuanshi Qianzuan's statue with a gloomy expression. Yuanshi Qianzuan, what are you doing? Gu Hai's statue asked coldly. Yuanshi Qianzuan didn't care. After a while, Yuanshi Qianzuan's statue said coldly, it's about time. All golden dragons of providence, statues and Dharma power, listen up. In 5 days in Wanshou Taoism, In the square of the Premier Palace, I'm going to hold a World Unification Conference. Everyone is to come. Those who don't come will bear the consequences. Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. Buzz. As soon as Yuanshi Qinzuan finished speaking, his Dharma power suddenly collapsed. What happened? The officials asked in surprise. Brother-in-law Yuanshi Qinzuan analyzed Hichu's body? He can manifest his Dharma power into the world of providence. Long Wanyu appeared out of nowhere. Gu Hai looked up at the Sea of Providence and then at the distant south. His expression was gloomy. The Sea of Providence was his forbidden area. He controlled the symbol of the dynasty. But now Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma power could enter and leave as he pleased? Report, the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards have sent a letter. Just now, the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty's destiny cloud sea suddenly changed. The primordial Lord of Heaven's Dharma power materialized and spoke to the Great Yin Celestial Emperor. He's invited to Wansho Taoism to participate in the World Unification Conference in 5 days. Report, Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence at the entrance of the Spirit Mountain's Divine Temple. Report, His Holiness Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence at the Linjiang dynasty. Reports quickly came in one after another. It wasn't just the Dehan dynasty, but all the imperial dynasties, mid-tier sects and above forces in the world of the living. Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence. Just now Yuanshi Qinzuan's voice spread to the world at the same time. It wasn't just the living world. It was the same in the netherworld. Yuanshi Qinzuan's Sea of Providence also manifested above the Sea of Providence at the ancient Yin capital. Report, Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence at the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. In 5 days, the World Unification Conference will be held at the entrance of Wansho Taoism's Hall of Origin. Report, a Sea of Providence appeared out of nowhere in the East Spirit Fire Sea. 6 vermilion birds manifested above the Sea of Providence. Just now, Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma power manifested and said that the World Unification Conference will be held at the entrance of Wansho Taoism's Hall of Origin in 5 days. Report. In the netherworld, one report after another was quickly sent to the skeleton Gu Hai. As long as it was a mid-tier sect or an imperial dynasty, they all received news from Yuanshi Qinzuan that the World Unification Conference would be held at the entrance of the Hall of Origin in 5 days. Gu Hai's initial anger slowly dissipated. At the very least, it wasn't directed at him alone. Yuanshi Qinzuan? World Unification Conference? Does he think that the time is right? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In the netherworld, the East Spirit Fire Sea. Although the 6 vermilion birds didn't intend to seek revenge for the time being, the best way to gather information was to immediately recruit all the birds and monsters in the world. One of the vermilion birds took out a seal and activated it slightly. Immediately, boundless providence surged into the sky. It was the providence that the vermilion bird paragon had sealed in the past. At this moment, it floated above the East Spirit Fire Sea. Back then all the birds and monsters had perished. Only the vermilion bird paragon was left. 7 vermilion bird Dharma powers manifested above the Sea of Providence. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the vermilion bird Dharma powers suddenly collapsed. Obviously, the vermilion bird paragon had died, and its providence couldn't be found. Chi-Chi is really dead, one of the vermilion birds said with an ugly expression. When Master comes back, we'll take revenge. We must take revenge for Chi-Chi. Another burly man said in a deep voice. That's right. Everyone nodded and clenched their fists. However, at this moment, boom! Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma powers manifested above their Sea of Providence. Who is it? What's that? The 6 vermilion birds immediately widened their eyes. However, they saw that Yuanshi Qinzuan had unhurriedly issued an announcement. World Unification Conference? How arrogant. Who is this person? One of the vermilion birds said angrily. No, it's not just our Sea of Providence. Look, his Dharma powers all over the Sea of Providence of the 4 major forces in the netherworld. Who is this person? How can he connect to all the Sea of Providence? In that case, the World Unification Conference in 5 days will gather most of the forces in the world? Should we go and take a look? We have to go. Big brother, I'll go. I'll go. All the vermilion birds looked at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi was silent for a while before saying, Master has instructed us not to stand out too much. Second brother, sixth brother, go. All the vermilion birds nodded. Netherworld, heavenly demon, holy land, ancient temple entrance. Vast freedom, heavenly demon also looked up at the sky. My lord, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning is too arrogant. Unifying the world? Does he want to rule the world? What does he think of us? Wuxiang demon sneered. World Unification Conference. Vermilion Bird Supremes will also be there. I was thinking of how to invite them to meet, but there's no need for that now. Let's go to the Primeval Hall. Netherworld. Great Yin Celestial Dynasty, Primeval City. Qi stood at the entrance of the Flame God Temple and coldly looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan's Dharma powers that had disappeared. Sister, this Yuanshi Qinzuan is really bold. Don't tell me he wants to invite all the heroes of the world to come and dominate the world at the Primeval Hall? The Jingwei asked curiously. I don't know. However, he definitely intends to obtain something from us since he established this World Unification Society. Qi spoke in a low voice. Then should we go? The Jingwei frowned. Why not? Yuanshi Taoism, since its birth 800,000 years ago, has always been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I thought it was only because it was protected by the heavens that it used to intimidate others. Who would have thought that there was a hidden figure in it? Yuanshi Qinzuan? Qi narrowed her eyes. Oh. The Jingwei nodded blankly. Netherworld, Western Spirit Mountain, Snatching Shrine entrance. Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the Yuanshi Taoism in the distance. True Lord, has the primeval Lord of Heaven gone mad? Inviting all the elites of the world to come? Does he really think that he's invincible? Long Outyin said in shock. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. God wants to go? Long Outyin was surprised. In Long Outyin's eyes, God was the invincible one. Could it be that he couldn't stand Yuanshi Qinzuan's arrogance and wanted to cause trouble? I want to go and take a look. The Primeval Hall in 5 days will be very interesting. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The whole world was discussing Yuanshi Qinzuan's invitation. That was because he had invited the whole world. All the major sects and imperial dynasties were in a heated discussion, analyzing the meaning of Yuanshi Qinzuan's invitation. World Unification Conference? Didn't that imply that Yuanshi Qinzuan wanted to unify the world? He even invited all the elites of the world? What was he going to do? Some sect leaders and emperors did not want to bother. After all, they were too far away from the Yuanshi Taoism. Some emperors and sect leaders were ready to go and find out. Boundless Celestial Capital, inside the study. A group of Dahan officials were also analyzing Yuanshi Qinzuan's intentions. However, no one could guess Yuanshi Qinzuan's plan. His Holiness, I am willing to go with your Majesty. Kong Xian was the first to shout. His Holiness, I am willing to go. Mosquito Daoran also shouted. The World Unification Conference in 5 days would attract all the elites of the world. It would definitely be very dangerous. However, the Dahan officials were fighting to be there. Chapter 1169. Yuanshi Taoism. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the news of Yuanshi Qinzuan inviting the world, all the leaders of the factions headed to Yuanshi Taoism. 5 days was neither too long nor too short. For a peerless expert like Gu Hai, it would only take a short while to cross the divine continent, but for ordinary cultivators, it would take a very long time. 5 days was for the peerless experts to deal with their own affairs, but it also eliminated a group of ordinary experts who did not even have time to travel. The sect leader of the Nine Suns sect of the Yang world has arrived. The emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire has arrived. The disciples of Yuanshi Taoism announced the names of the experts from all over the world. At the same time, the disciples of Yuanshi Taoism kept leading the way, leading all the heroes to the square of the Primeval Hall. After all, those who could reach here in 5 days were the strongest in the world. Of course, those who were unwilling to come were another matter. At this moment, the leaders of 80 factions had gathered in the square of the Primeval Hall. All of them were the emperors of the imperial dynasties, the leaders of the middle sects, and the peerless experts of Heavenly Palace. On the square of the Primeval Hall, the experts greeted each other and communicated with each other. Some of the leaders of the factions were usually sworn enemies, but now they were restraining their anger. Some were friends who rarely saw each other, but now they gathered at the entrance of the Primeval Hall and started chatting with each other. The group of experts divided into small groups of 2s and 3s, looking at the people coming from all directions. The temple leader of Spirited Mountain of the Yang world has arrived. Another shout rang out. Bus. The noisy square of the primeval hall instantly quieted down. Who was the temple leader of Spirited Mountain? Wasn't it that mysterious Jianghu? The people here were all powerful existences at the level of the great emperors. They had more or less read some ancient books and understood some things about the war of the shamans and demons. Especially after Jianghu's extravagant display of power on Spiritual Mountain, many people had gone out of their way to investigate him. This was a mythical figure in the legends. Jianghu was the former commander of the Sorcerer tribe. When the Sorcerer tribe defeated the Demon clan and dominated the world, Jianghu was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the world. And after millions of years he was still alive? Everyone looked in the direction of Jianghu. There were only two people on this trip, Jianghu and Long Outyen. Although Jianghu looked amiable, he gave off a powerful aura. Everyone's hearts clenched as the aura washed over them. Greetings, Hallmaster Duo Shen. Someone said. Greetings, Hallmaster Duo Shen. One by one the experts greeted him. Jianghu smiled faintly and nodded. Jianghu had come in a very low-key manner. He hadn't even brought much fanfare. He had only brought Long Outyen with him, but no one dared to say anything about it. The number one person in the world in the past. Talking about extravagance in front of him, wasn't that just asking for humiliation? Wherever he went, there would be the greatest show of extravagance. Hallmaster Duo Shen, the first seat on the left was personally prepared for you by the sect leader. A disciple of Wansho Taoism said respectfully. The first seat? That's fine too. Jianghu nodded. The guest followed the host's wishes. There were only 6 thrones placed on the square of the primeval hall. 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Everyone saw the 6 thrones as soon as they arrived. At the same time, they knew that those thrones were for the 6 most important people in the world. Those 6 people definitely had extremely powerful positions in the world. As for the others, even the emperors of the imperial dynasty and the leaders of the middle sects, they could only stand. Although it was extremely rude, many people had already complained in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Someone had once asked the disciples of Wansho Taoism who the 6 thrones were prepared for. The disciples of Wansho Taoism said that the sect leader had prepared those thrones for the 6 most powerful people. Of course, if anyone had the ability to provoke those 6 people, they could also snatch their thrones. The sect leader didn't mind them fighting for it. Yuanshu Qinzuan didn't mind them fighting for the thrones, but no one sat down. It wasn't because they felt inferior, but because they wanted to wait until the end. If they sat on the thrones and were chased off later, that would be truly embarrassing. Jianghu sat on one of the thrones. Moreover, it was the first seat on the left. However, at that moment, no one was dissatisfied because he was Jianghu. Provoke Jianghu? No one had the guts to do so. There were still 5 thrones left. Many people had a rough idea of where a few of them would sit, but they couldn't figure it out. Jianghu sat calmly on the throne and drank the spirit tea brewed by Long Outyen. As he drank the spirit tea, he looked at the experts around him. Occasionally, he would look at the tightly shut doors of the primeval hall. Lord, there are 6 thrones in total? But I've analyzed that there are less than 5 factions in the world that can reach the level of the Celestial Dynasty and the Sacred Land, Long Outyen said curiously. Not enough. No, not enough. Jianghu said with a smile. Not enough. Long Outyen was a bit surprised. Jianghu, on the other hand, sipped his tea contentedly as he watched one expert after another arrive. Wansho Taoism, Tongtian Peak, Tongtian Hall. Gu Hai and Lin Wan had arrived early. However, Gu Hai didn't go to the square of the primeval hall. Instead, he took Lin Wan to Ho's residence. Although these 5 days were short, in the ancient world it was 50 years. Absence made the heart grow fonder. Gu Hai and Lin Wan had been separated for so long, so they naturally had a good time. During this time, Lin Wan's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace with the help of Gu Hai's great compassion poem of Heaven and Earth. Although she didn't have the vermilion bird god to Lin Wan, it was more important to stay by Gu Hai's side. Not long ago, the officials all asked to come with Gu Hai to Wansho Taoism, but Gu Hai only brought Lin Wan. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Wan was the leader of the Taishang branch of Wansho Taoism. This generation's Taishang. Gu Hai brought Lin Wan and went straight to Ho. In the Tongtian Hall. Ho poured tea for the 2 of them. Gu Hai, I heard that you obtained 30 points of power in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea and killed Zhu Qiqi? Ho stared at Gu Hai with surprise. Gu Hai nodded. It was just a coincidence. Ho, you recovered the memories of the Tongtian sect master? The Tongtian of the Jie school. Ho frowned. I know. You are you, and the Tongtian of the Jie school is the Tongtian of the Jie school. But if you recover your memories, you should know what the others don't. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ho was silent for a while, then nodded. I've seen the memories of the Tongtian of the Jie school, but I am me. You alone are responsible for 2 Tongtian sect masters, and yet you are independent of them. You are indeed extraordinary, but you should know what our real threat is? Gu Hai said. Ho was silent. 30? The 6 vermilion birds of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea used to be 30's pets. They were originally furious, but they suddenly didn't mention a word about Zhu Qiqi's death? I've heard that the 6 of them doted on Zhu Qiqi, but now they don't care about her? Only one person can suppress their hatred. You don't need to guess, you know who it is. Gu Hai said. You're saying that 30 contacted them? Ho frowned. Gu Hai nodded. The Immortal of the 6 Paths will come out in 2 years. Based on what you said, 30 will appear soon. Haha, the world is going to be in chaos. Ho said. 30? The Immortal of the 6 Paths? They are scary, but they are not. Gu Hai shook his head. Ho looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They are powerful. They are the best in the world. They are scary. But they are also afraid of something. They are afraid of losing everything, so they are harsh and oppressive to the common people. But the greater the oppression, the greater the resistance. Isn't that so? Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai, you are so bold. Ho looked at Gu Hai strangely. It's not that I'm bold, but you are not the same. Don't count on others. Being strong yourself is the key. Gu Hai said. Ho was silent for a moment, then nodded. Although we are not afraid of 30, the Immortal of the 6 Paths, they are too strong. I have a request. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Ho looked at Gu Hai in confusion. My Han dynasty has 4 foreign affairs department heads. They have made some small achievements in their cultivation and are extremely infatuated with the sword Dao. However, they have reached a bottleneck and are unable to advance. I want them to follow by your side and ask you to give them some pointers. They can be your sword maids, Gu Hai said seriously. Sword maids? Ho frowned. Gu Hai waved his hand, and 4 figures immediately appeared from the immortal dome of antiquity. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Dongfang Bubi, and Shimen Chueshua. Greetings to His Holiness. The 4 held their swords and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Greetings to the Empress. The 4 bowed to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner smiled and sat to the side without saying anything. Greetings to the Green Lotus Sword Master. The 4 bowed to Ho. Oh, it's you? Ho was surprised. The 4 respectfully stood to one side. Even though they were all ambitious and ruthless characters in the ancient immortal dome, the 4 of them still understood that there was always a heaven beyond the heavens and a person beyond the person. They have all reached the peak of Heavenly Palace? Ho was shocked. The 4 of them are quite talented, but they are unable to condense sword souls. My achievements in the way of the sword are limited, so I can only ask for your help. Gu Hai said solemnly. Speaking of which, when I comprehended the way of the sword, I was inspired by them. Ho Qing said. Although they are the 4 ministers of the Dahan's Foreign Affairs Department, you can rest assured. I can promise that I will never let them wield their swords against the Wanshou Taoism. Your achievements in the way of the sword are at the peak. Although it is a bit difficult, I hope you can understand. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ho was silent for a while and finally nodded. I understand. Haha, over there is no longer any prejudice. The 30-year calamity is more dangerous than anything. Once the 30-year calamity comes back, we don't know if we can survive. Why should we cherish what we have? Does that mean you agree? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes, the 4 of you can follow me in the future. I will do my best to guide you, but everything will depend on your comprehension. Ho Qing said solemnly. Thank you, Green Lotus Sword Master. The 4's eyes brightened. Although the 4 of them had their own way of the sword, they were unable to condense sword souls. It seemed that they had reached the end. Now that there was someone who was willing to guide them, the 4 of them were naturally excited. Good. The 4 of you will follow by Ho's side in the future as sword servants and properly cultivate. Gu Hai instructed. Sword maids? No need. If you don't mind, then be my disciple. Ho Qing said solemnly. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He looked at Ho in surprise and then understood. Ho was telling him that he would do his best. Thank you. Gu Hai said gratefully. Disciple Zhang Sanfeng greets Master. Disciple Dugu Qiubai greets Master. Disciple Dongfang Bubi greets Master. Disciple Shimin Chueshua greets Master. Chapter 1170. At the entrance of the primeval hall, there were 3 thrones on each side. Jiang Chen was sitting on the first one on the left. No one dared to compete with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was not ostentatious. He was like an ordinary person, drinking tea while waiting leisurely. He did not feel left out at all. The leaders of the various forces discussed in low voices. They pointed and looked at Jiang Chen from time to time, but no one dared to sit down. There were 5 thrones left. Many people knew that they were reserved for the leaders of the Holy Lands and the Celestial Empire. Only when they sat down would the leaders of the various forces be qualified to fight for a seat. There are already hundreds of leaders. They all seem to be from the Yang realm? A great emperor wondered. Only Master Shou can easily open the 2 realms. Of course, the people from the Yang realm can't come. A sect leader analyzed. As expected, there is no one from the Yang realm. Without Master Shou opening the 2 realms, the great emperors from the Yang realm are not qualified to participate in the World Unification Conference. Everyone was discussing. They thought that people from both the Yang realm and the Yang realm would come, but they did not expect that only the Yang realm was left. When everyone was sure that there was no one from the Yang realm, the Wansho Taoism disciple who reported the name suddenly announced a surprising name. The leader of the Jiuyin sect from the Yang realm has arrived. After the announcement, almost everyone in the primeval hall fell silent again. The Yang realm? Someone from the Yang realm? Impossible, right? Is Master Shou accompanying him? The Jiuyin sect? I have never heard of this name. Master Shou has never mentioned it. It can't be a holy land. It should be a medium sect. But how did a medium sect come to the Yang realm? Under the curious voices, everyone's eyes turned to the person from the Jiuyin sect. It was a dark carriage pulled by 4 huge horses. These horses were very strange. The lower half of their bodies was that of horses, and the upper half of their bodies was that of humans. It was an extremely rare species of horses. Strangely, there was a candle on the balcony where 4 people and horses were pulling the black carriage. The candle emitted a faint blue flame. The men and horses pulled the carriage to the square of the premier palace. The 4 men and horses unfastened the ropes on their bodies. One of the men and horses gently pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A man wearing a gorgeous black robe slowly stepped out of the carriage. The man was quite handsome, but his face was a little pale, as if he was seriously ill. Just like Jiang Chen, he had an extremely luxurious aura. He gave people the feeling that he was a noble young master from an ancient family. The man carefully stepped over the candle at the entrance of the carriage. A man on horseback bent over the side of the carriage as a step for the man to slowly step down from the carriage. Stepping off the carriage, the other person flipped his hand and put the carriage into his sleeve. Swaying his luxurious black robe, the man looked around. The great emperors and sect masters of the mortal realm are here? This is indeed a grand occasion. I didn't come here in vain. The man revealed a satisfied smile. The man took a deep breath and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. The sun of the mortal realm? It's been a long time. Everyone looked at the man in confusion. The sect master of the Jiuyin sect? Where did he come from? Moreover, to be able to step up from the netherworld, his ability was incomparably strange. After all, he was not accompanied by Master Shou. The man looked at the sun as if he missed it very much. He reluctantly looked away from the sun and looked at Jiang Chen, who was not far away, and smiled slightly. Jiang Chen also looked at the man in confusion because when the man looked at him, there was a familiar look in his eyes. Does he know me? Jiuyin sect? Where is the netherworld? How should I address you? Jiang Chen asked faintly. The Jiuyin sect is located in the southern border of the netherworld. I am Qi. Long time no see, Jiang Chen. The man smiled faintly. Do you know me? Jiang Chen was puzzled. I saw you in the past, but you didn't care about me. Qi smiled faintly. Jiang Chen frowned as he tried to recall, but there was no such person in his memory. Qi smiled faintly and looked at the 6 thrones in the square of the hall. Jiang Chen sat at the head of the left row, while Qi walked straight to the right row. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked to the head of the right row. This sect master of the netherworld is too arrogant, isn't he? What is he going to do there? Is he going to sit down? Someone subconsciously shouted. Whoosh! Qi gently swung his robe and slowly sat down. The square of the primeval hall was silent. He really sat down? The head of the right row? He dared to sit on the same level as Jiang Chen? After you sat down, the 4 men beside him respectfully took out the wine and poured a cup for you. Qi drank a mouthful of wine and seemed to relax. He looked at Jiang Qin opposite him. Do you want a cup? Qi smiled. Sure, you can try my tea too. Jiang Qin nodded. One of the people respectfully poured a cup of wine and slowly brought it to Jiang Qin. Everyone stared at that cup of wine because that cup of wine was emitting a faint white light. At the top of the wine, there seemed to be a snow-white baby floating on the surface of the wine. It seemed to be breathing as it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It looked extremely demonic. Long Outyin respectfully brought over a cup of tea. Everyone could clearly see that there was a blood-red lotus flower bud in the teacup. As he brought it over, the lotus flower slowly bloomed into a blood-red lotus flower. It was very strange. Qi took the tea from Long Outyin and gently sniffed it. Reincarnation lotus tea? This kind of tea actually exists in this world? I can finally reminisce about it today. This is one of my treasures. There is only one in the world. Jiang Qin's expression changed slightly. Jiang Qin understood the meaning behind Qi's words. Reminiscing about it meant that Qi had tasted it in the past. This tea was a species from before the War of the Witches and Demons. Other than the one he had, all the reincarnation lotus tea in the world should be extinct. This Qi seemed to have a strong background. As he spoke, Jiang Qin took a sip of the wine with the snow-white baby sitting on it. Chaohuandan wine? You are also very extravagant, aren't you? Jiang Qin exclaimed. The last ginseng fruit tree in the world just happened to grow in my courtyard. Qi laughed. Good wine. Jiang Qin praised. Good tea. Qi also smiled slightly. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The leaders of the various factions around them were silent. Although they did not understand what Jiang Qin and Qi were talking about, from Jiang Qin's attitude, it seemed like he approved of Qi. To be approved by Jiang Qin, Qi was not an ordinary person who could be trifled with. Everyone looked at Qi strangely. They did not know where he came from. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Wanshou Taoism disciples shouted again. His Holiness of the Great Yen Heaven Dynasty in the world of the living has arrived. A loud cry rang out, and everyone turned their gazes toward that direction in unison. After all, Qi was a famous person in the world of the living. Qi was pulled by 9 fire phoenixes and slowly landed on the square of the premier hall. The 9 phoenixes were vast and majestic. This was the style of His Holiness of the Great Yen Heaven Dynasty. Although there were not many followers, just these 9 phoenixes were better than everyone's carriage. Screech! Screech! The 9 phoenixes cried in unison, and the curtains of the carriage slowly opened. Qi was wearing a fiery red dragon robe as she slowly stepped down from the carriage. Only the elite guard followed behind her. Sister, there are so many people. The elite guard was pleasantly surprised. 9 phoenixes, go back. Qi said lightly. Screech, screech. The 9 phoenixes cried in unison and quickly flew away from the square of the premier hall, leaving only Qi and the elite guard. The elite guard had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, but she had the appearance of Zhu Qiqi. However, when she called Qi sister, everyone immediately understood her identity. Jiang Qin looked at Qi and Qi also looked at Qi. Both of them had a sense of scrutiny in their eyes. Qi looked at everyone and finally focused her gaze on Jiang Qin and Qi. The two of them had already sat on the left and right of the first row. Although Qi did not know Qi, she had no intention of snatching his seat. Instead, she slowly walked towards Jiang Qin and walked to the second seat on the left. She slowly sat down. Qi sat down. In the eyes of everyone it was natural. She was His Holiness of the Great Yen Heaven Dynasty. Moreover, she had defeated Empress Ji not long ago. If she was not qualified to sit, who would sit? Qi sat on the second seat on the left. The elite guard looked and wanted to sit on the third seat so that he could lean on his sister. Elite guard, stand behind me. Qi said lightly. Ah. The elite guard was reluctant, but he still stood behind Qi. The elite guard could not see it, but Qi saw it clearly. The 6 abrupt thrones here were not as simple as seats. These 6 thrones were actually 6 vortexes. These were the seats that all the leaders of the major powers in the world fought for. Yuanshi Qinzuan placed these 6 thrones. Although no one knew what his motive was, in the end Yuanshi Qinzuan would only treat the 6 people who sat on the thrones as equals. The others did not even have the right to sit. Qi could sit, but the elite guard did not have the right to sit. Even if he sat down, he would not be at peace. Something would definitely happen later. Qi's attitude also made everyone sensitive and felt the tension in the atmosphere. There were 3 more seats? Who had the right to sit? At this moment, at the Tongtian Peak, Gu Hai and Qi finished their conversation. They walked out of the Tongtian Hall together with Lin Wanner. Many people have already arrived? Let's go over first. Gu Hai smiled and said, Lin Wanner nodded. Gu Hai, Lin Wanner and Qi flew towards the entrance of the Yuanshi Hall. The four-sword cultivator disciples that Qi had just accepted remained in the Tongtian Hall to cultivate in seclusion. The Dahan's His Holiness has arrived. The Wanshou Taoism disciples immediately shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked at the Dahan's His Holiness, who had been in the limelight recently. Gu Hai only brought 2 people? No, that's the head of the Tongtian branch, Qi? The other one is Fairy Wanner? No, it's the head of the Taishang branch, Lin Wanner? The 3 main branches of the Wanshou Taoism were the Yuanshi Qianzuan, the Taishang and the Tongtian. Now, the heads of the 2 main branches were personally escorting Gu Hai here? Although it was just 3 people in everyone's eyes, it was even more ostentatious than the 9 Phoenix carriage. Wanner, stand behind me later. Gu Hai whispered to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner nodded. Chapter 1171. Square of the Primeval Hall. Gu Hai walked over and Jue walked to the entrance of the Primeval Hall. Gu Hai brought Lin Wanner and slowly walked to the few thrones. Jiang Qin, Jue and Jue had already sat down. Gu Hai looked around at the 3 of them and smiled at them. Jue nodded. Jiang Qin raised his cup and smiled. Jue thought for a while and finally nodded with a smile. Jiang Qin and Jue sat on the first seats in the left and right rows. Gu Hai did not argue with them. Instead he walked to the second seat on the right and slowly sat down. Lin Wanner stood behind Gu Hai. Phew. Gu Hai sat down. The leaders of the surrounding forces were in an uproar. However, the commotion only lasted for a moment before it calmed down. After all, Gu Hai had caused too much of a commotion over the years. Who didn't know about Gu Hai's ability? Among his subordinates, there were a large number of perfected powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace. As the Lord of the Heavenly Empire, he sat on one of the thrones. Could be said that he deserved it. Apart from the Wanshou Taoism, the 3 strongest people in the Yang realm seemed to have sat down. The leader of the Juin sect came from the Netherworld. Wuxia. Now there were only 2 seats left. The 3rd seat on the left and the 3rd seat on the right. As a result, the hearts of the leaders of the forces became active. Perhaps they were also qualified to sit down? Just as a few leaders were eager to try, a discordant voice suddenly sounded again. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land of the Netherworld has arrived. The disciple of the Wanshou Taoism shouted, and everyone immediately turned their heads. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land? The vast freedom Heavenly Demon? The powerhouse who originally wanted to sit on the throne immediately froze and stopped in his tracks. A gust of black wind covered the sky and earth, rolling over as if it was the end of the world. Boom! The black wind converged in the center of the square and immediately disappeared. In the center of the square, 3 figures suddenly appeared. The leader was a man wearing a black and white striped robe. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the wrinkles on his forehead formed the word Wang. As he stepped onto the plaza, a natural might surged out. His face was like a ferocious tiger pouncing overflowing with ferocity. The vast freedom Heavenly Demon, the White Tiger Sovereign? Many people's eyelids twitched. This was the first time they saw the true face of the vast freedom Heavenly Demon. Behind him were Scorpio and Wushang Demon. The 2 of them glanced at the leaders of the various forces and smiled disdainfully. The vast freedom Heavenly Demon looked at the few thrones here. It was obvious that this was for those who were qualified to sit, while those who were not could only stand. First on the left, Jiang Qin? White Tiger looked at Jiang Qin with a gloomy expression. Jiang Qin? It's been so many years since we last met and you've appeared again? The vast freedom Heavenly Demon said coldly. Yes, I've appeared again. Don't tell me you still want to spar with me? Jiang Qin smiled. Humph, I will. We'll settle our past debts slowly. The vast freedom Heavenly Demon's face turned cold. Jiang Qin used to be the commander of the sorcerer tribe, and the vast freedom Heavenly Demon was one of the 4 commanders of the demon tribe. Although the war between the sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe had ended, this hatred was not over yet. However, the vast freedom Heavenly Demon knew that it would be difficult to determine the victor, so he did not argue with him. After looking at the thrones, the vast freedom Heavenly Demon suddenly saw Chi-Chi was sitting on the first row on the right, drinking wine. That seat was on the same level as Jiang Qin. Jianghu used to be the commander of the sorcerer tribe, and he was the commander of the demon tribe. He should be on the same level as Jianghu. Where did this brat come from? How dare he sit on the first row on the right? The vast freedom heavenly demon did not speak. Wuxiang demon understood and walked up to him. Brat, get lost. This is not a place for you to sit. Wuxiang demon shouted coldly at Qi. Wuxiang demon was an expert who was close to the great circle of the gods. Moreover, his poison arts were powerful and his strength was monstrous. How could Qi block him? Everyone around them fell silent. Even Gu Hai, Jianghu, and Qi looked over with interest. The four people behind Qi seemed to be very polite. They did not step forward. What did you just say? Qi asked calmly. I said this is not a place for you to sit. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Wuxiang demon said coldly. Blind your dog eyes. Zhao swirled the wine glass in his hand as a cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare you? Wuxiang demon was enraged. Everyone around them was shocked. Wasn't Qi the leader of a middle sect? Was he provoking Wuxiang demon? Or was he challenging the heavenly demon holy ground? Blind your dog eyes? This was obviously a slap to Wuxiang demon's face. Was he tired of living? Even Scorpio looked at Qi as if he was looking at a dead person. However, Wuxiang demon did not make a move. Instead he stood there strangely. Buzz. The shadow of the great path appeared behind him. Wuxiang demon channeled the power of the great path into his body. However, this power dissipated quickly, and the shadow of the great path also slowly disappeared. Wuxiang demon seemed to be very anxious. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Scorpio looked at Wuxiang demon in shock. The vast freedom heavenly demon also showed a trace of doubt. Wuxiang demon was a little strange today. Impossible, impossible, I can't see? Master, my eyes can't see. Wuxiang demon shouted in shock. Can't see? Everyone was slightly stunned. How did this Wuxiang demon become blind so strangely? Sister, his dog eyes are really blind. Is he really blind? The Jingwei suddenly shouted in shock. When the Jingwei shouted, the vast freedom heavenly demon frowned and looked at the Jingwei. When he saw the Jingwei's appearance, the vast freedom heavenly demon's expression changed. Wasn't this Zhu Qiqi's body? Master, my eyes are blind. Just now, I channeled the power of the great path to repair them. However, I can't repair them. I can't see. Wuxiang demon said in shock. It's you. You did something? Scorpio suddenly looked at Qi angrily. Qi turned the wine cup in his hand and stared at Scorpio with a meaningful smile. However, this smile made Scorpio's hair stand on end. After all, Wuxiang demon was blind before. He didn't want to be blind too. He didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. The vast freedom heavenly demon touched Wuxiang demon's body and checked carefully. He found that Wuxiang demon wasn't injured, but he couldn't see. Who are you? Why did you hurt my people? The vast freedom heavenly demon said coldly. Netherworld, southern border Jiuyin sect. I am Qi. As for him? That's his own blind dog eyes, who can he blame? She said coolly. Was that the art of cursing just now? Divine scripture, spirits of longevity and divine cultivation. Curses are the most important part of the divine cultivation of the demon race. In the past, Crown Prince Luya of the Solar Divine Palace knew the Nailhead Seven-Arrow Book, which can curse a person to death. Some of the demon race know how to curse, and the witch race also has a branch of divine cultivation that knows how to curse. Are you a demon or a witch? Qi didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned on the throne slowly and said confidently, By Zizai, if you want to know who I am, you have to cure his eyes first. How dare you? Didn't I just fall for your demonic art? I can still kill you even without my eyes. Wuxiang demon shouted angrily. As he spoke, Wuxiang demon stretched out his right hand as if he was going to cut Qi in half. Is it not enough to teach you a lesson? What about your broken dog paw? Qi said indifferently. Crack. Wuxiang demon's right hand suddenly made a sound of bone breaking. Then it drooped down strangely. Broken dog paw? No one saw how it broke. How did it break so inexplicably? The experts who questioned Qi earlier all opened their mouths wide. Where did this monster come from? How did he do it? Was it a curse? Whatever he said came true. Didn't that mean he could kill his opponent with just his mouth? Wuxiang demon held his broken right arm and took a step back in pain. At this moment he didn't dare to show off anymore. Whatever Qi said came true. Just now he only said that his dog paw was broken. If he said that his dog neck was broken, then wouldn't he, Wuxiang demon felt a chill in his heart. Scorpio, who was beside him, also didn't have any intention of appearing. Where did this monster come from? Not far away, Jiang Chen looked at Qi's two curses and thought. Jing Wei and Lin Wanaer had already opened their eyes wide. As for Gu Hai and Qi, when they looked at Qi they were exceptionally solemn. Bai smiled at the celestial devil, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Just based on the two curses just now, Qi was sitting first on the right. No one was dissatisfied. The vast freedom heavenly devil was also filled with doubts. Because he couldn't see through Qi at all. Good. I will break Wuxiang's curse. When the time comes I will find you to teach me. Freedom Demon snorted coldly. At this moment, Freedom Demon had lost a lot of face, but he didn't explode now. In the past, when he was defeated in the War of the Witches and Demons, he could still drag out an ignoble existence, let alone now. Freedom Demon was very depressed. He could only give up on the first seat on the right. The second seat on the left and right were Gu Hai and Qi at the beginning. Freedom Demon still had the intention to compete with the two. But now he didn't want to compete anymore. He walked to the third seat on the right. Phew. The great Freedom Heavenly Devil sat down. No one objected. Even though Heavenly Demon Wuxiang had been cursed twice earlier on, Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon had not done anything yet. As the leader of the Holy Land he had the right to sit here. Only Freedom Demon knew that he couldn't break Wuxiang Demon's curse because he was at a disadvantage. So, although there was resentment, everyone was convinced. In this way only the last seat on the left was left. The leaders of the various forces were tempted again. The master of the East Spirit Fire Sea of the Netherworld has arrived. Another loud shout was heard. The leaders of the various forces were slightly stunned. Another from the Netherworld? The East Spirit Fire Sea only has a group of divine generals, right? The East Spirit Fire Sea is unified? Many leaders of the various forces were surprised. Qi, however, frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Vermilion Bird Supreme, a total of 7. Another 6 have been revived. Gu Hai explained to Qi. Qi's face fell. The surprised voices in the surroundings stopped abruptly as everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. What did Gu Hai say? Vermilion Bird Supreme? Boom. 2 fireballs descended from the skies, bringing with them a surging heat wave. All the leaders of the various forces felt a chill in their hearts. That was because they could feel a heavenly might pressing down on them from this heat wave. Any one of them had an aura that could crush them. Chapter 1172. Bam. When the fire dispersed, 2 men in red robes appeared. Their eyes were cold as they scanned the group of great emperors and sect leaders with disdain. Then the 2 of them looked at the 6 seats. Oh, Zhuerji? Zhululu? You are not dead yet. Jiang Chen suddenly sneered. Humph, Jiang Chen, aren't you not dead yet? One of the men in red robes said coldly. Zhululu, are you still as hot-tempered as before? However, it seems that old man 30 is still alive. You have remnants of his aura on you? Heh. Jiang Chen's voice was cold. Everyone could hear the hostility in Jiang Chen's voice when he mentioned 30. My master is definitely still alive and well. How can a clown like you be compared to him? Humph. Zhululu said coldly. Jiang Chen sneered. Bai Zizai, are you getting worse and worse? Why are you sitting at the last seat? Heh. The other Zhuerji looked at Vast Freedom Demon and sneered. Are you guys still so arrogant and condescending? Forget it. I should have gotten used to it. This is not the place to catch up. After the meeting we will find a place to talk. There is still 1 seat left. Sit down first. Vast Freedom Demon said in a deep voice. The 2 of them looked at Jiang Chen and Vast Freedom Demon coldly before looking at the others. Little sister? Zhu Yoyo's expression changed suddenly. Zhu Erji turned to look at Jing Wei. Jing Wei's expression changed and he leaned behind Jing Wei. So it was you. Little sister died because of you? Zhu Lulu was instantly furious. It was as though he was going to tear Jing Wei apart. You are really persistent. Jing Wei's expression was cold as he stood up from his throne. Suddenly, red clouds appeared above his head. The eye of heaven opened instantly. Whoosh. An aura of heavens might rush towards everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, and they had the urge to kneel down. Who? Not far away, Bai waved his hand and countless sword Qi soared into the sky, blocking the suppression of the eye of heaven for everyone. Of course, it was only blocking the suppression for ordinary people. The eye of heaven's suppression of the vermilion bird paragon did not weaken in the slightest. When Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu saw their enemy, their eyes turned red and they were about to attack. Buzz. However, at this moment the two of them trembled, causing the two of them to instantly sober up. Before we left, Big Brother set up a warning system in our bodies. Once we become enraged, it will wake us up? Zhu Erji's face darkened. Big Brother's warning? But second brother, the person who killed Chi-Chi is right here. Are we going to let him go just like that? Zhu Lulu looked indignant. Zhu Erji fell silent. Also, that's Chi-Chi's corpse. Second brother, are we just going to ignore it? It's fine if we don't meet the enemy, but the enemy is right in front of us. Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Zhu Lulu shouted again. Zhu Erji's eyelids twitched violently. Although he had his master's orders and Big Brother's warning, the enemy was right in front of him. Could he just ignore it? Zhu Erji also had the intention to kill. Even if the Eye of Heaven was in the sky, he would kill this woman today. The two of them seemed to have made up their minds to kill by immediately. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind. Zhu Chi-Chi's soul was killed by me. Are you looking for the wrong person? Gu Hai's voice came faintly from behind the two of them. Huh. The two of them suddenly turned their heads and looked at Gu Hai, who was sitting in the second seat from the right. The leaders of the various forces had already retreated to the side. The aura emitted by Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu was so terrifying that it made everyone tremble. If it wasn't for by protecting everyone, they would have already lost their composure. Many people already believed that they were the supreme vermilion bird. Just as everyone was wondering if Bai could stop the two supreme vermilion birds, Gu Hai suddenly interjected. Moreover, he instantly attracted the hatred of the two supreme vermilion birds. Even Jiang Chen and Bai looked at Gu Hai curiously. Was Gu Hai crazy? You? Zhu Erji's face turned cold. What? You don't believe me? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Gu Hai, thank you for your kindness. Jing Wei took Zhu Chi-Chi's vermilion bird body. This matter has to be solved sooner or later. Let me do it. Bai solemnly said. Bai, what are you saying? Wasn't I the one who destroyed Zhu Chi-Chi's soul? Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai and Bai were fighting to pull the hatred of the two supreme vermilion birds to him? Did they really think that they were decorations? Zhu Erji and Zhu Liuyo's eyes turned cold. Brat, judging from your aura, you haven't even reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. How could you kill Chi-Chi? Zhu Lulu said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly and twisted his head. Rumble. A vast dark cloud instantly gathered in the sky. Then it separated from the middle. Boom. A black pupil of the Eye of Heaven suddenly appeared. The moment Gu Hai's Eye of Heaven appeared, a powerful aura pressed down on everyone once more, surging towards them. Plop. Even by protecting everyone, there were still people who couldn't withstand the pressure of the two Eyes of Heaven and immediately knelt down. Cultivation. Cultivation had become extremely laughable now. So what if they were at the peak of Heavenly Palace? Under the suppression of the Eye of Heaven, everything was a piece of cake. Vast freedom. Heavenly Demon's face was gloomy. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Bai. Even with the pressure of the two Eyes of Heaven, Bai was still drinking his wine and looking at everyone calmly. Eye of Heaven? This is my master's power. Master left this world and left his power behind. You two rascals have obtained it? Very well, then let us see how much you have. Zhu Erji sneered. As he spoke, Zhu Erji suddenly pounced on Bai, and Zhu Lulu suddenly pounced on Gu Hai. Bai and Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The two Eyes of Heaven instantly shot down a beam of light. Boom. The terrifying light of destruction tore through the void and rushed down. The square of the Premier Palace was about to shatter. However, at this moment, a purple light gushed out from the tightly shut Premier Palace. Immediately, the surrounding void became countless times more solid. Except for the battlefield, the other places became stable. Sect Master made a move? Bai looked at the Premier Palace in surprise. It was obvious that Yuanshi Qianzuan was protecting the four sides of the hall, allowing Vermilion Bird Supreme, Gu Hai and Bai to fight. Hong. With a loud bang, the light of Bai's Eye of Heaven shot down and hit Zhu Erji's body. Zhu Erji suddenly trembled and his clothes instantly exploded. Without using the power of the Great Tao, Zhu Erji instantly suffered a great loss. If it wasn't for the seven-colored light on the surface of his body, he would have been seriously injured in that instant. The power of 30 to protect the body? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the seven-colored power that protected Zhu Erji just now was the power of 30 in Zhu Erji's body. Zhu Erji quivered. That was close. He shouldn't have been careless. The Eye of Heaven was the power of Master. Why didn't he use his full strength just now? On the other side, Zhu Lulu didn't make a loud sound. This was because Gu Hai's Eye of Heaven was even more strange. It didn't attack the physical body but the soul. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhu Lulu suddenly froze in place. Not far from his body, a fiery red soul flashed out. Like Zhu Qiqi in the past, his soul was blasted out of his body. What? Zhu Liuliu's expression changed. Zhu Erji also quivered and immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! It helped Zhu Liuliu's body and soul quickly recover. That was close. The soul was the weakest when it left the body just now. After the soul and body merged, Zhu Lulu turned and looked at Gu Hai fiercely. It was you. You killed Qiqi just like that? You want to do it again? Next time you won't be so lucky. Gu Hai said with a cold gaze. Lucky? Humph, I was just careless just now. Your God-destroying light is powerful, but what about its speed? If I wasn't careless, your God-destroying light wouldn't have been able to touch me at all. Because you are too slow. Again. Watch me tear you apart and avenge Qiqi. Zhu Lulu revealed a ferocious expression and pounced on Gu Hai again. Whoosh. Sure enough, the speed of the pouncing was too fast this time. In almost an instant he was in front of Gu Hai. The speed of a peak god wasn't something Gu Hai could compare to. The Eye of Heaven was affected by Gu Hai's cultivation, so its speed wasn't fast enough. Back then he was able to kill Zhu Qiqi because Ho restrained Zhu Qiqi. Now Zhu Lulu was in front of Gu Hai in an instant. The Eye of Heaven couldn't catch him in time. Everyone's expression changed, thinking that Gu Hai was in trouble. Ho's expression sank. Immediately, his Eye of Heaven shot a red light at Zhu Lulu. You want to save him? It's too late. Zhu Erji instantly blocked in front of Ho. Zhu Erji didn't dare to be careless at this moment. He immediately mobilized the power of the Great Tao. 3 illusory figures of the Great Tao appeared behind him, gathering endless power in his fist, and brazenly struck Ho's God-destroying light. Boom. Zhu Erji was hit by the God-destroying light again, but in the end he managed to block the God-destroying light. Although he staggered, it was enough. In that short period of time, Zhu Lulu was enough to smash Gu Hai flat. The vast freedom heavenly demon Jianghu and Ho all narrowed their eyes at Gu Hai. Zhu Liuliu's fist was indeed boundless. It was as if the heavens were attacking, and Gu Hai was about to be smashed flat. However, at this moment, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and extended his right index finger, pointing at Zhu Liuliu's fist. Accentent? Jianghu revealed a trace of doubt. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire Wanshou Taoism shook violently. A large amount of debris flew into the air, creating billowing smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai maintained his original position. His right index finger was still in its original position, but Zhu Lulu was sent flying by this finger. He flew for a distance of 1,000 feet before suddenly stopping. His robes were all blown up. There were also many cracks on his body. Zhu Lulu looked at his fist like a fool. There was a huge crack on his fist as if it was cut open by a sharp weapon. No, how could this be? Zhu Lulu couldn't believe it. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai didn't even move a single hair on his head. How could he send him flying with just a finger? This is impossible. I'm at the perfection stage of the gods, and he hasn't even reached the perfection stage of the heavenly palace. The surrounding people were already looking at Gu Hai in shock. A finger? Only Gu Hai understood that if it wasn't for the help of the Pangu axe, he would have been humiliated today. Chapter 1173. The 2 eyes of heaven in the sky disappeared. Detecting Zhu Erji's strength, you felt that there was no need to use the eyes of heaven. Gu Hai's eyes of heaven consumed too much energy, and Gu Hai did not want to use it anymore. But in the eyes of others, this was not the case at all. A large number of stone slabs in the square of the premier palace exploded, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. However, the smoke and dust could not block everyone's sight. In the eyes of everyone, Gu Hai was still standing in the same place. That right index finger of his extended right hand was still peacefully stopped in mid-air, as if he had done a small thing like crushing an ant. Zhu Lulu, that seemingly very powerful vermilion bird supreme, was defeated in an instant? The countless injuries on his body and the huge crack on his fist all showed that he was defeated miserably. After all, the opposite Gu Hai did not even move his hair. The difference was obvious. The stronger one was, the more they understood the power of Gu Hai's finger. Lin Wana was just happy. The elite guard's eyes had long popped out of their sockets. When did Gu Hai become so exaggerated? He did not seem to be so strong last time, right? That Zhu Lulu was at the peak of the gods. He was defeated with one finger? You looked at Gu Hai and his eyes narrowed. But Zhu Lulu and Zhu Erji's hearts were set off by stormy waves. This was their enemy? If not for the protection of the strength of 30 just now, Zhu Erji would definitely have been injured even more badly. No wonder Master did not allow revenge. Not far away, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly as if deep in thought. Sky-splitting axe? Impossible, wasn't Sky-splitting axe destroyed long ago? You looked at Gu Hai but was slightly puzzled. Because you could see that Gu Hai was only at the 8th level of the Celestial Palace. This was definitely not wrong. But, with this strength, how could he defeat Zhu Lulu in an instant? I don't want blood to stain the primeval palace. If you want revenge, come to me, the limitless celestial capital. I'll be waiting for you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Humph. Zhu Liu's expression was ferocious, as if he was still unconvinced. Old Six, stop. Zhu Erji suddenly said. Second brother, I can't take this lying down. Chi-Chi was killed by him. Can't I take revenge? I was too greedy just now, it must have been some kind of sneak attack by him. I don't believe that I would lose so miserably. He hasn't reached the peak of the Celestial Palace yet, I have the confidence to kill him. Zhu Lulu shouted again. Have you forgotten Big Brother's words? Zhu Erji shouted. Zhu Lulu was in a rage and had somewhat lost his rationality. However, Zhu Erji could still clearly see that the Gu Hai in front of him was not as weak and easily bullied as he looked. If they continued to fight, they might not be able to gain an advantage. Big Brother? Big Brother doesn't know the situation. Zhu Lulu was still unwilling to admit defeat. What about Master? Are you not going to listen to him? Zhu Erji shouted again. Zhu Liu's expression suddenly froze. Clearly 30 was the most frightening. Humph, you got off easy. Zhu Lulu looked at Gu Hai with a hint of unwillingness. Ha. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile, but he ignored Zhu Lulu. With a wave of his dragon robe, Gu Hai calmly sat down again. Gu Hai's one finger had already established his authority and strength in this place. No one dared to criticize him anymore. Zhu Erji was also very angry, but he had to suppress his anger at this moment. Today he came here for a more important matter, which was to investigate the current situation of the world. Zhu Erji looked coldly at Zhuo again, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. However, his hatred for Zhuo was not as much as his hatred for Gu Hai. Zhuo's Eye of Heaven just now had already proved his strength, so Zhu Erji did not compete with him anymore. There was only one seat left. Zhu Erji felt uncomfortable as he slowly sat down on the last seat on the left. At this point, all 6 seats were filled. At this moment, the leaders of the surrounding forces no longer thought of fighting for a seat. They had thought that the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was already the top existence in the world, but now, a group of great perfection gods had taught everyone a good lesson. The strength that they thought was very strong was just a joke in the eyes of the group of people on the seats. The seats on the left were Jiang Qin, Zhuo, and Zhu Erji. The seats on the right were Zhuo, Gu Hai, and Bai Zizai. All 6 seats were filled, but Zhu Lulu had not sat down yet. He touched the wounds on his body. The Vermilion Bird tribe had an extraordinary talent in self-healing, and all the wounds disappeared in the blink of an eye. The wounds disappeared, and with a shake of his body, his tattered clothes were replaced by a new red robe in the blink of an eye. However, there was no seat left. Do I have to stand behind second brother like them? Although the 7 supremes of the Vermilion Bird tribe had different seniority, they were all proud masters. Do I have to stand like those great emperors and sect leaders? What a joke, those people were just trash. Do I have to be on the same level as them? Zhu Lulu was naturally unwilling. There were a total of 6 seats, and Zhu Lulu naturally would not let the Wanshou Taoism give him an extra seat, nor would he take out a seat for himself. He could only compete. Jiang Qin? His master had told him not to compete with him. Zhuo Gu Hai? Obviously he could not compete. Bai Zizai? They could be considered old acquaintances, and there was no need to compete over a seat. Then it could only be the first seat on the left. Zhu Liu's gaze shifted to Zhuo. Kid, what's your name? Zhu Lulu suddenly asked Zhuo coldly. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Was Zhu Lulu a professional troublemaker? Was he looking for trouble with Zhuo again? Everyone had seen Zhuo's methods before, and they naturally knew that he was not a person to be trifled with. How could he be weak if he could be on equal footing with Jiang Chen? Netherworld, Nanjiang Jiuyin sect leader. My name is Zhua. Zhua said with a smile. Yu's attitude was similar to Jiang Chen's. He was very kind and didn't put on airs. Perhaps at their level they didn't care about pomp and circumstance. Sometimes they were kind and amiable, but more often than not, it was to satisfy their lonely hearts. Because of this they felt like they were still human. Zhua. Zhu Lulu frowned slightly. Zhu Erji, who was not far away, kept searching for this name in his mind. Although he had only been resurrected for 5 days, he had gathered some information in these 5 days. Divine General Netherflame's report was one thing, and there were also experts who had gathered information from all over the world. However, the information that he had gathered did not include this Zhua. Zhu Erji originally wanted to stop Old Six from causing trouble, but after thinking about it, he did not do so in the end. Zhua? Alright, get out of your seat and I will spare your life. Zhu Lulu said coldly. Zhu Lulu was still angry, and he was still immersed in his ancient achievements. In ancient times, he was the supreme vermilion bird, one of the strongest people in the world. Other than his master, who could make him lower his head. Therefore, even though he did not know Zhua's background, he was still very confident in telling him to get out. However, Zhua put down his wine cup and laughed. Spare my life? I'm curious, how are you going to kill me? With your vermilion bird divine fire? Zhua sized up Zhu Lulu with a smile. You know about the vermilion bird divine fire? Zhu Liu's face suddenly darkened. Most people only knew that the vermilion bird could use the Namingli fire, but very few people knew about the vermilion bird divine fire. Is this a very secretive matter? Isn't the vermilion bird divine fire modified by the sun heart flame drawn from the center of the sun? You can use the vermilion bird divine fire wherever the sun is. Zhua said with a smile. Zhu Liu's face changed. This was a secret of the vermilion bird tribe. Kid, how did you know? Quickly say it. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for life and beg for death. Zhu Lulu said in a cold voice. You just came from the netherworld and you haven't extracted the sun heart flame from the sun of the world of the living, right? In other words, you can't use the vermilion bird divine fire. It seems that I worried too much. Zhua shook his head. You know quite a lot, but what can you do? The sun is in the sky and I can have as much sun heart flame as I want. Get out of the seat now or I will let you know the power of the sun heart flame. Zhu Lulu said coldly. Zhua smiled and gently raised a cup of wine. Then you can try it. My cup of wine is a little cold. Ha ha ha, there's still some people who don't know what's good for them. They know the power of my vermilion bird divine fire, but they still dare to talk nonsense. Fine, I will let you know the power of the vermilion bird divine fire. Also, Guhai, I was ambushed by you just now because I didn't use the vermilion bird divine fire. This time you can taste my vermilion bird divine fire together with him. Zhu Lulu said coldly. Screech. With the cry of the vermilion bird, a shadow of the great path suddenly appeared behind Zhu Lulu, and the great path rushed toward the sun. Rumble. Above the sun, rolling golden flames suddenly appeared and rushed downward. The golden flames were still high in the sky, but everyone in the square of the primeval palace felt a terrifying heat. Zhua's eyes narrowed. Because the flame that he received the baptism not long ago was the sun heart flame, he naturally knew the power of the sun heart flame. That was the essence of the flames in the sun, and only his fire zombie ancestor could withstand it. He originally thought that no one in the world could use it except for him. He didn't expect that the vermilion bird could. The legend is true? The vermilion bird was born from the center of the sun? Zhua's face was gloomy. The rolling sun heart flame rushed down from the sun like a waterfall, and the square of the primeval palace below was about to melt. But at this moment, Zhua raised his wine cup to the sky. Rumble. The huge sun heart flame instantly poured into Zhua's wine cup. It condensed into a golden brilliance, burning fiercely in the wine cup. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. What? Impossible, other than my vermilion bird clan who can use the sun heart flame. Zhu Liu's face changed drastically. Zhua raised his wine cup and took a sip. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, the taste is even better. This pleasant scene made Zhu Lulu so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I want you to boil wine, I want you to boil wine. Sun heart flame as I wish. I want the thousand Zhang heart flame to burn him to death. Zhu Lulu roared. Zhua frowned. It is not easy for the sun heart flame to be born in the sun. A strand a year, a handful in 10 years, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang? That is 100,000 years of accumulation. If you don't know how to cherish it, you don't deserve to use it. What did you say? Aha, you are scared, right? Since the war of the liches and demons, other than my Vermilion Bird clan, no one is not afraid of the Sun Heart Flame. I think you don't know. Zhu Lulu sneered. I have never been afraid. Jiang Qin, who was not far away, said indifferently. Zhu Lulu was exasperated. Damn it, why are you interrupting? I just boasted and you are slapping my face? Jiang Qin doesn't count. He's a freak. Other than my Vermilion Bird clan and Jiang Qin, no one is not afraid of the Sun Heart Flame. Burn him to death. Zhu Lulu roared. Boom. Once again the rolling Sun Heart Flame descended from the sky, surging toward Zhua and Gu Hai. Zhua raised his head and looked at the sun. Sun, since it doesn't cherish your accumulation, then don't let it use the Sun Heart Flame anymore. Ha ha ha, if you talk to the sun, will the sun respond to you? Zhu Lulu mocked. Boom. Suddenly, a huge mouth opened above the sun and sucked fiercely. The surging Sun Heart Flame was sucked back. Zhu Lulu. This was strange. The sun really listened to him? How was this possible? Impossible. Sun Heart Flame, follow my command. Release. Zhu Lulu roared gloomily. Silence. The sun was silent, and not a single trace of the Sun Heart Flame fell. It seemed like it was really ignoring Zhu Lulu. Zhu Lulu. Chapter 1174. Yuanshi Palace Square. Bai Zizai, Gu Hai, Jue, Zhu Erji and Jiang Chen were all stunned. Jue's methods were too strange. Another curse? How could he curse the sun? Where did he come from? The leaders of the other forces had long since fallen silent. They silently watched the group of peak experts battle, and a sense of dejection rose in their hearts. In front of this group of monsters, it was as if they had never cultivated before. How can this be? Zhu Lulu was even more dumbfounded. You asked the sun to ignore me and it really ignored me? You gave birth to the sun? Impossible. Only the Vermilion Bird tribe can use the Sun Heart Flame. How can you cut off my connection with the Sun Heart Flame? Zhu Lulu looked at Jue gloomily. However, at this moment Zhu Lulu did not dare to underestimate Jue anymore. Who said so? His Holiness from Great Yen behind you can also use the Sun Heart Flame. I heard that not long ago he even used the Sun Heart Flame to transform into the zombie ancestor. Jue smiled at Jue. Jue frowned slightly but did not refute. Zhu Lulu turned to look at Jue then back at Jue. Unlike when he fought against Gu Hai, Jue almost never attacked Zhu Lulu. However, his casual attacks made Zhu Lulu feel powerless. Gu Hai defeated him because Gu Hai used his strength. However, Jue used the strength of the Vermilion Bird tribe. Using your weakness to defeat you and using your strength to defeat you were two completely different concepts. Six brother, that's enough. Stop fooling around and stand behind me. Zhu Erji called out from nearby. Zhu Lulu knew that if he continued to fight Jue, he would only be humiliating himself. However, he was on the same level as the other emperors. How could Zhu Lulu be willing to do that? He looked around at the six thrones. You Jiang Qin, Gu Hai and you, he didn't seem to have a chance of winning. As for Bai Zizai and Zhu Erji, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. But, was he just going to stand there like a fool? How could Zhu Lulu be willing? Yuanshi Taoism. Would it kill you to prepare another throne? Quang. However, at this moment the door of the premier palace suddenly opened. You immediately bowed to the entrance of the hall. All of the longevity Taoist disciples also bowed to the entrance of the hall. It was obvious that Yuanshi Tianzuan was coming out. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they looked at the entrance of the primeval hall. Even Jiang Chen and Yu put down their teacups and wine glasses. The faces of Gu Hai, Yu, Bai Zizai and Zhu Erji darkened. Only Zhu Lulu stood awkwardly in the middle of the six thrones. At this moment the silence made him look like a clown. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps came from the primeval hall like the beating of a drum. Yuanshi Tianzuan, dressed in white, slowly stepped out of the primeval hall. Every time his feet landed, the ground shook slightly as if he had hit the ground heavily. However, the floor was not damaged at all. Penetrating the earth's core? Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength has increased again? Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped out of the primeval hall slowly. His eyes were still cold. A small golden dragon was wrapped around his left arm. The dragon's head rested on the back of Yuanshi Tianzuan's left hand, breathing in and out wisps of golden mist. Hichu. Gu Hai, who was not far away, recognized the small golden dragon. Greetings, Yuanshi Qinzuan. The leaders of the various forces bowed slightly. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes were still cold as he looked around at the crowd. Then he looked at the 6 thrones. Although his eyes were cold and indifferent, there was still a hint of a different aura. Only the 6 people on the thrones were treated equally by Yuanshi Qinzuan. As for the people standing, Yuanshi Qinzuan had a condescending attitude. Being looked down upon by Yuanshi Qinzuan made Zhu Lulu unhappy. What? I just came a little late and didn't get a seat. Yuanshi Qinzuan, right? Give me another seat. Zhu Lulu shouted. Gu Hai and Eugene had strange expressions. Was this Zhu Lulu a professional at finding fault? Was he pointing fingers at Yuanshi Qinzuan again? Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Zhu Lulu, then turned his head away, ignoring him. He looked at Zhu Lulu as if he was looking at thin air. That indifferent attitude made Zhu Liuliu's hair stand on end. Just now he had suffered at the hands of Gu Hai and Eugene, so Zhu Lulu was suppressing his anger. In front of him, Yuanshi Qinzuan still looked at him with indifference? Did he really think he was the same as that group of trash? Yuanshi Qinzuan, I said something, did you hear me? Zhu Lulu shouted coldly. He was provoking Yuanshi Qinzuan. Not far away, Zhu Erji's expression changed. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yuanshi Qinzuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhu Lulu with cold eyes. Yuanshi Qinzuan was not as easy to talk to as you. His eyes were cold, which meant that he had the intention to kill. Boom. A loud noise was heard. Before the crowd realized what had happened, they saw that Zhu Lulu was sucked in front of Yuanshi Qinzuan and was strangled by Yuanshi Qinzuan. What? Everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide. What happened in that split second just now? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lulu was subdued by Heavenly Lord Yuanshi? This sudden move made even Yu and Jiang Chen's expression sink. Obviously, Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength was out of their expectations. Stop, Yuanshi Qinzuan, what are you doing? Zhu Erji suddenly stood up from his throne in anger. Let go of me, Zhu Lulu said in horror. Not only were the eyes of the leaders dazzled, but even Zhu Lulu was also dazzled. In the next moment, Yuanshi Qinzuan grabbed his neck and sealed his strength. How was this possible? Let go of me. If you don't want to die, let go of me, otherwise my master. Zhu Lulu shouted and waved his hands. Yuanshi Qinzuan looked coldly at Zhu Lulu and said, in today's World Unification Conference, you are the one who made the most noise. Wansho Taoism is not a place for you to play to the gallery. You have to pay the price for acting presumptuously here. Wait. Zhu Erji's expression changed. He seemed to hear the killing intent in Yuanshi Qinzuan's voice. However, everything happened too quickly. Zhu Lulu didn't even have time to beg for mercy. Crack. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Zhu Liuliu's head was broken by Yuanshi Qinzuan. It wasn't the spine that was broken but the skin, flesh, blood and bones. In an instant, the head was separated from the body. Broken in half? Zhu Liuliu's head, which was flying in the air, didn't expect Yuanshi Qinzuan to be so bold and so ruthless. Gasps could be heard all around. All the sect leaders and great emperors were shocked. Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength was too terrifying. Oh, there's a spiritual power in the head to protect the body? Yuanshi Qinzuan suddenly looked coldly at Zhu Liuliu's head. The head was cut off but it didn't die. It just looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan in disbelief. Above the head, a 7-colored light shrouded Zhu Lulu, protecting him. That's the strength of 30. Jiang Qin, who was not far away, said in a deep voice. I don't care about the strength of 30. No one can save the person I want to kill. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes were cold. He reached out and clenched his fist. Whoosh. Zhu Liuliu's head and body seemed to be sucked into Yuanshi Qinzuan's palm by a huge suction force. How dare you? Zhu Erji punched in anger. 3 great Tao phantoms appeared behind him. The huge fist, which carried all the power of Zhu Erji, rushed over. However, Yuanshi Qinzuan had a fierce look on his face. His speed was faster. He clenched his fist. Crack. It seemed that all the bones in Zhu Liuliu's body were crushed. Even the 7-colored light was crushed when he crushed Zhu Liuliu's body. Even Lord of the Primordial Beginning's strength of 30 was completely crushed by a single palm strike. He clenched his fist and collided with Zhu Erji's palm. Boom. With a loud bang, Zhu Erji was blown away. He flew 100 feet away before he stopped. His clothes exploded again. His body was covered with countless wounds and blood splattered everywhere. Zhu Erji looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan, who was not far away, in horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhu Erji was at a loss. He was not Yuanshi Qinzuan's opponent even with his full strength? He was the supreme vermilion bird. Had the supreme vermilion bird from ancient times? How ridiculous. Yuanshi Qinzuan showed a look of disdain. Jiang Qin, who was not far away, had his eyes lit up. Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength was what Jiang Qin needed. Seeing Yuanshi Qinzuan defeat Zhu Erji with one punch, Jiang Qin was even happier. Because the strength that Yuanshi Qinzuan displayed was only a small part of his full strength. He did not use the Eye of Heaven, the primeval banner, and the chaotic sword Qi. Sixth brother, what did you do to sixth brother? After Zhu Erji was severely injured, the first person he thought of was Zhu Lulu. Yuanshi Qinzuan slowly released his right palm. Walalala. From Yuanshi Qinzuan's palm, some powder was slowly sprinkled out. There was no flesh because the blood had evaporated instantly when it was crushed. Zhu Liuliu's body seemed to have been cremated. Only some ashes were left. The ashes were scattered on the ground, bringing out a cloud of smoke. Zhu Erji was shocked. Even though Zhu Lulu was careless and was restrained by Yuanshi Qinzuan, he should not have died so thoroughly. Even 30% of the force had been crushed? After scattering Zhu Liuliu's ashes, Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Zhu Erji's throne. Clap. He gently clapped his hands. Bang. The throne exploded with a loud bang. Since you are standing, you don't need to sit. Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Qinzuan removed a throne and a qualification to be treated as an equal. Zhu Erji, who was opposite him, trembled. He was also burning with anger. Sixth brother was also dead? How could he explain this to Big Brother and the others? Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at him coldly again. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was looking at a dead thing. This indifferent attitude was only a little lighter than before he killed Zhu Lulu. However, it became colder and murderous at any time. Humph, Yuanshi Qinzuan, just you wait. I will teach you a lesson. My big brother will not let you go. My master will seek justice for today's humiliation. Zhu Erji shouted angrily. Zhu Erji turned around and flew away. He wanted to leave Wansho Taoism. Obviously, he did not dare to fight with Yuanshi Qinzuan again. He only dared to say a few words. However, these words made Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes even colder. A murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Wansho Taoism is a place where you can come and go as you please? Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes flashed coldly. Buzz. He saw that in the distant sky, in the direction where Zhu Error escaped, a vast purple cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The purple cloud separated from the middle, and a purple Eye of Heaven was suddenly born. The purple Eye of Heaven's aura was much stronger than Gu Hai's and Ho's Eye of Heaven's. Boom. A purple beam of God-slaying light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zhu Error. What? No. Zhu Error let out a deafening roar. Boom. With a loud sound, Zhu Erji exploded into pieces. Like Zhu Lulu, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1175. Kaboom. In the netherworld, above the East Spirit Fire Sea of Providence, two loud noises were heard. The Dharma forms of Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu suddenly collapsed. The entire East Spirit Fire Sea was suddenly immersed in a great shock. No, second brother, sixth brother. A sorrowful cry sounded in the East Spirit Fire Sea. The remaining 4 vermilion birds all stared angrily above the Sea of Providence. Who dares to kill second brother and sixth brother? I'm going to kill him. It must be the Wansho Taoism in the netherworld. I'm going to see who dares to touch my brothers. The group of vermilion birds suddenly became furious. Stop right there. A shout was heard. Big brother, what are you doing? All of you stay here. No one is allowed to go. Zhu Yi said coldly. But what about sixth brother and second brother's revenge? Second brother and sixth brother died not long ago, which means that they had no power to resist. Are you going to court death? It's fine if you want to court death, but what about master's orders? Zhu Yi said coldly. Oui. Remember, with master's ability, even if you die, he can still bring you back to life. Then he will torture you and make you beg for death. Zhu Yi said coldly. All of you stay here obediently and investigate the situation. So what if second brother, sixth brother, and seventh brother are dead? As long as master comes back, even if time and space are reversed, he can still save them. Zhu Yi said coldly. But. No buts. This revenge must be avenged but not now. Stay here and slowly investigate the situation. Zhu Yi said coldly. Yes. Everyone nodded unwillingly. In the netherworld. Wuxia Taoism. Whoosh. A breeze blew past and Zhu Erji's ashes, which had been destroyed by the light of God's slaying, drifted in the void. That was Zhu Erji. Although Ho's Eye of Heaven could severely injure him earlier, it was still lacking compared to Yuanshi Qinzuan's Eye of Heaven. It had directly annihilated him. It was also the Eye of Heaven, but Yuanshi Qinzuan's was countless times stronger. Of course, only Gu Hai knew the power of Yuanshi Qinzuan's heavenly eye. One had to know that back in the Immortal Dome, Yuanshi Qinzuan had fought against Immortal Six Dao's heavenly eye. Both of them were evenly matched. Yuanshi Qinzuan's Eye of Heaven was infinitely close to that of the Immortal of Six Paths, Buzz. The Eye of Heaven suddenly closed, and the purple clouds slowly dissipated. On the square of the Premier Palace, the leaders of the various forces did not even dare to breathe loudly. Before they came, they felt that they were ambitious and had great qualifications. After seeing the experts on the seats, they felt that they were not on the same level. However, after seeing Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength, their last trace of pride was completely gone. In Wuxia Taoism, it was better to keep a low profile. After the purple clouds dispersed, Yuanshi Qinzuan killed the 2 vermilion birds and turned to look at the 5 people on the seats. Jiang Qin, Ho, Gu Hai and Bai Zizai. Although Jiang Qin and Ho were surprised by Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength, they did not show a trace of fear. Instead, they looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan thoughtfully. Ho and Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan rather seriously. Bai Zizai took a deep breath and his face was gloomy. He was clearly frightened by Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength. Bai Zizai was the White Tiger Supremacy, which was the same level as the Vermilion Bird Supremacy. However, there was only one White Tiger Supremacy while there were 7 Vermilion Birds. One was equivalent to 7 of them. Therefore, Bai Zizai was stronger than Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu. However, he was not as casual as Yuanshi Qinzuan. Yuanshi Qinzuan's strength had greatly exceeded Bai Zizai's expectations. Everyone, welcome to the Premier Palace. Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at the 5 people on the seats and said. The 5 people looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan, waiting for him to continue. After Yuanshi Qinzuan finished speaking, he closed his eyes, raised his head and took a deep breath, as if he was feeling the mysteries of heaven and earth. The 5 people waited patiently but no one disturbed him. Everyone understood that Yuanshi Qinzuan was brewing his emotions. Perhaps this emotion was too strong, and it would take some time before it could be released. The people around them naturally did not dare to disturb him. Half an incense stick's time later, Yuanshi Qinzuan opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, 2 rays of golden light shot out from them, illuminating the world. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the 5 of them. At this moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning seemed to have changed into a different person. He was still as cold as before, but there was a sharpness in him that pierced through everyone's hearts like a sharp blade. Everyone should be curious, what is this honorable one calling all of you here for? Hey, in fact you can tell from the name. The World Unification Conference is naturally to call all of you here to unify the world. Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. The expressions of the people around them suddenly changed. However, under the fierce aura of the primeval Lord of Heaven, none of the leaders of the forces dared to say anything. Unify the world? Why do you want to unify the world all of a sudden? Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan and asked indifferently. Yuanshi Qinzuan suddenly looked at Gu Hai and said, Kill the heavens. Kill the heavens? The expressions of all the people around finally changed. Are you talking about the deity of the 6 paths? And asked in a low voice. Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at him and nodded, That's right, kill the deity of the 6 paths. The deity of the 6 paths is invisible and has merged with heaven and earth. How are you going to kill him? And asked curiously. This honorable one knows where he is hiding. 2 years later he will return at his peak, but now he is not at his peak. I can kill him now. Yuanshi Qinzuan said solemnly. I remember that not long ago Jianghu tried to kill the heavens but unfortunately he failed in the end. Are you so sure that you can kill the deity of the 6 paths? Jiang Qin asked indifferently. Jianghu was defeated, but it doesn't mean that I will be defeated. If I don't have the ability to kill him, why did this honorable one gather all of you? Yuanshi Qinzuan said confidently. What if you can't kill the deity of the 6 paths? Bai Zizai frowned and asked. Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Bai Zizai coldly and said, I will definitely kill him. There were no ifs. Since Yuanshi Qianzuan had made this decision, he had to go forward without the slightest bit of hope. If he didn't kill the heavens, he would be killed by the heavens? Kill the heavens and become an immortal? Guhai asked again. That's right. Yuanshi Qianzuan nodded and didn't hide anything. All the leaders of the various factions looked at Yuanshi Qianzuan in shock. At the same time, they understood why he killed the heavens. If not to become an immortal, what was the point? In this world, how many experts cultivated their entire life with the ultimate goal of becoming an immortal? Didn't Long Jianghu go against the heavens in the past to become an immortal? Even Rokudo Shinkuan went against the heavens in the past to become an immortal, didn't he? However, Guhai asked again, why do you want to become an immortal? Why do you want to become an immortal? Most of the people were stunned. Wasn't Guhai asking nonsense? Why do you want to become an immortal? From then on, I will be the only one in the world. The entire world will be mine. Only you, Jiang Qin, and you looked at Yuanshi Qianzuan with a hint of curiosity. It was because they had reached their current heights and were able to see things more deeply. Although Yuanshi Qianzuan was powerful, it was clear from his past that his desire for power was not particularly strong. For the past 800,000 years, the Wansho Taoism had been led by the Tongtian sect master. Why did such a cold and heartless person want to become an immortal at all costs? Yuanshi Qianzuan instinctively looked at you and then at Lin Waner, who was behind Guhai. There is no why. I want to become an immortal. Yuanshi Qianzuan said coldly. Everyone nodded matter-of-factly. Who didn't want to become an immortal? Wasn't the ultimate goal of every cultivator to become an immortal? Only Guhai and the others understood. You, Lin Waner? These two were the leaders of the Wansho Taoism, the Taishang and the Tongtian. Perhaps Yuanshi Qianzuan wanted to become an immortal for the sake of Taishang and Tongtian? Guhai still remembered that Yuanshi Qianzuan shed a tear the moment Tongtian died. Becoming an immortal? Using the 3,000 laws to revive the people of the past? Perhaps Yuanshi Qianzuan had made up his mind the moment Taishang died. As a result, he had not moved for 800,000 years. It was rumored that Taishang's master had died early. Taishang had single-handedly raised Yuanshi and Tongtian and taught them everything. To the Tongtian sect master, Yuanshi could shed tears over his death. He had even killed hundreds of millions and faced Empress Ji. To Taishang it must have been even more difficult. Yuanshi Qianzuan seemed to be the most heartless person, but perhaps he was also the most affectionate person. Guhai did not ask any more questions. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the five of them. To kill the deity of the six paths, I need the power of the entire world. I need everyone to lend me their power to help me kill the six paths. You mean all of us will transfer our power of providence and lend it to you? Jiang Qin asked curiously. That's right. The golden dragon around my left arm is the form of the heavens. It can connect to your sea of providence. When you gather the power of your people, you can transfer it to me through your sea of providence. That's why I notified all the owners of providence, which is you. The purpose of the World Unification Conference is to have a voice in the world. Everyone must lend me their power. You must lend me your power. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the five of them coldly. Yuanshi Qianzuan did not care about the group of emperors and sect leaders at all. The five of them fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Yuanshi Qianzuan said coldly. The five exchanged glances and a grave look flashed in their eyes. Only Guhai appeared the most relaxed. This was because Guhai also had a grudge against the deity of the six paths. It started when he killed several of the six paths doppelgangers 800,000 years ago. The Long Jianghu incident would also be exposed sooner or later. Now, Yuanshi Qianzuan wanted to kill the deity of the six paths, and he wanted to borrow his power? Guhai did not feel the slightest burden. I can agree. As long as it's to kill the deity of the six paths, I can mobilize the power of the Dahan Heavenly Empire and borrow the power of all the people to help you. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yuanshi Qianzuan's expression changed as he looked at Guhai. Unexpectedly, Guhai was the first to agree. As long as the six paths is alive, the Dahan will never be at peace. Guhai nodded. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at Guhai with a gentle gaze. Also, I owe Taishang a favor. There is one thing I must remind you. Although Taishang and Tongtian have fallen, their legacy is still here. Their spirit is not destroyed. I hope that when you kill the deity, you will not implicate the Wansho Taoism. This is the place where the spirit of Taishang and Tongtian rests. Guhai said again. Yuanshi Qianzuan frowned as he looked at you and Lin Waner. In the end he nodded at Guhai. Chapter 1176. Guhai was the first to agree. This was a good start for Yuanshu Qianzuan. Jiang Qin was the second to agree. If you have the ability to kill the heavens, I have no problem. Most of the people in the 2,000 cities under the control of the Temple of Seizing Gods listen to me. I can cooperate with you. Jiang Qin's agreement put you in a difficult position. Because if he agreed with Yuanshu Qianzuan, he would be completely offending the Immortal of Six Paths. Guhai had a grudge against the Immortal of Six Paths. Jiang Qin did not care about offending the Immortal of Six Paths, but what about him? Yuanshu Qianzuan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. You looked at Guhai and then at the elite guard. Speaking of which, he seemed to owe Guhai a big favor. If Guhai was being hunted down by the Immortal of Six Paths, would he pretend not to see it? After a moment of silence, you hesitated. I can promise you that when you need the help of the people of Great Yin, I will lend you help. But before that, if the Immortal of Six Paths finds out, if he makes a move first, I will block everything for you. Yuanshu Qianzuan said coldly. Okay, Great Yin will cooperate with you. You nodded. The elites of the Yang realm nodded. Only 2 people from the netherworld were left. Bai Zizai and you. Bai Zizai raised his eyebrows. He was very unwilling. However, Yuanshu Qianzuan stared at him. Bai Zizai believed that if he did not agree, Yuanshu Qianzuan would be the first to deal with him. After a moment of silence, Bai Zizai nodded. Heavenly Demon Holy Land can agree to it. Bai Zizai agreed verbally, but whether he would do it or not was another matter. Bai Zizai could live for millions of years. His ability to seek luck and avoid disaster was rare in the world. Yuanshu Qianzuan looked at Cheng. The Juin sect is just a medium sect. I can promise you, but how much help can a small medium sect provide? You said with a smile. Since everyone has agreed, then that's good. Next, I will help everyone solve the problem. Yuanshu Qianzuan said solemnly. Oh. Everyone was puzzled. Yuanshu Qianzuan then looked at the leaders of the various forces. All the emperors and sect masters avoided Yuanshu Qianzuan's gaze. You bunch of perverts. You dare to accompany Yuanshu Qianzuan in killing the heavens, but don't drag us into it. Once the eyes of the Immortals open, we will have to kneel. Do they still want us to write a pledge of allegiance? If he had known that he would be beheaded, he wouldn't have come. This was bad. Were they going to declare their stance? Rebel with Yuanshu Qianzuan? The leaders of the various forces felt uneasy. Most of them were repulsed and only a few dared to raise their heads. However, Yuanshu Qianzuan didn't ask for their opinion. His left hand trembled slightly, and the little golden dragon wrapped around Yuanshu Qianzuan's left arm suddenly exhaled a large amount of cloud. Oh, there are 126 imperial dynasties and medium sects from the mortal realm? 42 of them aren't here? Yuanshu Qianzuan narrowed his eyes. 42 sect masters and emperors weren't here? The leaders of the various forces were envious. They were so lucky that they didn't have to participate in the rebellion. Unlike them, they were in a difficult situation. Why were they so unlucky? Just as everyone was envious of the 42 sect masters and emperors, Yuanshu Qianzuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he waved his right sleeve toward the sky. The primeval banner immediately enlarged 10,000 times and floated in the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, thousands of chaotic sword chi appeared from the primeval banner that fluttered in the wind. As soon as the chaotic sword chi appeared, it flew in circles and gradually became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it merged into 42 gigantic chaotic sword chi. Everyone looked up at the sky. They didn't understand what Yuanshu Qianzuan was going to do. However, Yuanshu Qianzuan glared at them and said, "Go!" Boom. 42 chaotic sword chi instantly pierced through the void and shot in 42 directions. They pierced through the clouds and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the sea of providence of 42 sects and imperial dynasties in the mortal realm suddenly trembled. Above the sea of providence, the golden dragon's scales suddenly stood up as if it had sensed something incomparably terrifying. The 42 emperors and sect masters were all alarmed. Suddenly their expressions changed drastically. The emperor of the imperial dynasty closest to Wanshu Taoism was the same. He thought that Yuanshu Qianzuan's unification of the world wouldn't be a good event, so he didn't come. On this day during the imperial court, the golden dragon of providence suddenly roared. The emperor was alarmed and his hair stood on end. He immediately stood up. Boom. A chaotic sword chi instantly exploded the imperial capital's formation and the imperial court's main hall, charging straight at the emperor. What? The emperor's expression changed and he punched out. Your Majesty. Protect His Majesty. There's an assassin. The main hall was instantly in chaos. Hong. A deafening explosion rang out, and the dragon throne instantly shattered into countless pieces. A huge black hole was torn open in the void with this loud explosion. The main hall was even more chaotic. When the black hole returned to normal, the emperor from before had already been blown into pieces. Only the flat imperial crown was left intact on the ground. Ong. The imperial dynasty's golden dragon of providence instantly wailed. Following that, the sea of providence of the imperial dynasty collapsed. The emperor is dead, the providence collapses. His Majesty has passed away. His Majesty. The officials cried out tragically. The commoners of that dynasty also suddenly cried out in grief. Not only the commoners of that dynasty, but the same thing happened to the 42 factions at the same time. Cries of agony sounded everywhere. At the entrance of the Yuanshi Palace, the leaders of the 126 factions could still see the Emperor dynasty's providence collapsing. The leaders of the various factions felt their hearts tremble. They felt that it was unreal. A great Emperor dynasty was suddenly destroyed just like that? Wing wing wing. Everyone's body trembled slightly. The leaders of the various factions flipped their hands and took out many Qin figurines. Reporting to Your Majesty, our sworn enemy, the great Liang Imperial Dynasty, was destroyed by an unknown sword chi. How satisfying. Your Majesty, should this old subject immediately gather troops and head south? Sect leader, our archenemy, the 3C sect, was just destroyed by an unknown sword chi. The 3C sect's main altar was instantly leveled to the ground. Sect leader, the neighboring Tianshui Imperial Dynasty was leveled by a sword chi from the heavens. The providence collapsed and the emperor passed away. The Tianshui Imperial Dynasty was destroyed. The Qin figurines spread the news all over the world. Soon, the 42 emperor dynasties and mid-tier factions that did not participate in the World Unification Assembly were all destroyed in an instant. The culprit who destroyed the 42 factions was standing in front of everyone, Yuanshi Qianzuan, who was slowly putting away the primeval banner. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They had long heard that Yuanshi Qianzuan was heartless and ruthless. Today they finally knew how ruthless this Yuanshi Qianzuan was. 42 factions just because they did not participate in the assembly, they were all uprooted? Before Yuanshi Qianzuan asked if they were willing to kill the heavens with him, they already had no intention of rejecting. Rejecting again? That was the same as courting death. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the crowd again. The leaders of the various factions no longer avoided Yuanshi Qianzuan's gaze. Instead, they went up to him and prepared to say something nice. If Yuanshi Qianzuan asked about their intentions, they would definitely express their willingness to follow him at the first moment. However, Yuanshi Qianzuan did not treat them like how he treated Guhai Jiangchen and the others. Instead, he said with certainty, there are 3 great factions in the world of the living: Jiangchen, Guhai, and Bai. You can choose yourselves, surrender and pledge your loyalty. Everyone's expression changed. This supreme overlord does not have the energy to manage all the people and factions in the world. That's why I chose to cooperate with Guhai, Bai, and Jiangchen to let them help this supreme overlord manage the people in the world. However, as long as the few of them manage, it will be enough. If too many people manage, it will be easy to cause chaos. At that time, if anyone betrays me, this supreme overlord will not have the energy to investigate them one by one. It's enough as long as I keep an eye on the 5 of them. Yuanshi Qianzuan said indifferently. No, Yuanshi Qianzuan, we are willing to listen to you. When the time comes, as soon as you give the order, we will immediately transfer the power of the dynasty to you. We will not hesitate. One of the great emperors shouted. Everyone nodded one after another. They were incomparably anxious. Is this forcing us to hand over all of our power? Hand it over to Guhai, Jiangchen, and Bai? Who would be willing? This supreme overlord is not asking for your opinion. Yuanshi Qianzuan's eyes turned cold. Everyone's expression changed. Yuanshi Qianzuan's cold eyes actually revealed a murderous aura. Murderous aura? Yuanshi Qianzuan's murderous aura? Do we still have to go against him? Everyone had the urge to cry. You can't play like this. We fought so hard to conquer the world and now we have to give it to someone else? However, Yuanshi Qianzuan's attitude was very firm. He did not have the time to manage the world. He only needed to keep an eye on Guhai and the other great emperors. There were too many people, so how could he have the time to manage? Moreover, time was limited and he did not want to waste time. Therefore it was better to do it once and for all. Whoever refused to comply would die. Under Yuanshi Qianzuan's domineering gaze, the hearts of the leaders of the various forces were completely cold. Even so, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Everything that they had seen today had already exceeded their ability to bear. If they continued to be stubborn, only death would await them. Yes, everyone was helpless. This supreme overlord will give you 10 days. After 10 days, if your Sea of Providence is still there, the previous 42 forces will be your example. Yuanshi Qianzuan said coldly. Yes. Everyone was helpless. Turning their heads, Yuanshi Qianzuan no longer cared about them. The leaders of these forces could only stand aside and lick their wounds. Gu Hai and Zhao's expressions changed slightly, but they did not stop him. This was the best opportunity for the Dehan Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty to expand their territory. Jiang Qin smiled slightly and did not take it seriously. Unify the world? Jiang Qin had experienced this for countless years. Back then, during the War of the Shamans and Demons, the world was divided into two camps, and there were only these two camps. Only a few of you came from the netherworld. Since it is impossible for you to come, then it will be the same as the Yang realm. Yuanshi Qianzuan immediately took out the primeval banner, wanting to destroy all the sects and imperial dynasties in the netherworld. Wait! Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh! Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Yuanshi Qianzuan, your time is limited and so are our abilities. It is easy to destroy the leaders of the major forces in the netherworld, but what about next? The netherworld will become a plate of loose sand. We will not be able to control it in 2 years. Gu Hai immediately shouted. Yuanshi Qianzuan frowned slightly. The forces of the netherworld cannot cross the two realms, so they cannot come. Why don't you use your providence to send a message to them and describe the situation today to them? I will send people to persuade them in the netherworld. If there is anyone who does not listen, you can kill them all? Gu Hai suggested. Yuanshi Qianzuan was silent for a while, then finally nodded, okay. Chapter 1177. The Netherworld. It had been 5 days since Yuanshi Qianzuan appeared in the Sea of Energy. They had long heard about the Wansho Taoism in the mortal world, but no one could go there since the netherworld was separated. After 5 days of depression they forgot about it. But who would have thought that when all the powerhouses forgot about it? The Sea of Energy surged again. All the great emperors and sect leaders were shocked. All the golden dragons of luck roared ferociously. The primeval Lord of Heaven's Dharma form instantly appeared beside the golden dragon of luck. He reached out and tapped the golden dragon of luck's glabella. Buzz. Everything that happened in the square of the premier palace in the mortal world, including the scene of Yuanshi Qianzuan slaughtering the major forces in the mortal world, was transmitted to the golden dragon of luck's eyebrows. The sect leaders and great emperors that corresponded to the golden dragon of luck also received the images. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the images, and they forgot to resist. After a while, all the great emperors and sect leaders came back to their senses and looked at Yuanshi Qianzuan's Dharma power above the Sea of Energy. The primordial beginning Heavenly Venerate said coldly, "This Heavenly Venerate has already said what needs to be said. In the world of the living, this Heavenly Venerate will give you 10 days. In the netherworld, this Heavenly Venerate will give you 1 month. After 1 month, aside from the 19th sect, the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, and the Great Han Heavenly Dynasty's luck, this Heavenly Venerate will destroy the dynasty I see. I'll destroy them when I see them." Yuanshi Qianzuan's tone was bone-chilling. All the great emperors and sect leaders were shocked. Especially when they saw the images just now. The images of the mortal world were still vivid in their minds. Did he have to be so cruel? Buzz. Yuanshi Qianzuan's Dharma power disappeared. But from then on, all the great emperors and sect leaders were in a panic. Yuanshi Qianzuan's threat was too direct. If they didn't submit to Gu Hai by Zizai and Zhao, they would die. So direct and so effective. It was not Gu Hai by Zizai or Qi who killed them, but Yuanshi Qianzuan. This made the experts want to resist, but they couldn't even express their moral integrity. Why did this happen? The underworld fell into a state of mourning. In the mortal realm, at the entrance of the Palace of the Origin, Yuanshi Qianzuan used the little golden dragon wrapped around his left arm to inform the leaders of the major forces in the underworld. Then he also told the news to Guhai and the others. Bai Zizai was stunned. Guhai nodded. But he was amused and did not refuse. This venerable's words will be passed on to the other empires and sections. This group of forces is too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you all to subdue them. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at Guhai's group. With the cooperation of a group of imperial empires and sects, it shouldn't be difficult for those empires. Guhai shook his head. Yuanshi Qianzuan nodded. The Sage of Six Paths will wake up 2 years later and reach the peak. This venerable will officially kill the Sage of Six Paths in a year and a half. You all will have to work hard for a year and a half. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the 5 of them. Guhai, Zhao, Jiangchen, Bai Zizai and Zhao nodded. A year and a half seemed to be a long time, but the world was too big. It was a very large amount of work. Since everyone has agreed, next, I will have to trouble the vast freedom heavenly demon. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at Bai Zizai. Me? Bai Zizai showed a trace of surprise. This venerable one wants a strand of your hair. Yuanshi Qianzuan said solemnly. Why? Bai Zizai was puzzled. Although everyone has agreed to this venerable one's request, this venerable one can't be sure if the agreement will be fulfilled in a year and a half. A strand of hair is enough. If you betray me, I can find you immediately and use everything I have to kill you. Yuanshi Qianzuan said calmly. Bai Zizai's expression changed. You want to prevent us from betraying you? Why do you only want my hair? Among the 5 of them, I know Guhai, Zhao and Jiangchen well. I believe in them. Yuanshi Qianzuan said calmly. What about Zhao? You have a lot of contact with him? Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly. This is the first time I've seen him, but this venerable one believes in him. Yuanshi Qianzuan said again. Bai Zizai's expression froze. You don't believe in me? Yes. Yuanshi Qianzuan replied with certainty. Bai Zizai, the White Tiger Sovereign. I've long heard that you can give and take when necessary. In the battle between the witches and demons, in order to protect yourself, you can disregard the lives of hundreds of millions of demons and pretend to be dead. There's no guarantee that you won't escape in the future. If you keep your word, this venerable one will definitely be grateful to you after the matter is settled. However, I don't believe that you will keep your word, so this is the only way. Yuanshi Qianzuan said solemnly. Bai Zizai looked at Yuanshi Qianzuan with an ugly expression. Obviously, Bai Zizai's reputation had been bad since ancient times. What if I don't give it to you? Bai Zizai said coldly. If you don't give it to me, then only one of us can live today. Yuanshi Qianzuan said coldly. Bai Zizai. Slap. Bai Zizai neatly plucked a strand of hair and threw it to Yuanshi Qianzuan. Whoosh. Yuanshi Qianzuan gently twirled and carefully kept the strand of hair. With a cold snort, Bai Zizai swung his sleeves and left with Scorpio and Wuxiang demon in an instant. With this strand of hair, Yuanshi Qianzuan no longer paid attention to Bai Zizai and looked at the remaining 4 people. The 4 of you, I'll have to trouble you in 1.5 years. Yuanshi Qianzuan said solemnly. Guhai, you Jiangchen and you nodded. Turning his head, Yuanshi Qianzuan glanced at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner stood behind Guhai with some fear. Master of the Taishang bloodline? Lin Wanner? Yuanshi Qianzuan frowned. Yes. Lin Wanner nodded. Tong Tian did things without consideration. Since you are a Taishang, you should inherit the Taishang bloodline. However, I have other uses for the Taiji diagram, so I won't give it to you for now. Yuanshi Qianzuan said in a low voice. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded and did not fight for it. However, Guhai could see that Yuanshi Qianzuan's attitude towards you and Lin Wanner seemed to be a little different. Entertain the others for me. Yuanshi Qianzuan ordered you. Yes, sect leader. You answered. As he spoke, Yuanshi Qianzuan slowly stepped into the premier palace. Bang. The door of the palace closed with a bang. Yuanshi Qianzuan did not care about the others and went into seclusion again. In the square, Guhai, Jiangchen, you looked at each other. Obviously they also felt that this was normal. Expecting Yuanshi Qianzuan to arrange a banquet? That was impossible. He was not that kind of person. Not far away, the leaders of the various factions walked forward hesitantly. Leader of the Divine Seizing Palace, my sect is willing to submit to the Divine Seizing Palace and be protected by the true Lord. A sect leader said carefully. Many of the great emperors and sect leaders immediately made up their minds. Since they couldn't resist, they had no choice but to submit. Jiangchen was naturally the first choice. He was an expert from the primordial era after all. He'd been first in line just now. No need. In the world of the living you should look for Guhai and you. Our divine seizing palace has 2,000 cities. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, Huh. The faces of the leaders froze. Alright, we should go. Wait for the show in 1.5 years. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Yes. Long Outyin nodded. Whoosh. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jiang Qin took Long Outyin with him and vanished in a flash. The leaders of the forces were at a loss. They could only look at Guhai and Yu. Greetings to Dehan and His Holiness. Greetings to De Yen and His Holiness. The leaders of the forces bowed slightly. Guhai and Yu looked at each other. Although there were some people in the group who were unwilling, most of them had already thought it through. The world had entered an autumn of chaos. The imperial court and the middle sects had already been eliminated. How about this? Go back and think about it. Those who are willing to enter Dehan's heavenly empire should head to the infinite celestial capital as soon as possible. Those who are willing to enter Great Yan's heavenly empire should head to Primeval City as soon as possible. De Yen and His Holiness will not force anyone. Guhai said. You nodded at the side. The leaders of the forces found it strange. Yes, you won't force us, but Yuanshu Qianzuan is forcing us? How depressing. Alright. The leaders of the forces could only return dejectedly. De Yen and His Holiness Juin sect leader, you farewell. Guhai looked at the two of them and said. You and you nodded. You also smiled slightly in acknowledgement. Guhai swung his sleeves and left with Lin Wanner. You was also preparing to leave when you suddenly said, De Yen and His Holiness? You've already received the Sun Heart Flames recognition, right? You paused slightly and looked at you in confusion. Finally he nodded. That's right. It's been a long time since I came to the Yang realm. I wonder if De Yen's celestial capital welcomes me as a guest? You smiled. You looked at you in surprise. Why does he want to go to Primeval City? If the Join sect leader doesn't mind, you're most welcome. You nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Please. You smiled. You nodded. You waved his hand. The 9 Phoenix chariot flew over from afar. Yu's 4 subordinates took out that strange chariot again and stepped onto it. The 2 chariots quickly headed towards Primeval City. Guhai quickly returned to Limitless Celestial Capital with Lin Wanner. At this moment in the soaring Sky Palace Square, the officials were waiting. The news of the 42 sects and imperial dynasties collapsing in an instant had already spread. The officials were shocked and the 4 princes were extremely worried. Only when Guhai returned with Lin Wanner did everyone feel relieved. Father, did everything go smoothly? Guqin stepped forward and asked. It went quite smoothly. However, I owe Ho a favor that is neither too big nor too small. Guhai said as he looked at the distant great desolate city. Yang Realm, Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Yuanshu Qianzuan transmitted his voice to various forces in the Yang Realm. Eastern Spirit Fire Sea of Clouds of Destiny also had a warning from Yuanshu Qianzuan. The 4 Yuanshu Qianzuan Dharma appearances tapped on the 4 Vermilion Bird Dharma appearances' foreheads. Bus. Images were transmitted one after another. Zhu Yi, Zhu Sansan, Zhu Sili, and Zhu Wuwu looked at the images in silence. Yuanshu Qianzuan killed 2nd brother and 6th brother? Zhu Yi said with a gloomy expression. Big brother, what should we do about this? Zhu Sansan said hatefully. What do you mean what should we do? Do you still want to take revenge? Why don't you go? Zhu Yi said angrily. Everyone's expression froze. Yuanshu Qianzuan's strength made the 4 of them tremble. He killed them with only one move. Going like this was simply courting death. Wait for Master to return. When Master returns, the entire world will bow to him. Zhu Yi said coldly. Yes. Chapter 1178. In the World of the Living. Jiang Qin brought Long Outyin back to the Divine Seizing Palace in the west. Long Outyin was still in a state of shock. Yuanshu Qianzuan's tyrannical and ferocious strength made him feel unreal. He didn't know if Yuanshu Qianzuan's strength was comparable to Allah's. Alright, tell the others about the situation. I'll go out first. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Allah? Are you still going to Wanshu Taoism? Long Outyin asked blankly. No, I'm going to meet an old friend. Jiang Qin shook his head. Yes. Long Outyin nodded blankly. Allah's old friend? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Xianyuan City. The former capital of the Great Yellow Dynasty. With the fall of Empress Ji, the Great Yellow Dynasty was in chaos. Various forces extended their hands into the territory of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Of course, this included the Dehan Celestial Dynasty. Bingheim was in charge of collecting the scattered territories of the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Imperial Dynasty. Shangguanhen led a group of experts to protect her and wait for her orders. Xianyuan City was the political center of the Great Yellow Dynasty. It was like a heart. Countless connections were sent in and out from this place, reaching all the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty. This was also the place where Bingheim and the others focused on. Bingheim was the princess of the Great Yellow Dynasty. As a lobbyist, it was much easier for her to find the family heads of the various families in Xianyuan City. In a short time, Xianyuan City was already showing signs of sorting out the situation. The power structure of the entire Xianyuan City was also changing. However, the only thing that didn't change was Cangjie's residence. Although Cangjie entered the Dehan Celestial Dynasty, Gu Hai gave him the right to not do anything. Cangjie didn't care about the matters of the Dehan Celestial Dynasty and returned to his residence in Xianyuan City alone. The embroidered uniform guards obeyed his orders and searched for precious materials for him, helping him plan the construction of Xianyuan City. No one knew what Cangjie was doing, but he seemed to be enjoying it. Until just now, in the square of the Premier Palace, Yuanshu Qianzuan had used his absolute strength to make the whole world bow down. That domineering aura was like a gale blowing in their faces even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away. Cangjie sat on a high platform in the mansion. There was a teapot on the stone table in front of him. He was alone, pouring himself a cup of tea. Through the brim of his hat, he looked at the square of the Premier Palace in the distance. He watched quietly, watching as Yuanshu Qianzuan was insufferably arrogant, watching as Yuanshu Qianzuan suppressed the world. They waited until it was over. Cangjie sighed slightly. Buzz. However, at this moment, the void behind Cangjie trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Cangjie. Although Cangjie felt the wind behind him, he didn't turn his head. Instead he said, "The tea isn't cold yet, sit down." "Aren't you afraid that I'll harm you?" The person behind him said lightly. "I've already become a cripple. With your means, do you still need to sneak and attack from behind to deal with me, Jiangqin?" Cangjie said with a faint smile. Behind Cangjie was Jiangqin, who had hurried over. Jiangqin smiled slightly and slowly walked in front of Cangjie. He sat down comfortably, picked up the teacup beside him, and poured himself a cup of tea to drink. "You're the emperor above all, emperor below all. Cangjie, are you really willing to enter the Dehan Celestial Dynasty?" Jiangqin said lightly. "Why not?" Cangjie looked at Jiangqin. "Not to mention Gu Hai, even Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji are not qualified to make you submit." "I don't understand, why are you willing to submit to them? You're the ancestor of literature, the sage of word creation. The world's words and literature are all created because of you." Jiangqin looked at Cangjie and said with some confusion, "Ancestor of literature? That's an exaggeration. I just know how to summarize some things. I can't be the ancestor of literature. Moreover, in the world now, the 3,000 great Tao are controlled by the 6 paths celestial. Literature has long been sealed." Cangjie said lightly. "You can't seal it. Literature has already become a Tao, so it can't be sealed. If the common people use your words, literature will never decline." Jiangqin said lightly. "But now I've already become a cripple." Cangjie shook his head. "A cripple? What is a cripple?" Fuxi created longevity cultivation. But if you want to comprehend it, it won't take much effort. Although you're not one of Fuxi's 8 meridians, you can still use the power of longevity cultivation by imitating it, Jiangqin said lightly. "But in the end, I can't compare to the real longevity master." Cangjie said lightly. Not long ago the unborn man didn't use longevity cultivation to fight you. You didn't lose, right? Moreover, longevity cultivation is just a support to you. You don't care about it at all. Jiangqin said with a smile. Shaking his head lightly, Cangjie said in a low voice, "You're wrong. Longevity cultivation is broad and profound. Fuxi is an unparalleled genius. My longevity cultivation is only superficial." Superficial? Even if it's superficial, your literature cultivation can accept hundreds of rivers into the sea. Isn't longevity cultivation also within your tolerance? The methods you displayed are also not something a longevity cultivator can compare to. The world is so big and there are billions of living beings and dead spirits. Who can have your methods? With just a little bit of literature you can find where someone is? Literature cultivation, word creation saint? Your words encircle countless lives. Names are also words. As long as there is a name, it's within the grasp of you, the word creation saint. Can longevity cultivation compare? Jiang Qin said with a smile. It's just a trivial method. My direction is different from Fushi's. Zhang Jie said lightly. Ancestor of literature cultivation? If you have such methods, why do you like to submit to others? Gu Hai, Matriarch Ji Jiang Lianshan, and those who were called before, I won't mention them all. Jiang Qin said curiously. Ancestor of literature cultivation? Ah, you're wrong. I only created words. I'm not invincible in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In chess cultivation I can't compare to old man Guanxi. Even if I played against Gu Hai, I might not be able to win. Zhang Jie shook his head. You represent the source after all. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Zhang Jie looked at Jiang Qin. Why are you here today? I just said that I want to know why. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. I told you I'm already a cripple. Why can't I find a king to protect me? Zhang Jie said with a smile. No, a cripple? What happened to you did indeed cripple your cultivation, but so what if your cultivation was crippled? You're also the ancestor of literature cultivation. You're unique, unparalleled in the world. There are 5 cultivation systems in the world. Longevity, fortune, divine literature, and spirits. I can't even create a system of cultivation, but you did. How can you be willing to be a subject? Jiang Qin said with a frown. But the truth is that I'm willing. Zhang Jie shook his head and said with a smile. You lost to Gu Hai on purpose last time? Jiang Qin asked with a frown. No, Gu Hai is stronger than me. I told you before, I only created words and literature cultivation. There's nothing else. Zhang Jie shook his head. But how could Jiang Qin be willing to believe that? When you created the system of literature cultivation you called it, a king under a person above a lord? I don't believe that it's because of your name. Others say that your name comes from the word, song. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Don't you think so? Zhang Jie said with a smile. Jiang Qin shook his head. You're the ancestor of literature cultivation, the sage of word creation. There's no need to be complacent because of this one word. Zhang Jie didn't deny it. He looked at Jiang Qin and said, Is this very important to you? It's very important. You know that my enemy is 30. In front of us, there are many heroes climbing the peak, and they are indeed getting stronger and stronger. Especially that primeval Lord of Heaven. This time he will definitely be able to stir up huge waves in the world. However, I know how powerful 30 is and he will be back soon. The Vermilion Bird Supreme should be in contact with 30. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Just like 800,000 years ago? Zhang Jie said in a low voice. Yes. 800,000 years ago, Fushi cut off 30's path to return. This time, 30 found the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Through the Vermilion Bird Supreme, he should be able to return soon. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. If you don't want him to return so soon, why don't you learn from Fushi and cut off the Vermilion Bird Supreme? Zhang Jie said indifferently. You think I haven't thought about it? But you also know 30's ability. He exposed the Vermilion Bird Supreme in front of everyone. Do you really think that once the Vermilion Bird Supreme dies, his path will be cut off? No, he must have been secretly plotting something. He's just using the Vermilion Bird Supreme to paralyze us. Otherwise, the Vermilion Bird Supreme wouldn't be able to roam the world. The same move against 30 can't be used twice. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. So, you didn't touch the Vermilion Bird Supreme because you wanted to follow the vine to find the melon and find 30's other chess pieces? Zhang Jie said indifferently. You can say that. Unfortunately, it's very difficult. 30's ability Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile. Zhang Jie drank a mouthful of tea and fell silent. Zhang Jie, you and I have known each other for many years. Can't you reveal a little to me? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Reveal? I don't know anything. How can I reveal anything? Zhang Jie said with a bitter smile. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. At least, tell me what you mean by, a sovereign under a person, a sovereign above a person. Don't use the word, Zhang, to brush me off. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Zhang Jie looked at Jiang Qin through the brim of his hat. There was a moment of silence. The path of a literary cultivator is not about taking the lead, but supporting. If a literary cultivator wants to go further, it is impossible for me to do so. I can only support one person and help them break through the wall of my literary cultivator. A sovereign under a person, I will support a sovereign king. It was only with my assistance that the sovereign king was able to break through to the level above me. I can't reach the pinnacle, but I can create a pinnacle. Song Jie finally explained. You want to create a pinnacle? You are willing to be a subject? You created the literary cultivator. Jiang Qin said with a frown. You forgot. So what if it's a literary cultivator? So what if it's one of the 5 cultivators? Aren't they all supporting tools? The 5 cultivators can never become the main character. The main character of the common people will always be humans. There is a saying in the mortal world that is actually very true. Learn the arts of literature and martial arts and sell them to the emperor. This is actually the truth. A literary cultivator can enlighten the common people, but the common people need a leader more. Song Jie said indifferently. A leader? Jiang Qin frowned. A leader. The heavens are the leaders. 30 is the leader. The 6 paths are the leaders. They lead the common people and influence them. A literary cultivator is a tool for a leader. So is a longevity cultivator, a fate cultivator, a divine cultivator, and a spirit cultivator. It's just how to use these supporting tools to make the common people happier. Song Jie explained. Jiang Qin was silent. Chapter 1179. Jiang Qin looked at Song Jie and remained silent. Song Jie's thoughts were extremely different from his own. They could even be said to be 2 extremes. However, Jiang Qin also understood that Song Jie was able to create the literature cultivator lineage. His willpower was extremely firm. It was almost impossible to change Song Jie by himself. Do you think that Gu Hai is a wise ruler? Do you need a wise ruler? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Song Jie shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? I have assisted 18 rulers, but all of them failed. Who can guarantee that this Gu Hai is also right? Song Jie said with a smile. Jiang Qin remained silent for a while. Why don't you assist me and help me kill 30? Apart from that, I can satisfy your attitude towards the common people. You. Song Jie looked at Jiang Qin. That's right. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He shook his head lightly. I can't assist you. You should know the specifics. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. He took a deep breath and finally exhaled slightly. Forget it, forget it. Since you are Xian Luo Dahan this time, I will also see your results. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Xian Luo Dahan? Song Jie said indifferently. Isn't it? Look at the surroundings of your mansion. Every blade of grass and every tree is mysterious. I have never seen you put so much effort into setting up a literature Dao formation. It seems that you value this Gu Hai very much. This formation is specially made for Gu Hai? Ah. You must know that there is not much time left. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Song Jie did not deny it. He drank a cup of tea gently. Jiang Qin understood that he couldn't get any other answer from Song Jie, so he could only sigh slightly. Let's go. Jiang Qin finished his tea in one gulp. Buzz. With a flash, Jiang Qin vanished from where he stood. Song Jie was the only one left on the high platform. Facing the gentle breeze, he gazed in the direction of the infinite celestial capital and drank by himself. Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty, Prehistoric City? Yu's uninvited appearance made Yu and Jingwei particularly puzzled. Although Bai did not use force, his divine cultivation skills were beyond everyone's expectations. With a single hand, the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was rendered defenseless. With a single command, the sun cut off his connection with the vermilion bird. One had to know that the vermilion bird was blessed by the heavens when it came to the sun heart flame. However, if Bai was not certain, Zhu Lulu would not be able to obtain the recognition of the sun. Even now, Bai had not forgotten this ability. Great Desolation City. The banquet was set at noon. During the banquet, Yu was accompanied by many officials, which was considered the highest level of courtesy. After the banquet, Yu dismissed the banquet and dismissed everyone. In a pavilion in the palace, Jingwei served tea and the two sat down to chat. May I know why the sect leader of Jiuyin sect has come to Great Yin? Solemnly Yu asked. Thank you for your hospitality. You waited until now to ask. Great Yan's His Holiness can be considered to be tolerant. Yu smiled faintly. Yu frowned slightly. In the past, when Great Yan's His Holiness was sealed in the earth's core, I already noticed. Great Yan's His Holiness was indomitable and resolute, which is why he has today's achievements. Solemnly Yu said. Sealed in the earth's core? You noticed? 3,000 years ago you saw me being sealed? You asked in a low voice. No, 1,000 years ago, I saw you when I was cruising the Earth's core. You laughed. Cruising the Earth's core? Do you know where the Earth's core is? Ah. You didn't believe him. You didn't explain and continued, you are blessed with the gift of fire. This is the most important reason why I am here. Fire? I am a fire elemental zombie ancestor, everyone knows that. I am not blessed. You said faintly. How much do you know about fire? You laughed. Fire? Hee, I have reached the pinnacle of fire. How much do you think I know? You said confidently. The pinnacle of fire? I don't think so. You shook his head. Oh. You looked at you in confusion. He was the strongest fire elementalist in the world. Who could compare to him? Even Vermilion Bird Supremacy might not be as strong as him in fire elemental cultivation. How was this not the pinnacle? How is it compared to the sun? You looked at the sun in the sky. You looked at the sun that was about to set in confusion. The sun is an eternal existence. It is the core of the 3,000 great Taos. It gathers the power of the 3,000 great Taos. No one can compare to it. You said in a low voice. No, you are wrong. The sun is not formed by the 3,000 great Taos. You shook his head. Oh. The sun is only an eye. You said in a low voice. Haha, whose eye is so big? How can it be so powerful? You said in disbelief. It is indeed an eye. I can control it because of a special reason. That is why I can make it despise Vermilion Bird Supremacy. You shook his head. Impossible. The sun is vast and boundless. It is 100 times, 1,000 times bigger than my desolation city. I went to the sun personally once and even I couldn't stay there for long. The sun lives forever and lives as long as the heavens. How can it be an eye? How can it be controlled by you? Hee, when you dealt with Zhu Lulu, it wasn't you who ordered the sun, but cursed Zhu Lulu, right? You said coldly. You don't believe me? You laughed. The elite guard beside him also had a look of disdain. What a joke, how can the sun be controlled? Do you think you are the immortal of 6 paths? You looked at the sun in the sky and said again, Sun, I will have to trouble you again. Rise from the west and prove to me that what I said is true. The elite guard at the side looked at you in shock. Is you stupid? Make the sun rise from the west? Will it listen to you if you say so? Only Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the sun that was about to set suddenly trembled slightly and shot up into the sky again. It slowly floated up into the sky and floated up again. The sun rose from the west. How is this possible? The elite guard exclaimed. Not only did the elite guard exclaim in shock, many powerful people in the world of the living were looking at the sky in shock. The sun rose from the west. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Didn't the sun just go down the mountain? Many people were inexplicably shocked and thought that it was the end of the world. Jiang Qin, who had just returned to the Temple of God, raised his eyebrows as he looked at the sun rising slowly. Then he looked at the Dongfang Eldritch City. He seemed to have sensed that the sun rose from the west, which should be caused by you. In the premier hall, Yuanshu Qinzuan, who was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock, also raised his eyebrows suddenly. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the pavilion of the Eldritch City, you looked at you with a serious expression. I am not lying, right? You laughed. What are you trying to say? You said in a deep voice. You waved his hand at the sun. Wong. The sun slowly set again. It was as if the sun rising from the west was just an illusion. Now, what do you think about your fire elementalism compared to the sun? You laughed. The power of the sun is unparalleled. It is the pinnacle of fire, the ancestor of all fire in the world, unparalleled. You solemnly said. No, actually, you have a chance to compare with it. You laughed. Oh. You was puzzled. You are the only person in the world of the living that I think highly of. This time I am here to give you a chance. You said with a smile. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a scroll. What is this? You asked curiously. A chance for you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. You said with a smile. Then you slowly stood up. You are right. You are already the best fire elementalist in the world, but you are not the best in the world. At least, you can't deal with Yuanshu Qianzuan. This divine sun transformation technique is for you. It is up to you whether you want to read it or not. However, I hope that you are the only one who can read it. Don't leak it to anyone else. I will destroy anyone who cultivates it except you. You said coldly. You took the scroll with a puzzled look. You did not explain further. Not far away the carriage was approaching. You stepped into the carriage. The power of the sun is boundless. In the past it was indeed an eye. I can command it, not because I can control it, but because I have an old relationship with the owner of the eye. The sun recognized my identity, so it gave me face. You said before leaving, "Let's go." Rumble. You pulled the carriage and flew quickly into the distance. As they flew, the carriage disappeared into the void. It was as if they had crossed the two realms and gone to the netherworld. You watched as you left. He was puzzled and slowly opened the scroll. Divine Fire Sun Transformation Divine Art? You read it carefully. After reading it, Yu's expression became extremely solemn. After memorizing every word of the technique, Yu gathered a fire in his hand and the scroll was instantly destroyed. Sister, is this technique real? Jingwei asked curiously. I'm not sure, but it is indeed mysterious and powerful. After mastering it, one can transform into the sun and be as powerful as the sun. With my body, I can sense the 3,000 great Tao, Yu said. So exaggerated? I heard that the supreme vermilion bird was nurtured in the sun. The sun is a world of fire, the source of heat in the world. To transform into the sun, isn't it too exaggerated? Jingwei said. I'm not sure. Yu said. Sister, why don't you try to cultivate it? Jingwei said with anticipation. Yu shook his head. There is no free lunch in this world. I can't see through you. I don't know why he gave me this technique. Then what should we do? We can't read it. Sister, since you have taken it, shouldn't you cultivate it? No matter what Yu's purpose is, let's deal with it as we see it. Moreover, it can make us stronger. What is there to hesitate about? Jingwei advised. Yu was silent. You felt that you must have a deeper purpose. However, from this technique he could see that it could make him stronger. Should he cultivate it? You looked at the place where you disappeared. He came to participate in the Yuanshi Qianzuan conference. 1.5 years later, Yuanshi Qianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths will fight. At that time, could he only be a spectator? Could his fate be decided by Yuanshi Qianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths? Yu narrowed his eyes. All right, I will try and see if this technique is really that powerful. Sister, you will definitely be more powerful. Jingwei said with anticipation. Xingtian. Yu shouted. Here. Xingtian, who was not far away, quickly came forward. Go to the netherworld immediately and investigate the Jianghu sect. I need all the relevant information. Yu said. Yes. Chapter 1180. Underworld, Heavenly Demon Holy Land Ancient Temple Entrance. Bai Zizai returned with Scorpio and Wuxiang Demon. Beside them were two people in black and white robes. Big brother, second brother, third brother has been cursed by Hui. His eyes are blind and his arms are broken. We can't reconnect them. Quick, take a look. Scorpio said anxiously. Bai Zizai's face was also gloomy. Obviously, Bai Zizai was in a bad mood because of the World Unification Conference. Moreover, they couldn't undo Wuxiang Demon's curse. The two people in black and white robes were the big brother and second brother of the 12 Peak Masters of Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Although they didn't go to the Yang Realm this time, they knew a lot about the Yang Realm. The two of them seemed to know a little about the Tao of Curses. They kept chanting as black and white lights entered Heavenly Demon Wuxiang's body. After a while, the two people in black and white robes were disappointed. Big brother, second brother, will I be blind forever? Wuxiang Demon said in fear. Bai Zizai looked at the two people and said, Bai Wuchang, Black Impermanence, can you undo Hui's curse? The big brother and Black Impermanence were silent. My lord, this curse is very strange. Both of us know a little about curses, but we can't find the source. Bai Wuchang said with a frown. Yes, this curse is too strong. The broken bones are obviously reconnected, but strangely, the broken bones repel each other. It's like two magnets repelling each other. There's a strange magnetic field lingering around. We can't break it. Black Impermanence said gloomily. Then what if we let him cut off his arms and let them grow back? Bai Zizai said with a frown. No, the curse is strange because it can't be removed. It will follow Wuxiang like a ghost. Bai Wuchang shook his head. No, I want to try. I'm a centipede demon. I have arms and legs. If I lose one or two, it won't matter. Break. Wuxiang Demon shouted in fear. Boom. With a loud bang, Wuxiang Demon tore off his right arm. Then he quickly cast a spell and another right arm quickly grew out from his right arm. However, the moment his right arm regrown. Kacha. At the previous position it was strangely cut off again. Wuxiang demon? That's what I said. Bai Wuchang said. Then what about me? First brother, second brother, it's fine if my arm is broken but my eyes are blind. Although I can rely on my senses, I can't see. But what about my reincarnation? Wuxiang demon asked worriedly. Reincarnation is useless. If you don't believe me, you can try. Bai Wuchang said. Wuxiang demon? Then is there a way to break the curse? Bai Zizai asked in a low voice. There is a way. Black Impermanence frowned. What is it? Wuxiang demon asked anxiously. First, you can go to Qi and ask for his forgiveness. Ask him to break the curse. Or you can kill Qi. His curse will automatically disappear after a while. Black Impermanence said. Kill Qi? Wuxiang demon shuddered at the thought of Qi kill him? Definitely not. He was on the same level as Jiang Qin. Even if his lord went, he might not be able to. What's the second way? Bai Zizai asked. Second, you can go to the underground blood city, find the 9 cauldrons and break the curse. Bai Wuchang explained. Underground blood city? Bai Zizai frowned. Yes, only the two of us know about this place. It's an extremely secretive place in the world. It's the lair of the blood shaman branch of the sorcerer tribe. They specialize in bloodline curses. There are 9 cauldrons in the void. Although there aren't peerless masters in there, any peerless masters could die there. That's because the art of curses is invisible. Back then, the geniuses of the sorcerer tribe summarized all the art of curses in the world and specialized in the art of curses. Unfortunately, the art of curses was too difficult to summarize. That's why it didn't reach the level of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe, Black Impermanence explained. No, you're wrong. The blood shaman's research on the art of curses has actually reached the level of the 5 main branches. That's because the divine blood replication is a branch of their research. The blood shaman's art of curses should be extremely powerful after millions of years. Bai Wuchang said. But aren't the people in the underground blood city all descendants of the sorcerer tribe? Will they reject the monster tribe? Scorpio said worriedly. The sorcerer tribe rejects us? Oh, you're wrong. After the war between the sorcerer and the demon tribe, the remaining sorcerer tribe members didn't hate the monster tribe. They hated Jiang Qin. That's because the sorcerer tribe had already won the war, but Jiang Qin ruined it. Black Impermanence shook his head. The sorcerer tribe doesn't hate us? Scorpio frowned. Why would the sorcerer tribe hate an opponent who lost the war? It's just that the monster tribe hates the sorcerer tribe. What they hate is the person who led the sorcerer tribe to destruction, which is Jiang Qin. Bai Wuchang explained. Now, we can either go to the underground blood city and break the curse with the 9 cauldrons. Black Impermanence said. Bai Zizai was silent. Go to the underground blood city. Black Impermanence, since you've been there before, you'll take Wuxiang with you. Break Wuxiang's curse as soon as possible. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes. My lord, we may need to prepare some gifts for this trip. Black Impermanence looked at Bai Zizai. It's in my treasure vault. Take whatever you need. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes. The underworld, the eternal Yin capital, in the study room. Mo Yike frowned and said, His Holiness, our people sent news from the southern border of the underworld. There's no Juin sect. There's no Juin sect? Guhai frowned. Yes, the underworld has been asking around and sent people to look for ancient books. Until now, there's no news about the Juin sect. The Qi has never been heard of before. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Mo Yike frowned. Gu Hai tapped the table lightly with his fingers. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. There's no Juin sect? Then who was the Qi that the main body saw in the square of the Palace of Origin not long ago? Gu Hai believed that with the Qi's means he wouldn't bother to use a fake identity. If he was that strong, why would he need to hide? Send people to continue investigating. Don't let go of any clues. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Mo Yike replied. His Holiness, just now, Yuanshu Qianzuan used his Dharma idol to inform all the dynasties and sections. By now, all the major forces in the world should know, Mo Yike said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Yuanshu Qianzuan is not good at ruling the world. That's why he asked for our help. Moreover, he needs time to cultivate. That's why he can do it once and for all. For our forces, this is a great opportunity. At the same time, it's also a great crisis. That's right. Once we set foot on this path, we'll be in the teeth of the storm. Next we'll have to face the fiercest storm. Mo Yike nodded. In the world of the living, Jiang Qin is unwilling to accept any more countries. That leaves only Dahan and Great Yan. We'll focus on attacking the north and west of the divine continent, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. What about the netherworld? In the netherworld there's Zhen, Qi and Bai Zizai. Dahan will focus on conquering the north and Dongfang. Gu Hai ordered. The north is not difficult. We've already built up our momentum. With the cooperation of Patriarch Meng Shan and the rest, the north is in the bag. But Dongfang. Dongfang has the eastern spiritual flame sea and 4 supreme vermilion birds. Will they? Mo Yike said worriedly. There's no need to worry. The vermilion birds' primes were already frightened out of their wits after the battle at the primeval hall. They will not interfere. Just circle around the eastern spirit flame sea and start deploying troops, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. In the world of the living. The whole world witnessed the sun rising from the west. The world was shocked. And Gu Hai instantly guessed that this scene must have come from Qi, who was a guest in the Great Yan dynasty. However, Gu Hai felt confused about this Ho. This was because this Ho came too mysteriously. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. Only Montez stood in front of him. His Holiness, news just came from Shenyuan City. A brocade guard saw Jiang Qin in Sangjie's mansion. Montez said respectfully. Jiang Qin. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Yes. A Baihu of the brocade guard was helping Mr. Sangjie deliver the materials. He accidentally saw the two of them sitting at the observatory and drinking tea for a while. He didn't hear what they were talking about. However, Jiang Qin was very kind to Mr. Sangjie, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Montez said respectfully. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as shock flashed in his heart. Wasn't Sangjie the longevity master? Why was he related to Jiang Qin? Old friend? Montez was also very confused. The Dahan's celestial empire had reached the peak of the world. He had seen many talents. He also had a large number of wise counselors under his command. They shouldn't be inferior to Sangjie's wisdom. His Holiness had just subdued Sangjie. This Sangjie dared to leave? What's there to be proud of? I've seen many people like you who think highly of themselves. You're just a loser. What's there to be proud of? If His Holiness didn't think highly of you, what are you? However, when his subordinates just sent the news, Montez didn't know what to say. The attitude of an old friend? That was Jiang Qin. In today's world, Jiang Qin was one of the people most valued by the Dahan. No matter what, he could be on equal footing with His Holiness. He was actually Sangjie's friend? The disdain he had in the past disappeared in an instant. Pass down the order. This matter is to be kept a secret. I don't want the news of Sangjie meeting Jiang Qin to spread. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Rest assured, His Holiness. This subject will restrain my subordinates. Montez said with a solemn expression. Also, fully cooperate with Sangjie. As long as Sangjie's request doesn't harm the Dahan's foundation, fully support it. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Montez replied. Just as Gu Hai and Montez were talking, Gu Qin's voice suddenly came from outside the upper study. Father, good news. 2 sect masters and 2 great emperors have brought letters of surrender to seek an audience with you. Gu Qin shouted from outside the hall. Oh, it's already started? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although the experts of the netherworld knew about the situation in the premier hall, they still had a lot of wishful thinking. However, it was different in the world of the living. After experiencing it firsthand, they naturally knew that a great disaster was imminent. Some of the leaders of the domineering forces immediately came to pledge their allegiance with letters of surrender. Chapter 1181. Limitless Celestial Capital. Soaring Palace Hall. All the civil and military officials stood respectfully on both sides of the hall. Gu Hai was wearing a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest as he looked down at the officials. The soaring palace hall was silent. All the officials were looking at the 4 people in the center of the hall. 2 of them were wearing golden dragon robes while the other 2 were wearing purple Taoist robes. At this moment each of them was holding a tray. On the tray were some scrolls and a seal. The 8 Baron Imperial Dynasty is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The Sisui Sound sect is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The 6th Joint Imperial Dynasty is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The Precious Elephant sect is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The leaders of the 4 forces shouted and bowed respectfully to Guhai with the trays in their hands. This was a sacred moment. Unlike the major forces that he had subdued in the past, these 4 people would be a benchmark for the leaders of the major forces in the world to see. The officials were solemnly, but Guhai was extremely solemn. He even stood up from the dragon throne and slowly walked towards the leaders of the 4 forces. It is my honor to have the 4 of you join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. Here, I thank the 4 of you for putting the common people first and joining the Dahan Celestial Dynasty early. I accept the credentials of the 4 of you. From now on, the 4 of you are the people of the Dahan. As for the 4 of you, I will confer you the titles of Marquis of Bahuang, Marquis of Sisui, Marquis of Liuhe, and Marquis of Baoxiang. I hope that you will join hands with me to create peace and prosperity in the Dahan. Guhai bowed slightly to the 4 people. Guhai indeed had to thank the 4 of them. The 4 of them were the first to come, which showed their absolute sincerity. This way, conquering the territories of the 4 great powers would be an extremely smooth transition, and their citizens would not suffer. Moreover, the arrival of the 4 of them was equivalent to adding hundreds of cities to the Dahan Celestial Empire. Naturally, the Dahan Empire would become even more prosperous. Therefore, Guhai gave the 4 leaders the title of Marquis from the very beginning. Marquises were divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The rank of Marquis was only 1 step away from the rank of Duke. In the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, there were countless matters regarding the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. Naturally, there were countless opportunities to make contributions. The 4 of them were extremely powerful, and it was only a matter of time before they were promoted to dukes. Guhai received the 4 credentials one by one. At the same time, above the Sea of Providence, a divine light flashed in the eyes of Guhai's statue. In the depths of the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar spread throughout the Dahan Celestial Empire. At the same time, the golden dragon of Providence in the 4 great powers' imperial capitals and sect headquarters suddenly let out a sorrowful cry and then collapsed. Providence surged toward the Dahan Celestial Empire. Congratulations to Marquis of Bahuang, Marquis of Sisui, Marquis of Liuhe, and Marquis of Baoxiang. The officials congratulated the 4 of them. Guhai immediately expressed his gratitude to the 4 of them for coming to the imperial court. When they came, the 4 of them still had some conflict in their hearts, but when they officially joined the Dahan Celestial Empire, that knot disappeared. It was already the best thing that Guhai could treat them politely. Although they still felt reluctant, the situation was like this. They would either abandon their country as itinerant cultivators, or be killed by Yuanshu Qianzuan. Joining the Dahan Celestial Empire was already the best result. Moreover, the Dahan Celestial Empire had a group of perfected heavenly palaces. What else did they have to be proud of? The world was no longer the world of the past. In today's world, the top group of people were no longer willing to be lonely. With so many heroes competing, who could resist them? In this chaotic world, it was a good thing to have a strong backer. After the enfeoffment, Guhai hosted a banquet to entertain the 4 marquises who had just joined the imperial court. In an extremely harmonious and solemn environment, Guhai communicated with the 4 marquises on how to take over the 4 great powers as soon as possible. The 4 marquises also cooperated fully. In less than a day, the 4 marquises also led a large number of Dahan officials to the 4 great powers to take over hundreds of cities. From this day onward, the Dahan Celestial Empire became busy again. Sima Changkong was even transferred over from the Netherworld to work with Chen Tianshan to take over the various cities. The Dahan Celestial Empire celebrated. Only Chen Tianshan showed a bitter expression as he sought an audience with Guhai. His Holiness, what should we do? This official does not have enough people. Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. Transferring the officials of the 4 great powers to each other can reduce the burden of management, Guhai said with a smile. I know. This subject knows, but it's still not enough. Although the officials of the 4 major powers can be dispersed and transferred to other places to manage the cities, we still need the trusted aids of the Great Han Dynasty. However, this subject doesn't have enough time. The Great Han Dynasty has already tried many times, but it's still too late. Our Great Han Dynasty has developed too quickly, and we haven't completely sorted out the cities we conquered before. Now it's happening again? These 4 factions are just the beginning. There will definitely be many more. We are running out of manpower. Qin Tianshan smiled bitterly. The Dahan is indeed developing too quickly. Gu Hai nodded. This official is incompetent. I could not recruit more talents to be loyal to the Dahan. As a result, I am running out of time for such a good opportunity. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. This cannot be blamed on you. Most of the dynasties in history were like this. They could not expand their territory in a short time. Talent reserves and loyalty are the crux. The Dahan Celestial Empire is developing too quickly. It is normal for it to have a lack of talent. However, I already have a solution, Gu Hai said with a smile. Do you have a solution? Qin Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai flung his sleeve and disappeared with Qin Tianshan, arriving at the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. At a vast plaza in the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. At this moment, millions of people stood in front of the plaza. All of them wore Confucian robes and stood respectfully. When Gu Hai appeared, the leader of the Confucian robes, who seemed to be officials, quickly came forward. Greetings, Heavenly Master. The officials said respectfully. Greetings, Heavenly Master. The million Confucian robes immediately bowed respectfully. This is? Qin Tianshan asked blankly. Considering the development of the Dahan, there will definitely be a shortage of talents. 1 day in the outside world is 10 years in the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. I have already sent people to pass down the way of management and sent people to search for talents. Those who are intelligent and loyal will be of great use. This is the first batch. There are 2 million scholars, all of whom have experience in managing cities and armies. All of them have more than 100 years of management experience. Look at these people. If they are not enough, there is a second batch and a third batch. Gu Hai said with a smile. This. Qin Tianshan burst into tears of joy. These days, in order to recruit talents, he had been so anxious that many of his hairs had turned white. It turned out that the problem that he found unsolvable was not a problem at all in front of His Holiness. His Majesty had already thought of a foolproof plan. His Holiness is wise. This official has troubled himself for nothing. Qin Tianshan immediately said with a smile. 1 day in the outside world is 10 years in the Dahan domain. Send people in and conduct a short training session for these 2 million scholars. Then, assign them to different positions. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. This official will not let His Holiness down. Qin Tianshan said excitedly. On the plaza, the 2 million scholars were also excited. Clearly they still yearned for the so-called immortal world. Their world was the Heavenly Master's world. Outside their small world, there was the immortal world. The Heavenly Master still had a huge foundation in the immortal world. Now he was going to select talents to ascend to the immortal world? All of them had lofty aspirations and wanted to perform well later. Qin Tianshan went out and quickly summoned a large group of officials to help sort through the 2 million scholars. After that, the ancient Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands was sent to various places in the world. The news that the 8 Desolate Emperor Dynasty, the 6 Unity Emperor Dynasty, the Sisui Sound Sect, and the Precious Elephant Sect had joined the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty spread to the ears of the various factions in the Divine Continent. It was not just these 4 factions. 5 other factions had joined the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. Immediately, the leaders of countless factions revealed angry expressions. A bunch of spineless people. What is there to be afraid of? They are all emperors of imperial dynasties. If an emperor does not have the ambition to create a new world, what kind of emperor is he? How can I hand over my foundation to others? Even if I die, I will not let others take advantage of me. All sorts of opposing voices rang out in the world. There was even a trend against the Wansho Taoism. Of course, these were just words. No one dared to challenge the Wansho Taoism. No matter what the voices of the world were, after a few factions took the lead, more factions were willing to join the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. 10 days was not a very long time. Once 10 days were up, Yuanshu Qianzuan would start a massacre. Now that they had joined the 2 dynasties, they would receive the most rewards. Gu Hai and Ho did not force them. If they were willing, they could come. If they were not, then so be it. That was because there were factions submitting one after another. They did not have enough time to accept them. How would they have the time to care about those factions that opposed them? The Dahan Heavenly Dynasty was providing refuge and saving them. If they did not know what was good for them, then they could only blame themselves. The Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty had the foundation of the Dian Dynasty. Although it was a little difficult to accept the factions, it was still acceptable. However, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty was something that countless factions did not understand. After all, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty had only been established for a few decades. It had only been a few decades since the Han Dynasty, and the Heavenly Dynasty had just been established. Where did Gu Hai find so many management talents? It was really strange. Moreover, all of them were very skilled and at ease. The leaders of the imperial dynasties and middle sects joined one after another. Although some of the leaders of the imperial dynasties and lower sects did not participate in the World Unification Conference, they knew that this was true. Yuanshi Qinzuan had already sent a message to all the leaders of the factions. Did they still have to defend? Those imperial dynasties and middle sects had already submitted. Their own imperial dynasties and lower sects could not defend at all. They did not even have the qualifications to participate in the World Unification Conference. The various imperial dynasties and lower sects had the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards near them. The embroidered uniform guards only came to ask questions. Many small factions had already chosen to join the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. The Dahan Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty were very humane. Those factions that submitted to them would never fight for their wealth. This was also an important condition for the various factions to submit to them. In 10 days, the entire divine continent was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Other than a few factions that were still resisting stubbornly, most of them had already found someone to be loyal to. Fate surged towards the primeval desolate city and the limitless celestial capital. Chapter 1182. It was an extremely secluded place. The sky was dark and gloomy. It was glowing with a strange red light. There was a huge city below, and the words Underground Blood City were written on the entrance of the city. There were no walls in the city, only a single tower. It looked like it was trying to break out of an encirclement. It was surrounded by rolling fog. The fog was of a peculiar color, as if it was 7 colors. It surrounded the entire city. Black Impermanence and Wuxiang demons stopped at the entrance of the Underground Blood City. They seemed to be hesitating, not knowing if they should go in. Second brother, have we arrived? I can feel a strange aura and it's making my hair stand on end. Wuxiang said with a pale face. Yes, the Underground Blood City is right in front of us. Black Impermanence said with a frown. Is there someone more powerful than us in there? Why is my heart beating so fast? Wuxiang demon asked worriedly. Black Impermanence shook his head. More powerful than us? Not necessarily, but the curse of the Blood Wizard clan may cause us trouble, so we have to be careful. Alright, I'll listen to you. However, isn't this place a little too quiet? Heavenly Demon Wuxiang said silently. There was no one at the entrance of the city, and the chilly wind was blowing. He who said that there's no one. The Underground Blood City hasn't had an outsider for many years. It seems that only old friends can come to the Underground Blood City. Who are you? A ghostly old voice was heard. A hunchback elder with messy hair suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Underground Blood City. The hunchback elder was holding a snake-headed walking stick. The top of the walking stick was curved, and there was a lantern hanging from the mouth of the snake-headed walking stick. The hunchbacked old man had an extremely ugly appearance, but at the same time, he had a cunning and evil smile. You two have come from afar, can you tell me your names? The hunchback elder said with a creepy smile. My name is... Wuxiang demon was about to speak. Shut up. Black Impermanence shouted. Wuxiang demon was confused. You can't simply reveal your name, especially in the Blood City. If you reveal your name, they will start to curse you. Black Impermanence explained in a low voice. Wuxiang demon's expression changed as a wave of fear washed over him. If it was in the past, Wuxiang demon would not have cared about the art of curses. However, ever since he suffered a great loss at the hands of Bai, he no longer dared to underestimate the art of curses. I am He and this is Wu. Are you the guiding oracle of the Underground Blood City? Solemnly, Black Impermanence asked. Looks like the two of you know the rules here. The hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Black Impermanence threw a storage bracelet over. There are 1 million high-grade spirit stones in here. You can count it as a guide fee. The hunchbacked old man took it, weighed it in his hand, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. 1 million high-grade spirit stones as a guide. That's really something. Who do you want to meet? The hunchbacked old man became more courteous. I want to meet the leader of the underground blood city, the 9 kings. Solemnly, Black Impermanence said. The 9 kings? You sure are arrogant. Do you know the price to pay for meeting the 9 kings? The hunchbacked old man sneered. I've prepared 100 million high-grade spirit stones for each of them, and I've also prepared countless treasures for them. Black Impermanence explained. You know quite a lot of rules. Whether the 9 kings are willing to help or not, we can't ignore the etiquette. Why are you here in the underground blood city? The hunchbacked old man was surprised. The rules of the underground blood city are to do things with money. My brother has been cursed twice. I would like to invite the 9 kings to use the 9 cauldrons to break the curse. Save my brother. Solemnly, Black Impermanence said. Do you think it's so easy to invite the 9 kings? You want to invite all 9 of them? Impossible. I can only recommend one of them for you. The hunchbacked old man said coldly. I've done my research on this curse. 1 king might not be enough. All 9 kings must be present. Black Impermanence shook his head. Now that you're in the underground blood city, you have to follow the rules here. Whatever I say goes. If you don't want to, then you can leave. The hunchbacked old man said coldly. Black Impermanence remained silent. Wuxiang Demon's expression changed as if he was about to explode. Suddenly, a voice came from the lantern on the old man's crutch. You're an important guest. Don't be rude. A young voice came from the lantern. The hunchbacked old man's expression changed, and he knelt down with a thud. Master, please forgive me. I'm just following the rules of the underground ghost city. The hunchbacked old man said in fear. Black Impermanence, who was standing opposite him, was astonished. Even though the 9 great kings were in charge of the underground blood city back then, the position of the divine envoy wasn't low at all. He didn't need to kneel before the 9 great kings. What was going on now? Just a voice was enough to make him kneel? The rules depend on the timing. One of them is Wuxiang Demon from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land, the one closest to the complete God realm. The other one is Black Impermanence, who is already in the complete God realm. Why are you trying to stop him? If he wants to kill you, he can do it with a thought. The voice came from the lantern again. I don't know. Please forgive me, Master. The hunchbacked old man said in fear. Bring them to me. I've already informed the 9 kings to bring the 9 cauldrons here. The voice came from the lantern again. Yes, Master. The hunchbacked old man said in fear. Black Impermanence's expression changed. There's a new master in the underground blood city? Even the 9 kings listened to him? There was no more voice from the lantern. After a while, the hunchbacked old man dared to stand up. Looking at the 2 of them, the hunchbacked old man bowed respectfully and said, Excuse me, please follow me. Black Impermanence was silent for a while and nodded. He led Wuxiang Demon and followed the hunchbacked old man to the city gate. The city gate opened and the 3 of them walked in. Black Impermanence was silent when they entered the city. Second brother, the owner of the underground blood city just now actually exposed our identities? Heavenly Demon Wuxiang asked worriedly. Since we're here, don't think too much. Black Impermanence said in a deep voice. Wuxiang Demon nodded. Once they entered the city, they saw a street. A large number of beggars were standing on the street. These beggars had rotten sores all over their faces and were extremely unkempt. However, there were traces of blue and green gas coming out of their bodies. Black Impermanence knew them. These people were also practitioners of curses. Moreover, they were the ones who had been cursed and did not have the money to get someone to remove the curse. They could only become beggars and beg for alms. When it came to people from the outside world, they had to give them a layer of oil. If they did not give them money, they would curse them. The last time they came, Black Impermanence had spent a lot of money to get rid of these beggars. Now they're here again? Sir, have some pity on me. Sir, please give me some alms. When the beggars saw the outsiders, they rushed forward excitedly. At the same time, some cursed gas came out of their bodies and rushed toward Black Impermanence and Wuxiang Demon. How dare you? The hunchbacked old man hit the ground with his crutch. Boom. All the cursed gas was instantly dispersed. They are the master's guests. Who dares to be rude? The hunchbacked old man said in a deep voice. The group of beggars immediately moved away in fear. The 3 of them walked into the city. The other people in the city seemed to have heard the hunchbacked old man's words and moved away. Some shops even quickly closed their doors. Black Impermanence was puzzled by the frightened attitude of his subjects. Black Impermanence knew that these people were not afraid of him, but of the master of the underground blood city. Who was it? Why were these practitioners of curses so afraid? The hunchbacked old man led the way. After entering the city, they flew toward the depths of the city and arrived at the edge of a vast blood sea. The blood sea churned as if there were many monsters hibernating at the bottom of the blood sea. There was a group of palaces at the edge of the blood sea. The three of them came to the largest palace. It was called the Blood Witch Palace. In the Blood Witch Palace, there were already 9 men in dragon robes standing respectfully. They looked at Black Impermanence and Wuxiang Demon with a gloomy expression. 9 great kings? Black Impermanence was surprised. The last time he came he did not see all 9 great kings. Now all 9 of them were here? Each of the 9 great kings controlled a cauldron. If all 9 of them were here, wouldn't that mean all 9 cauldrons were here? His journey was too smooth, wasn't it? Master, we have brought them here. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. There was no one else in the palace, but the hunchbacked old man was kneeling with utmost sincerity. Black Impermanence looked around carefully and finally found a creature on the roof. It was a pitch-black bat hanging upside down. The bat's eyes were glowing red as it looked at the palace. Heavenly Demon Sanctuary, Black Impermanence, greets the master of the underground blood city. Black Impermanence said solemnly. The bat on the roof flapped its wings. Is he cursed? The master's voice came from where the bat was again. That's right. Thank you for your trouble, City Lord. The curse on Wuxiang Demon is extremely strange. I have tried many times to break it, but I failed. Black Impermanence said respectfully. And then one of you go and take a look. The City Lord said indifferently. The 9 great kings looked at each other, and one of them suddenly said, Great King Bai, and you have traveled the world in the past few years, so you should know more about the outside world. Go and take a look. The 9 great kings nodded. One of them slowly stepped out and walked toward Wuxiang Demon. Great King Bai, and thank you for your trouble. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Thank you for your trouble. Heavenly Demon Wuxiang said cautiously. Sit down, let me take a look. Great King Bai, and said solemnly. Wuxiang Demon immediately sat down cross-legged. Wuxiang Demon, your cultivation is strong and I am not as strong as you. Later I will use a curse to investigate your body. Don't resist, otherwise I will be heavily injured if the curse backfires. Great King Bai, and said again. Don't worry, I'll treat it as if I'm dead. Wuxiang Demon nodded. Great King Bai, and closed its eyes and extended its hand. A ray of golden light entered Wuxiang Demon's body. Wuxiang Demon's entire body itched. He wanted to resist, but in the end he endured it. Great King Bai, and closed its eyes as if it was sensing the power of the curse. When the power of the curse reached its severed arm, Great King Bai shuddered, and beads of sweat appeared on its forehead. The surroundings were quiet and no one dared to disturb it. When the power of the curse reached Wuxiang Demon's blind eye, another backlash occurred and Great King Bai shuddered. Pooh! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Great King Bai's eyes widened. A primogenitor level curse? Chapter 1183. A primogenitor level curse? The 9 kings' expressions changed. Primogenitor level? What's that? Black Impermanence frowned. The 9 kings' expressions darkened as they looked at Black Impermanence. Who did you offend? Why is there a primogenitor level curse? No one has been able to cast such a curse since before the appearance of the witch tribe. King Bai frowned. I don't know either. His name is Bai, the leader of some Juin sect. I don't know anything else. Wuxiang Demon shook his head. Bai. The 9 kings were confused as they had never heard of it. You saw through the curse just now. Can you lift it? Black Impermanence asked again. King Bai and looked at the 2 of them solemnly, then looked at the bat hanging upside down on the beam above them. Primogenitor level? That's rare. Even during the ancient times it was rare. This is a powerful opponent. A deep shout came from the bat. Can you lift it? Black Impermanence frowned. We can lift it because the 9 cauldrons are also primogenitor level. However, the price for lifting it is not small. Moreover, breaking Bai's curse may cause us to become enemies with Bai, but... The bat said. Just say it. How much do you want to lift Wuxiang's curse? Black Impermanence said. The hall fell into silence. The bat did not speak and the 9 kings did not dare to interrupt. After a while, the bat said, 300 billion upper-grade spiritual stones, a wisp of white tiger divine wind, and a set of molted shells of the 12 peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land. 300 billion high-grade spirit stones right off the bat. Even the 9 kings were shocked. That was too big of an appetite. However, no one dared to interrupt when their master spoke. Wuxiang demon was stunned. Black impermanence was also silent. Clearly they were shocked by the bat's price. What do you think? The bat said. Black impermanence was silent for a while before he said, How dare you, governor of the Crimson City? You know everything I brought? It's up to you whether you succeed or not. Bat said indifferently. Alright, no matter how many treasures there are, they can't be more important than Wuxiang demon. I can give them all to you, but Wuxiang demon must break the curse. Black impermanence said solemnly. Throw it into the blood sea nearby. Remove the curse immediately. Bat said in a deep voice. Black impermanence stepped out of the hall and waved his hand. Mountains of spirit stones were thrown into the sea of blood. Walala. The blood sea immediately surged with monstrous waves. In the blood sea, the hibernating monsters seemed to be in a commotion as they quickly devoured the huge spirit stone. Boom. With a loud boom, the blood sea suddenly emitted billions of red lights, which seemed to emit a demonic aura. On the beam of the blood wizard palace, the bat suddenly emitted waves of blood energy, as if it was connected to the blood sea. How comfortable. 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. I finally regained some of my former strength. Bat moaned involuntarily. However, this subconscious remark made the expressions of Wuxiang demon and black impermanence change. Regain some of his former strength? 300 billion superior grade spirit stones? Do you know how many tens of thousands of years it takes to collect so many spirit stones? 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. 300 billion. Aside from the 300 billion superior grade spirit stones, there was also a wisp of the white tiger divine wind and a set of molted shells of the 12 peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Alright, I've already given you what you should. Now remove Wuxiang's curse. Black impermanence said. 9 great kings remove the curse. Bat called out. Yes. The 9 great kings answered. The 9 each took out a huge bronze cauldron and immediately surrounded Wuxiang demon in 9 different directions. Buzz. The 9 great kings quickly activated the cauldrons, and the 9 cauldrons seemed to emit beams of green light. They rushed to the center and gathered above Wuxiang demon's head, forming the image of a huge green cauldron. Suppress! The 9 great kings shouted in unison. That huge green cauldron image suddenly descended from the sky and smashed toward Wuxiang demon. Hong! There was a loud sound and the entire blood shaman palace shook. However, a golden light came out of Wuxiang demon's body and blocked the huge green cauldron. What? The 9 great kings exclaimed in shock. It didn't remove? Wuxiang demon said anxiously. A primogenitor level curse? It is indeed extraordinary. Even the 9 cauldrons can't remove it? Again, the 9 cauldrons are primogenitors. Use your heart blood to break it again. Bat shouted. What? Master, we will lose a lot of energy if we use heart blood. King Bai and exclaimed. The 9 great kings all showed terrified expressions. Don't you understand my words? Bat said coldly. Yes. The 9 great kings quivered and nodded. Poof. Poof. The 9 great kings immediately vomited blood and fell into the 9 huge cauldrons. However, they saw 9 monster images slowly appear on the 9 huge cauldrons. They were Bai, Enchionyo, Pishio, Taotai, Yazi, Bai, and Enchien. 9 ferocious beasts. 9 dragon cauldrons? Black impermanence watched from the side. The 9 ferocious beasts appeared from the huge cauldrons, and they seemed to be alive. Brr. Another deafening roar sounded. The mouths of the cauldrons each spat out a mouthful of blood-colored aura, which gathered in the center and formed a huge blood-colored cauldron. Hong. The huge blood-colored cauldron smashed down, and the golden light on Wuxiang demon's body exploded. Bam. 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 The 9 cauldrons fell to the ground, and the 9 great kings immediately sat on the ground with pale faces. They were panting heavily. Clearly they had used too much energy just now. I can see now. My arm bone has been reconnected. Second brother, my curse is gone. Now ouch, it still hurts. Wuxiang demon shouted. Although he could see now, his eyes and arms still hurt. It's normal to feel pain. The curse on your body has been removed, but there is still some remnant aura of the curse. This is nothing to worry about. You can stay in the underground Blood City for a while. The 9 great kings will help you get rid of it. The bat said indifferently. All right, thank you. Wuxiang demon smiled. The 9 great kings put away their huge cauldrons and sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Clearly they had used too much energy just now and their faces were still pale. Thank you, City Master. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Although they had paid a huge price this time, they had finally removed the curse. The art of curse can take lives from millions of miles away. It is very powerful. We have offended by removing the curse. I wonder how he will take revenge. Therefore you don't have to feel bad about what you did just now. The bat said indifferently. Of course. Black Impermanence nodded. Speaking of which, he didn't want to kill Wuxiang demon. Otherwise he wouldn't have just lost an arm. The bat said. You're saying that Bai can kill Wuxiang with the curse? Black Impermanence asked in surprise. Do you know how powerful a primogenitor level curse is? Anyone below the great circle of the gods can't stand it. If he wants you to live, you will live. If he wants you to die, you will die. That's why you came to us. No one in the world can remove the curse. We only dared to accept it because he didn't want to kill Wuxiang demon. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to provoke a primogenitor level curse. The bat said. Wait, you just said that the art of curse can take lives from millions of miles away, and that anyone below the great circle of the gods can't stand it? Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. What do you mean? The bat asked. You take people's money and solve their problems. What if I want you to help me kill someone? Black Impermanence asked. Kill someone? Hee, the price for killing someone is not small. Who do you want to kill? The bat asked. Dahan's heavenly dynasty, Gu Hai. Can you curse him to death? Black Impermanence asked expectantly. Gu Hai. The bat suddenly said in a deep voice. Your tone seems like you know him? Black Impermanence said doubtfully. The bat said, It's none of your business whether I know him or not. Curse Gu Hai? You can, but the price will be much higher. Can you really curse him? Black Impermanence asked in surprise. Most of the 12 peak lords of the heavenly demon Holy Land had died because of Gu Hai. As the second in command, Black Impermanence's hatred for Gu Hai was as deep as the ocean. 9 kings, by activating the 9 cauldrons curse, you can also cast a primogenitor level curse. It will cost a lot. The bat said. Primogenitor level curse? That's great. You can help me curse Gu Hai no matter the price. Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. Master, we can't do that. We just used our heart's blood. If we cast a primogenitor level curse, we might die. One of the kings exclaimed. Yes, Master, don't. The 9 kings shouted at the same time. Shut up, the bat shouted. The 9 kings froze, but Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. From the bat's tone, it seemed like he had a grudge with Gu Hai. Blood City Lord, what price do you want? Just say it. Black Impermanence said expectantly. This time, we're going to empty out the reserves of the 9 great kings, the bat said coolly. The vital energy of the 9 great kings has just been severely damaged. First of all, we need to replenish them. Secondly, we need to pay 10 times the price. What? 3 trillion high-grade spirit stones? How can there be so much? Black Impermanence exclaimed. Humph, if not for Gu Hai, I wouldn't have asked for so little. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use spiritual treasures to make up for it. You can discuss it with Bai Zizai. If he's willing, then come. If he's not, then forget it. The bat said. I will report to the Lord. But how effective is your curse? Black Impermanence frowned. Go tell Bai Zizai about the 9 cauldron soul-stealing curse. He knows how effective it is. The bat said. 9 cauldron soul-stealing curse? Back then, the Azure Dragon Sovereign had died because of this curse? Deity snatching? I thought he died in the hands of the deity snatching temple master Jiangchen. So it was this curse? Black Impermanence shuddered. If not for the grudge between me and Gu Hai, your reward is not enough to cast the 9 cauldron soul-stealing curse. You go and tell Bai Zizai. Heavenly Demon Wuxiang will stay here to recuperate and wait for your news. The bat said lightly. Black Impermanence nodded. At the entrance of the shop, the hunchbacked elder respectfully sent Black Impermanence out. In the main hall, the 9 kings watched Black Impermanence leave. When they heard the bat say that they should heal themselves first, they sighed in relief. That was better. Only Great King Hessian frowned deeply, his eyes flickering. This was because Great King Hessian knew Gu Hai. Furthermore, before Hessian was conferred his conferment, he had received a favor from Gu Hai. King Bai, and said nothing. From now on, seal off the underground blood city. No one is allowed to go out. No one. The bat said coldly. Yes. The 9 kings answered. Chapter 1184. 10 days. Earth-shattering changes happened in the Yang realm. Once the 10 days were up, Yuanshu Qianzuan was about to carry out a great purge. Countless powerhouses in the world were waiting for the time to come. The limitless celestial capital's square was already filled with emperors and sect masters from various forces in the Yang realm. However, they had now become marquises of the Dahan Celestial Empire. Apart from the earliest 4 upper marquises, the rest were below middle marquis. In front of everyone was a Guqin figurine, listening to the reports from all over the world. The statue of Gu Hai even used fate to form a large light screen, condensing the scene in the direction of the primeval hall for everyone to see. Gu Hai stood in the square of the soaring sky hall, accompanied by civil and military officials. The leaders of various forces in the Yang realm stared at him. On the other side there was also a group of forces from the Yang realm. The forces of the Yang realm did not participate in the World Unification Conference after all, so they did not feel that strongly and even had a skeptical attitude. However, the Dahan Celestial Empire sent envoys quickly to invite them to be guests and bring them to the Yang realm. This also gave the various forces in the Yang realm a way to understand the Yang realm. A few leaders were willing to go personally, and most of them sent their important officials. Stepping into the Yang realm from the Eternal Yin capital, they were all shocked by the structure of the Dahan Celestial Empire. The Guqin figurine's message also made the various forces in the Yang realm realize that they were too far behind. The Guqin figurine's communication could reach the world. Those who came early even sent some people to other places to inquire about the news. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the primeval hall to make a move. His Holiness, apart from the 2 major forces of the Wanshou Taoism and the God-seizing temple, 60% of the remaining territories have already joined the Dahan Celestial Empire and the Great Yen Empire, explained Sima Changkong. 60%? Then there's still 40%? Asked Gu Hai with a frown. Yes. Most of the emperors are arrogant. Not all of them are willing to submit. Some of the leaders are still holding on, waiting for Yuanshu Qianzuan's judgment. Some of them would rather disband their countries and sects than submit to anyone. Sima Changkong explained. The founders did indeed have the ambition to create a new world, but unfortunately the situation was stronger than them. They did not manage to reach the peak quickly and have already lost the right to create a new world. We have already done what we can do. Whether they are willing or not, it is up to them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Sima Changkong nodded. However, at that moment, in the image condensed by Gu Hai's divine statue using the power of providence, the door of the primordial hall opened with a bang. Quang. The door opened and Yuanshu Qianzuan stepped out of the premier palace. A golden dragon coiled around his left arm, and his expression was still as cold as ever. Many of the netherworldly forces felt a chill run down their spines. Yuanshu Qianzuan stood in the square of the premier palace and slowly scanned the world. Although most of the fate had flowed to the Great Yen dynasty and the Great Han dynasty, there were still countless forces guarding the fate lands. There were imperial dynasties, lower-tier sects, imperial dynasties and mid-tier sections. They were all hoping for a miracle to happen. Leave the providence in the capital and hide the emperors? The sect masters are hiding in the dark? That's all? Yuanshu Qianzuan sneered. His sneer instantly spread to all the forces participating in the Sea of Providence. It also reached the ears of countless sect masters and emperors who were hiding. It's useless. As long as the Providence exists, it will have a connection with you. Coincidentally, I can also find this connection. Yuanshu Qianzuan's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, the premier banner flew out again. Rumble. A large amount of chaotic sword chi flew out of the premier banner. When Yuanshu Qianzuan looked at the world, it was as if he had locked on to every corner of the world. Go. Yuanshu Qianzuan shouted coldly. Boom. The huge group of chaotic sword chi instantly broke through the clouds and fog and entered the world like a tide. The emperors and sect masters of the infinite celestial capital felt a chill in their hearts. This was because they had seen this scene 10 days ago. 42 forces had been destroyed like this. They saw a group of chaotic sword chi scatter to the places where the Sea of Providence still existed. Boom. The palaces in those places were instantly crushed into pieces. All the main halls of the sects were destroyed. The chaotic sword chi seemed to have sensed the connection between the emperors and sect masters through the Sea of Providence. Whoosh, whoosh. They came out of the Sea of Providence and shot in all directions. There were mountains, forests, deserts, rivers, lakes, and seas. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, screams of terror could be heard from everywhere. Boom. All the emperors and sect masters who had been hiding were killed one by one. Rumble. All the Sea of Providence collapsed and disappeared, massacring the world in one move. In an instant, there were only 4 Sea of Providence left in the Yang realm: the Great Yin Celestial Empire, the Wanshou Taoism, the Divine Seizing Temple, and the Dahan Celestial Empire. As for the others, no matter whether they were royal dynasties, imperial dynasties, lower sects, or middle sects, they all collapsed. None of them were left. They were all massacred by Yuanshi Qianzuan. At the entrance of the Soaring Temple, the Qin warriors in front of the leaders of the Yang realm kept reporting about the death of certain sect masters and the destruction of certain Sea of Providence. After summarizing, everyone understood that those stubborn forces had all been massacred. The leaders of the Yang realm's forces all gasped. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai with gratitude. Although they were forced to join the Dahan Celestial Empire, they did not blame Gu Hai because Gu Hai had provided a refuge for everyone. Although they were no longer emperors or sect masters, the power in their hands did not decrease by much. Gu Hai knew how to use people and dared to use them. As long as one was capable, he would give a lot of power to those who surrendered. There was also plenty of room for improvement. The one who really forced them to abandon their countries and sects was Yuanshi Qianzuan. The leaders of the Yang realm's forces were now officials and nobles of the Dahan Celestial Empire. The forces of the Yang realm witnessed everything with their own eyes and gasped. They were stunned by Yuanshi Qianzuan's ruthlessness. Of course, the forces of the Yang realm still had to investigate the authenticity of everything. However, from the constant news from the Qin warriors at the side, they could already hear the general idea. This matter could not be wrong. In the image, Yuanshi Qianzuan looked around the world. His eyes were still cold. Suddenly, Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the limitless celestial capital and eldritch city. Gu Hai, in 20 days I will destroy the forces of the Yang realm that do not submit. You all should quickly collect the forces of the Yang realm. If there are any who resist or cannot be subdued in a short time, mark them and hand them to me. I will destroy them all. Yuanshi Qianzuan said solemnly. Yuanshi Qianzuan also understood that Gu Hai and Bai were helping him, so his tone was still polite. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Similarly, at the entrance of Eldritch City and Flame God Temple, Bai also nodded. Okay. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the world of the Yang realm with satisfaction. He turned his head and slowly walked toward the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the primeval hall closed with a bang. Everything was over. Gu Hai also removed the image. However, the waves in the hearts of the countless experts around could not calm down for a long time. Especially the forces of the Yang realm. Many of them suddenly felt lost. You can't play like this. We worked so hard to build our foundation and we are giving it up just like that? My beloved subjects. Gu Hai looked at the various major forces that had surrendered in the Yang realm. His Holiness, the leaders of the various forces said respectfully. During this period, Gu Hai will be in charge of dispatching the various officials. I hope that everyone will cooperate fully. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Rest assured, His Holiness. We will definitely cooperate fully. Everyone immediately shouted. Secondly, Sima Changkong will be in charge of subduing the ownerless factions. He will mobilize troops from all of you to participate in the war. He will even consider all of your former identities. I would like to invite all of you to be my lobbyists. I hope that all of you will cooperate. Definitely. We will definitely cooperate. Everyone immediately shouted. In the Yang realm, the next step was to wrap things up. There was still a large number of scattered forces that were not that easy to collect. In fact, they might not even be able to collect half of them after 1.5 years. However, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty was still organizing in an orderly manner. In the end, they would take as much territory as they could. This was a busy period. Aside from some strategic areas where they would forcibly send troops, most of them did not need to use force. After all, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty did not have time to control the sudden increase in territory. They did not have the energy to be busy with other things. The loyalty of the world's factions also caused the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty's Providence Sea to overflow. The surging Providence Sea made Gu Hai and the 100 official statues grow even bigger. Dragon roars seemed to be coming from within the Providence Sea as if more small golden dragons of Providence were about to be born. Gu Hai asked Long Wanyu what was going on. Long Wanyu did not know either. Friends from the Yang realm, you have understood the situation in the Yang realm. Yinyang Valley will be open to everyone for 5 days. In these 5 days you can enter and leave as you please. If you don't want to go back, you can ask the embroidered uniform guards to bring a message for you. You can also go back on your own. I won't be accompanying you, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, thank you Dahan for his holiness. Thank you Dahan for his holiness. The people from the Yang realm's factions bowed. Previously, when Gu Hai sent people to invite them, everyone thought that Gu Hai was going to use some kind of method to snatch their factions. But now they realized that Gu Hai did not need to use force at all. Whether they came or not was up to them. For a moment, the leaders of the Yang realm's factions revealed bitter expressions. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.